You smelling nice, tobacco rabani. Mama, what's in my prayer, my rabani? Why see? That on my allergy, way that I be balling on my woman, baby, chagaban. Chagaban. They thought I was a foreigner, I'm a Bayer Rabani. I'm waving out these sessions like a Danny. Understand that tiny got me, cause anybody feel like got me, huh? Working and I'm waiting on that big fish. Ain't telling mother job, I learned big stage. And them boys steady waiting on that mixtape. And I do it nice, so my nigga, I know you mistake. Yeah, I be that new school Jagaban. Show me another young kid going hard to dance. I'm the type of boy to go and knock a gama. Run away with man. This is real life, homie, this is real life. When I'm there, just put me on. You know what I feel like? I love, but this one don't be highlight. Pussy nigga, I be taking all of your night.
Azum, I feel good when money enter my house. Don't go the kind of feeling. Give us no de lack, level pa diva. Alumanjiri kind of feeling. Ijalo de lori dowe. Owo Tony Aza ami woye. Tọ́lárin ò ṣàmọ̀jù kan kú bọ̀, wá búra tó bá láìkì jọ kú bọ̀. Jẹ́ ń fowó gbá àwọn ọmọ tó lẹ́ran, tọ́ ní fúrọ̀ ìkàlẹ́yìn tó ń lé wọn. Kíbíkíbi náà ń dáná alẹ́, tó bá rọmọ tó ṣan ẹjọ́ gbà fẹ́. Tó bá rí dúdú, pupa, ọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀, lẹ́pa, school daughter, tẹ̀sí. Ṣáà make sure kò ló rọ́bà. Tó bá rí dúdú, pupa, ọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀, lẹ́pa, school daughter, tẹ̀sí. Ṣáà make sure kò ló rọ́bà sẹ́. Eni, eji, eta, ẹ̀yàn moro, ẹ bá mi.
Shi ya so ta ɗausaiti kudin wakar ya biya a dimminti bauchi kira ɗai suke ta hunti mu sai bola Tinubu sai wunti hulure kuma an sani kifi mama remi mata 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 Tantaba Samu gaida First Lady mata Dan taka Samu gaida First Lady mata Dan juya Samu gaida First Lady mata Ya bakwai ya tela na budar dangi Mata Nan mota sai ya bani mamaki Mata Direbobi dole sai da kutuki Mata Sarki ranar hawa ya hau doki Mata Ashe morewar kudi a kai banki ashe kuna za ta so a kai taki kuna ku daban ne ashe na ku daban mata da kuna ke ku ga.
Ladies and gentlemen, this dance you're about to see now is called Tinubu dance. Are you ready to give me that dance? Oh yeah, everybody go say Tinubu dance. We go the dance. 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 Tinubu dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Give me the dance. Tinubu dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Oh yeah, Baba dance. Say, oh yeah, Baba dance. Wait, oh yeah, Baba dance. Listen, Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance. We go the dance. Tinubu dance.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Okay now. To person between my pen. I see. I see what the wedding forget me. Okay. Papa you look at you. And then you get ya. Mama say I want me to go. I got no one to tell them back. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put it on them. I don't know what they are doing. I don't know. don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, you don't it's once again. Everybody dey pay. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother, I go chop back. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, we dey Mugu, I be the master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the Betty, we dey Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, navigator, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, make I bring her. We dey Mugu, I be the master. When you won't pay wayo, dem go say na you style. When countryman do Igbo, they know the shout. Killer, killer, die. Whatever you go find is greedy. I say, I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my miracle, I go show them fire. National airport, National stadium, President, my sister, brother, you be the Mugu, I be the master. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money than I bring up. I be the master. Now me be the master. Oh. I hear you. You know, when I came here earlier for sound check, I didn't check the sound because I didn't have any interest in checking any sound. I know the sound will come. And it is right there. When he came here earlier for sound check. So when he came here earlier for sound check, good day to you, good to be in your company of that. Actually, let's just start it off with this one. We start it off with this one and then we do the pleasantries after. This was Peter Obi's outing as recently as today. So I want us to see what was up to. In the company of Senator Baripe, a bunch of Southeastern House of Representative members, the parliamentarian Labour Party representative in the parliament, all of them gathered in Lagos to tell Sanwo-Olu that Lagos belongs to them. Watch this.
We can use it. Doesn't mean trying to break the law. We know that government, not fast government. We are not all the people who are president, we are all by the same. And what is bringing this problem is not our fault. Because you can check the year 1977 to 26th of September for 8 years. As Panda and all the people that we came in here since 1995, And we have not been getting any progress. We have people that are managing our landlord, which is Elephant Board, and a certain office of federal government. And it will interest you to know that we have more than 10 associations here. And we are like certain stakeholders who are for. Anybody that acquire anything from management board is not a stakeholder. Anybody that will get anything from welfare management board is a stakeholder. And we are trying to obey all necessary laws. Like that of 250. Our boys and they are ready to contend we believe that the government will reply to those people. So I don't know what you can do, but what you do. Because you are coming today have already begun to bring all our attention down. No matter whether we push we know, good thing will come from it. Because what my people are looking at.
But by the way, this congregation converged here is at the trade fair market somewhere in of course in Lagos. So this was at the trade fair market somewhere in Lagos. Buildings being brought down for reasons of not in conformance with the regulations, and then of course because it affects shops of shops belonging to people of Peter B's store as ever, Peter Obi then goes to Lagos to try and tribalize what is essentially just everyday government administration.
At least, let federal government and the federal state and management come together and select together. And have a very simple something that we so I won't go much.
Senators Nigerian and God
will continue to lead you as you go back to your office.
former governor of the state, the president check and what of
God will be with you and give you whatever you do. We
the Lagos State so I am being 30th of September.
All of this is going on in Lagos, by the way, and you can tell, in terms of the physiological makeup of people, you can tell where people come from. There is not one face that is not that you. It's a typical like where my cosa is here now. You can't get more typically Igbo than that, or this guy with the crew cut that's still a funky man at 50. That's an unmistakable Igbo face there. So it's a whole sea of Igbo people congregated at that space in Lagos as Peter Obi leads a team of prominent Southeast politicians to assert their dominion over Lagos State.
Alright, now the plan one gonna go on. Alright, bueno. Because guy na audio de upa. Guy na audio onye mela. I
The Lagos State government
This is a
And I have to keep emphasizing, by the way, this is not some Umania clan gathered somewhere in the outskirts in the southeast. This is in the preeminence that is Lagos State, and you can see the people gathered, not a single Yoruba face in sight.
very big problem. But it's a problem that we can solve. It's a problem that is very, very easy to solve. So we are going back, we have done our fact finding, we have found out everything. everything we need to find. It is to now bring the trade fair complex management, the Lagos State government, and any other stakeholder so that they will sit on a table and then this matter will be resolved. What we can all beg you and ask you is,
And by the way, I'm not quite sure which matter should be resolved. You know that the states within Nigeria, they have a sub-autonomy. Yes, they get oversight from the federal space, but to all intents and purposes, every single state can act individually in conformance with their localized law and the federal constitution. So what promises Abaribe is making there is beyond his reach. He doesn't have oversight over Lagos State. He's not the boss of Sanwo-Olu now. He cannot stop anything that the state governor deems as developmental to that space. So I'm not even sure what Abaribe is talking about. I think it's just feeding them what they want to hear. But you can see the arrogance of ignorance going on right there. So that this state trade complex, this trade fair complex is now being demolished now. But this is only a precursor to what will happen at Alaba Market post the elections. Because I've been monitoring a lot of spaces over the last few weeks, and what I'm hearing, there's a cluster of very, very I'm trying to look up for the terminology. Very right wing. That should be the terminology. There's a cluster of a very right wing Yoruba people that brooks no tolerance for anything outside of their of their own. They brook no tolerance, absolutely no tolerance for anything outside of their own. I've been monitoring that space for the past week, 10 days now, and they're even more vociferous, more aggressive. They're only really hemming it down until 2027. But I can promise you, I'll take you to one of those places one of these days and you see what goes on there. There's a real cluster of them, and they're targeting the cleansing of Yoruba land. So that cleansing of Yoruba land now is what we're seeing taking place in Alaba Market and Peter Obi Aseva ethnic politics.
is please, let there be no violence, let there be no trouble, let nobody take laws into their hands. Why we came here is because we are lawmakers. And as lawmakers, we can view breaking the law. And what we will try to do is to ensure that every other person involved in this does also not break the law. Let us know exactly what is at stake and how it can be resolved. You can trust us that we are going to do that. So finally, before we Uroche, otu ihe unu ga-ama bụ onye ji mmadụ n'ala chịkwa onwe ya. Ọkwenụ? Kwenụ?
You know, what really rankles me, a lot of things rankle me about these people, but what really yes, so you know the people I'm talking about now, and you know where we meet them because I've seen you in those spaces as well. So that's Sheson right there. The Rono conservatives is what they call themselves. They're like an ultra group within the Yoruba paradigm. But you know what really rankles me about these sort of people? They brook nothing outside of just that. They don't care about the development of Lagos State. They don't care about progression. They don't care about anything positive. They don't even care about the national space. They only care. The only thing that jars them, the only thing that leads them to movement is ethnic politics. And it's really sad. But it is really sad, but it's also understandable. If you want to be be ethnic, but be ethnic in your own region. Don't come and be ethnic in somebody else's space.
When I woke ihe a bịara bụ ihe ndị Igbo na-akpọ ọnụbe nwanne. Anyị hụrụ ihe na-eme see what you are going through. They want to tell you, this case, is that we have come and seen again. This place is not the first place the properties of our people have been destroyed in Lagos.
Oh, all right. So this is not the first place that the property of their people have been destroyed in Lagos, but it is not only in Lagos that their property has been destroyed. Just recently, what's it called? Charles Soludo brought down a building belonging to Innocent Motors, their headquarters in their own home state. I didn't see this sort of gathering there. So which one has more preeminence? Their marquee gold standard industry, which is Innocent Motors, which is what they flash in the face of any and everybody. So that's been brought down. The headquarters being brought down in their own home state, their seminal state. Because if you want to know the heartbeat of the southeast, it's in Anambra State, and their golden fleece is that Innocent Motors. And Charles Soludo brought down the headquarters of that Innocent Motors. I didn't see Peter B going there to demonstrate and riot, but anything that goes on in Lagos, very, very quickly, it comes in with this ethnic jingle.
Destruction is going on everywhere. But we want to make it clear that everybody that is law abiding must be protected by the government of Nigeria. Yes, you are doing illegitimate businesses here, and we're entitled to protection. From what we have seen so far, this thing, from what we have seen so far, and in other places in Lagos, it has been between the Lagos state government and our people here. And we have seen what has happened again. Each one we have investigated.
You know, this is the height of irresponsibility. What this bunch of renegades. You can't describe them as prominent or eminent personalities. They are a bunch of renegades and anarchists. What these people are doing here is to whip up an ethnic fervor amongst those people. So when they whip them up into an ethnic frenzy, they walk away back to their own Abuja and the coziness of their plush life. And then these people now, having been charged up by that ethnic fervor, would then want to act on it in a manner that they will ultimately pay a price. So this is ethnic frenzy being whipped up as we see, as we watch on the screen here. Pardon me, as we watch on the screen here, my voice was a bit high pitched there, didn't it?
We have seen that there is a deliberate plan to frustrate the activity, and we will not allow that to happen. I know that I told you, I told you, I want to tell you, go to the ground. Man, this is not going to tell you. I will never ask, I was Sima. Baba, I did it with you. I got it with you. The contributions you make to the economy of Lagos, you deserve respect. You deserve respect. You are contributing to the economy of Lagos. It is easy to say go. If you go, who will be?
So there's a particular character that I want you to look out for in the course of this clip. And when you see him, then you will then see this is the affirmation of the condemnation that people have about this character. So there's a particular character, so you have to pay keen attention. He will come up within a minute or so, but there's a particular character. So of course, the gathering of Igbo people are claiming to be defending what they purport to be Southeastern interest in Lagos State. So it's a Southeastern gathering with eminent, in quotation marks, Southeastern people going there to defend everyday Southeastern people who they claim are being vested upon heavily by the government of Lagos State. So that's the setting. That's what's going on there. And you can see the characters. Look through the screen. Every single, the physiological makeup of every ethnic tone within the Nigerian space. So unmistakably, every single bank of people there is of a Southeastern stock. So that's what they're there for. But there's a particular character that I want you to look out for. He will come up eminently.
What you are doing here is very important for the survival of Lagos. We are making this economy strong, and we encourage you to continue doing your business the way you are doing it. Don't break the law. We are happy with what we have seen today. And what they told us that happened here was not correct. They said you built on top of drainage channels. No, we have seen not anyone. No. We saw IK Bank Plaza. There's no drainage channel near it. At all. It's at the center of this place. So why should somebody go and bring some building down? Magnificent edifices. So who can allow that? They are sure, like our brother said,
They won't allow that. On what authority will we not allow that? That's really where the question is. On what authority will we not allow the bringing down of buildings being built on on our canals and channels that ferry water out of Lagos State?
I know.
Now, and by the way, even if the Lagos State government is acting out of just outright ethnic prejudice, even if that was the reason, and that is not the reason, because we've seen houses brought down in Oworojoki, which is predominantly a Yoruba dominated space, and Lagos, by the way, is predominantly Yoruba dominated. So let's not sectionalize it. But we've seen houses brought down in Oworojoki for all the same reasons, that they are interfering with the natural flow of water, just to prevent flooding, etc., etc. So we've seen that. So what's the difference? What are we saying now, that the people of the southeast, they have more preeminence and more entitlement, and they class higher than the people of the southwest that live in Oworojoki? Is that the argument? Because I didn't see Peter Obi running out to the defense of um of the people of Oworojoki. And if he becomes president of Nigeria, is this the template that he will use to govern?
Yes, because I don't know. I thank our brothers actually, George and Constanzo. The song with us, so it's not the private thing. The song of the song, and the service and the So thank you very much. But of money, we are the heaven ever. Who can I come for? And then we can let us do my. Yes, then my can. Don't get to even my name. But I do you. But I can't get over that. So you see, you can't be intimidated. Do your business and stand firm. So long as you are by the side of the law, nobody can do you anything. Yes, you. Yes, you. Thank you very much. Yes, you. Yes, you. Mohammadike.
May that country burn down first before it falls into the hands of elements like this. Can you imagine? Just pause for a moment and reflect in your mind that the country falls into the hands of people like this. Let that country burn down first before it falls into the hands of people like this. Ethnic jingo, clannish, tribal to the core, very backward, very primitive. I mean, can you just imagine it?
I've got petrol of this market.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, I'm a president.
Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia. Aisha Buhari was there. She came back from what they call the lesser heart. She was wearing black. She was mourning. If you look at the pictures that were circulated,
he decided to do right. I thank you for that. Everybody of Nigeria
So right there you can spot Chinedu Rosevivo right there. I'm sure you can spot him right there in the background of it all. So that's Chinedu Rosevivo, who wants to be the Yoruba governor of Lagos State. So yes, of course, we don't understand their language, but there is Peter Obi right there telling us then that Lagos is there to be conquered in its own language with some people. So that's Peter Obi right there. But this was Peter Obi once upon a time doing exactly the same thing that is now standing Sanwo-Olu accused of.
The governor warns that any structure standing against development in the state should give way.
And this program is that we have to remove all structures from the road as long as we are constructing the road. That's why we're even leaving most of the structures on the express. Once we start the work, the structures must go.
The governor also made it clear that no compensation will be made by the state government over such demolition.
So that's Peter B right there, the rank hypocrisy of the man. Just absolute, categorical, unequivocal, if there's such a word, hypocrite. Let me play you another track and then we'll start it off properly. I couldn't wait to show you that. Let me play another track and then we'll start off properly.
I feel good when money enter my house. Don't go the kind of feeling. Give us no lack, let it give us alumanjiri kind of feeling. Ìjàlódé lórin dòwe, owó tán ní àṣà àmì wòye. Tọ́lání ò ṣàmọ̀jù kan kúkọ, wá búra tó bá láìkì kan kúkọ. Jẹ́ ń fowó gbá àwọn ọmọ tó lẹ́ran, tán ní fúrọ̀ ìkàlẹ́yìn tó ń lé wọn. Kíbíkíbi náà ń dáná alẹ́, tó bá rọmọ tó ṣan ẹjọ́ gbà fẹ́. Tó bá rí dúdú, pupa, ọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀, lẹ́pa, school daughter, tẹ̀sí. Ṣáà make sure kò lo rọ́bà tó bá rí dúdú, pupa, ọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀, lẹ́pa, school daughter, tẹ̀sí. Ṣáà make sure kò lo rọ́bà sẹ́. Ení. ẹ̀ta ẹ̀yin ọmọ oró ẹ bá mi fàjà.
So there it is right there. Any age, eta, and Yomoro. I don't know who the Omoros are, but whoever they are. Good day to you, good to be in your company. Of that, good day to you, good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. That friendly neighborhood, or you are laughing man, one man went to mode. That is me, and you are you. So here we go. So the protocol. Click on the like button, just as I invite you to do so. Do so. Click on like. Not already subscribed, please subscribe. If you want to come and join us on the screen, come in via the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will be the first line item in the comment section. Click on it, brings you into the studio. So do that. Share the links just as widely as I said, and super chat towards the stream. We don't see people super chatting anymore. We need the super chats to lubricate the stream. So that's the engine that propels everything. So do all those things. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, super chat towards the stream, all those things. Let's just get started. It's really where we just watched now. Justin Peter Obi storms Lagos Trade Fair, speaks tough on demolitions. So there it is. Very ethnic guy, very tribal guy. Peter Obi, former Anambra State Governor and 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate, on Tuesday visited the Lagos International Trade Fair complex in Ojo, where recent demolitions have left traders counting heavy losses. Obi arrived with several politicians and was greeted by a large crowd of traders and youths. The visit follows last week's demolition at the trade fair. At least 19 large buildings were pulled down, with shops, goods, and businesses worth billions of naira destroyed. So this is the signal now that this is a get out of Lagos signal. I think there's sufficient enough of it for them to have for them to have gotten down to what's been said. Following the demolition, traders staged protest, insisting their building had been duly approved by the federal government through the Trade Fair Management Board. So it is not at the purview of the federal government to approve their building, because it's not a federal space, it's a state space. So and it's not a federal project, it's a state project. Following the demolition, traders staged protests, insisting their buildings had been duly approved by the federal government through the Trade Fair Management Board. Many took to the streets with placards accusing Lagos State government of discrimination and unfair treatment. Several rights groups also condemned the exercise, describing it as unlawful and detrimental to the livelihood of countless families. So we just saw that, and here's another substance of that. So that's a bit turning up there just to whip up the ethnic fervor of that space. So that's a bit turning up there. We'll meet in 2027 and we see how all this ethnic politics plays out. We go on very quickly from that to another one. I'm not one of you again. Olubadan tells Ateko. So he's now, but he's going to anyway. I've read it already. It's going to tell him that he's no longer a participant and active combatant in politics. Therefore, Ateko should not cut his support. But we all know that the Olubadan is for Tinubu. The 44th Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Rashid Ladoja, revealed that he had withdrawn from active politics to focus on his role as a monarch. Oba Ladoja stated this when ex-Vice President Atiku Abubakar, alongside former Senate President Iyorchia Ayu, ex-governors Nasir El-Rufai, Liel Imoke, Cross River State, and prominent politicians paid him homage at his private residence in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, following his coronation. He said, "I am not one of you again. I am the Olubadan of Ibadan land. So I am for everyone now. I am not a politician anymore. Welcome to my house. Now that I am the Olubadan, I am no more interested in any other than the Olubadan. You are welcome to my house." Regarding his political journey with Atiku, he explained, "We started from the Social Democratic Party. We were exiled together We were in the People's Democratic Party together. When I wanted to create an identity, I went to the Accord Party, which became a household name here. I know you politicians have a way of coming back. All the religious leaders said the only thing the leader can do is to promote justice and fairness. I will serve my people, Ibadan people, the state, Africa, and the world at large. I will depend on your support and advice. Correspondent reports that Ladoja was officially presented to the staff and instrument of office last Friday by Governor Sheyi Makinde, who cut short his annual leave to personally attend the historical event. The event marked the grand finale of activities celebrating former Oyo State Governor Senator Rashidi Ladoja's ascension to the revered throne of Olubadan of Ibadan land. The coronation concluded a week-long celebration that featured a cultural day, a coronation lecture, a praise and worship service, and the monarch's 81st birthday, which was celebrated in grand style at Liberty Stadium. The Olubadan's ascension to the throne followed the passing of the 43rd Olubadan of Ibadan land, Oba Owolabi. We did this coronation within the last 12 months or so. This one that passed away. So they find these extremely old people to install as Olubadan of Ibadan land. I'm not quite sure, but hopefully this one lasts longer. I wish him well. But there he is right there telling Atiku to get lost. This is still, and that's Chinedu Rosvivo right there. As I said, economically destructive. Peter B condemns Lagos Trade Fair demolition. So there it is right there. There is a Yenaya Abaribe. That's Peter B right there. The one with the red hat, I'm not quite sure what his name is. I should know his name. They all blend into each other after a while. But the unmistakable torso of Chinedu Rosvivo, there he is right there, fighting the Lagosians on behalf of the Southeasterners. So there's Chinedu Rosvivo right there. Omo Eko Pataki. May Nigeria happen to me? Reno Omokri reacts to Arise TV presenter's death. So yes, I know, but I'm not quite sure if there was this Arise TV presenter that was spied by armed robbers, essentially, and that made it made a little bit of ripple in the news. I think that happened a day or two ago. Our former presidential aide Reno Omokri has weighed in the viral Nigeria happened debate following the tragic death of Arise News correspondent Sontochukwu Madugu, insisting that he would rather the country continue to happen to him. He made his remarks in a post shared on X on Tuesday. Omokri wrote, "May Nigeria happen to me and keep happening to me as long as I live." His comment comes amidst renewed conversation on social media over the popular phrase Nigeria happened, which resurfaced after Maduagu was killed during a robbery at her residence in Abuja. Omokri criticized Nigerians who use the expression in a negative context, arguing that people are quick to blame the country when misfortune occurs, but fail to credit it for positive developments. When bad things happen, enemies of this country are quick to say that Nigeria has happened to them, but they take the good that occurs to them in Nigeria personally without attributing it to our great nation, he said. He maintained that challenges exist in every country, pointing to global crime statistics to suggest his argument. Every year in America, 20,000 people are murdered. That is more than twice the murder rate in Nigeria. Have you ever heard Americans bad mouthing their country as a result of this? This is earth, not heaven, he said. Highlighting what he described as Nigeria's achievement in recent years, Omokri cited record-breaking electricity generation, declining inflation, and improvements in the economy. He also claims that Nigeria had become a net exporter of crude refined products, significantly reducing imports. Omokri further noted that the Naira retained more purchasing power than many African currencies. $100 in Nigeria will buy you more than $100 in Ghana, Cameroon, Kenya, Ethiopia, or South Africa, he said. He also argued that he also urged Nigerians to focus on the nation's progress rather than amplifying its failures. Nigeria is a great country, but it is not perfect because perfect is divine. We can choose to look at the negatives, but there are many positives happening in Nigeria that we refuse to project because we love bad news. It should be recalled that Maduagu had once commented about the phrase on social media. I pray from the depth of my heart that Nigeria never happens to me or anyone I care about, she said. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. May her soul rest in peace and all that. I actually saw that news in the cycle a couple of days ago. But there it is. As unfortunate as it is, it's not. It happens in every country, doesn't it? There's no country that crime does not happen. So quite why it is a criticism of governance that crime happens in Nigeria is unfortunate. We have to say that it is unfortunate, but crime does happen. So there it is. Actually, let me bring you the storyline of that girl. Let me bring you the storyline of that girl. Let me bring you her storyline. Here it is, right here. Armed robbers spy Arise TV broadcaster others in Abuja. I thought this thing of armed robbery had somewhat because nobody carries cash anymore. So what exactly are they going to rob? There's nobody carries money anymore. Daredevil armed robbers uh, Daredevil armed robbers spied Arise TV News TV broadcaster Christel Maduagu and others in the Katankwe area of Abuja yesterday. The tragic incident occurred in the early hours of Monday, September the 29th, and is now under investigation by the Nigeria Police Force. Although details of the incident were sketchy at press time, an eyewitness said it occurred in the block where he lives. The witness, who expressed his sadness on social media, because they call it social media in Nigeria, then you don't know quite how that sneaks subconsciously into your own speech pattern. Although details of the incident were sketchy at press time, an eyewitness said it occurred in the block where he lives. The witness, who expressed his sadness on social media, said he was the first victim to be attacked during the incident. I don't wish anyone to witness the things I saw. When I am ready, I'll share details. For now, may the souls of the departed find peace. Meanwhile, the management and staff of Arise TV have announced the untimely passing away of a lady, describing her as one of their brightest talents, who was fired during an armed robbery at a residence in Katankwe, Abuja. So they then go on to tell us about her CV. Uh, Beyond journalism, Somi was a trained lawyer who brought sharp analytical skills and a passion for justice into her reporting. Colleagues described her as a dedicated professional, a supportive teammate, and a cherished friend whose warmth left an indelible mark on all who knew her. There it is right there. It's unfortunate, but it's not unheard of. Well, it's just sad. But anyway, it's sad for her, especially, and her family. So I can't really say anything other than that. It's unfortunate, but it's not a narrative of Nigeria happening to anyone. A federal high court orders arrest of INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu outlines reasons. The federal high court in Oshogo, Oshun, okay, so it's a bit of a comical nonsense. The Federal High Court in Oshogo, Osun State has issued a directive for the arrest of the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, citing contempt and disobedience of court order. So, is this actually even worth reading? Is the question. Justice Fumilayo Demi Ajayi are presiding over the case involving the Action Alliance and INEC, ruled that Professor Yakubu and the electoral body had erred by failing to comply with a previous judgment. According to correspondence, the judgment had instructed INEC and its chairman to recognize all state chairmen elected under the Adekunle Rufai Omoaje-led National Executive Committee of the Action Alliance. So it's just a ridiculous job. I regret even bringing that forward. That's just ludicrous beyond belief. To go and arrest Mahmoud Yakubu, no be juju be that. So some random backwater judge in some godforsaken Oshogbo space. So this next one now. Nobody in the studio, by the way. If anybody wants to come in, come in. If you want the conversation, then come in. This now next one, this story continues to gain momentum of some sort. Is if not when anymore now. Kwakwanso declaring for Tinubu's re-election is if not when. Justin Kwakwansia leader Dan Fulani joins APC in Kano. So, leader of the Kwakwansia movement in Gobirawa Ward, Dala local government area of Kano State, Alhaji Amadu Dan Fulani, on Tuesday joined the All Progressive Congress APC. Gobirawa is the largest ward in Nigeria with the largest number of polling units in the country, it was learned. Alhaji Dan Fulani said he was disappointed in the Kwakwansia political movement and its leader, Senator Rabiu Musa Kwakwanso. He added that he and thousands of his followers were not happy with the anti-people's policies and programs of the new Nigeria People's Party (NNPP) that rules the state. Dan Fulani's defection ceremony was held at the Kano State APC headquarters located along Otoro Maiduguri Road. Our state chairman of the party, Abdullahi Abbas, who was represented by the APC zonal chairman. Anyway, a big fish in Kano joins the APC. So we're going from that. This is the last one now. Our court bars Pat Utomi from establishing shadow government. Do you remember that storyline? That came into the fore. Yes, we'll speak on Kano, Alex Oyema, fairly soon. So that's Peeps Forever right there, kicking off the super chat. We want to see at least 5 super chats in the course of this stream. It's not unreasonable to expect that. Thank you, Peace Forever. So we'll speak on what's going on, what happened in Kwara State soon. There's a clip on it. There are 2 clips. I can't play you one because it's too graphic. It shows a lot of bodies on the ground. But I'll show you a clip that explains why what happened in Kano happened. But before we get to all of that, let's get to this. I'll show you 2 clips actually to speak to that space. But let's go to this one first. You remember this storyline? We were discussing it just a few months ago. The silly little man. Let me actually show you part of Tommy. Once upon a time, it was Tinubu's bag carrier. Once upon a time, now Tinubu's most fervent enemy. But once upon a time, it was Tinubu's bag carrier. And I'll show you just exactly when he was carrying Tinubu's bag. you can see the unmistakable light-skinned complexion of Patu Tommy there, and dutifully carrying Tinubu's bag just right behind him as Tinubu danced away. Oh, here he is now telling us now that Tinubu is worse than Lucifer. Court bars Pat Utomi from establishing shadow government. It's not even barring him. He should have been locked up. You know, I mean, it's an act of subversion that the people elected government, and for reasons that you are not happy with the people's decision, you decide to form your own government. What is different? What's the difference between what Pat Utomi tried to do and what Simon Ipa tried to do? Court bars Pat Utomi from establishing shadow government. The Federal High Court in Abuja has barred Professor. The Federal High Court in Abuja has barred Professor of Political Economy Pat Utomi and his associates from going ahead with their plan to set up a shadow government in Nigeria, delivering judgment in a suit instituted by the Department of State Services on Monday. Justice James Omotosho held that the creation of a shadow government or cabinet is unconstitutional and alien to the country's presidential system of governance. The court order effectively restrained Utomi and his group from pursuing the initiative and upheld the argument of the DSS that Utomi's action portends danger to the peace and security of Nigeria. The judge said he had perused the country's constitution, and there is no part that supports the formation of a shadow or parallel government. Citing section 1 sub 1 and 2 of the 1999 constitution, the judge said the constitution is supreme and binding on all citizens irrespective of political divides. The Nigerian constitution makes no room for a shadow government. Therefore, any participation in any government which is unknown to law will be struck down by this court. I hereby declare the formation as void, the judge ruled. The judge also affirmed the jurisdictional power of the court to entertain the matter. The court, in dealing with the novel issues of shadow government, had invited some eminent legal experts for their professional input. Justice Omotosho had, on July the 10th, fixed today for the judgment in the DSS suit against Utomi, a professor of political economy and management expert. The judge fixed the date after DSS counsel Akinlolu Kende SAN, Utomi's lawyer Mike Ozokome SAN, and the 7 invited Emeka Career, friends of the court, made their submissions for and against the suit. So there it is right there. Just why they've not chosen to lock him up is really the wider question. So that's the presentation. Let me play you the clips that we have, and then we see if anybody turns up. So we've already played the Peter B one. So did you know that Olosho business is taxable? This is according to the Nigerian law. Olosho business is taxable even though it's illegal. And here is the person in charge of Nigerian tax telling us exactly that.
You earn a certain amount of money and you have to send upkeep to your cousin, your brother, even a stranger. It doesn't really matter. If the amount you're sending to someone is money you are giving to them for, how do I explain it? It's not because they have done something for you, right? Yeah, so it's a gift. Yeah, thank you. Like a gift. We say non-exchange transaction. You gave someone because they did something for you, then that's not taxable. It is you that should have paid tax before giving them a gift. But if the person is rendering a service, and there's this, extreme example that you probably should not even say in a church, but just to bring it home. If you're doing, if somebody is doing wrong girls, right? They go and look for men to sleep with. That's a service. They will pay tax on it. See why I did not want to use the example before. One thing about the tax law is it does not separate between whether what you're doing is legitimate or not. It doesn't even ask you. It just asks you whether you have an income. Did you get it from rendering a service or providing a good? You pay tax. So if you give upkeep to anyone, they're free. They won't pay tax on it.
So that's a dangerous territory to go into. So does the drug dealer pay tax too because he's rendering a service or selling a good? What about the armed robber? Does it pay tax too? Because if a wrong girl is paying tax, then she should feel cheated if the armed robber is not paying tax. So I'm not quite sure what nonsense that guy is saying there. Aren't nonsense. Here is Sheikh Gumi graduating his son into the Nigerian army.
Hold on, come. This one.
You know what especially delights me about that clip is the song being played. So that's a Christian Yoruba song right there. Edumare Jehovah Oba Onikuore. I think that's how it goes. But of course, Sheikh Gumi, a fervent jihadist, but he does not know, of course, what's going on in the background. So that's Sheikh Gumi right there, graduating the next coup plotter to come in the Nigerian paradigm. So we go on from that to the next one, and this next one now speaks to there's a social media influencer called Mama P. She's one of these hardened, hardcore, obedient supporter, and then she accosted then Julius Abure at the airport, at an airport somewhere, and then summarily set about trying to assault him. He, of course, had her arrested, and this is what this next clip speaks to.
You people keep making this obedient movement unattractive for reasonable Nigerians, and as it seems now, it may seem as though the greatest qualification to be called an obedient is for you to lack courtesy, for you to lack decorum, for you to be mannerless and very, very rude. Because the way some of you people act, you are not different from the thug on the streets. And if you ask me, calling you guys political thug is even or too honorable of a name to call you people, because you people are even more worse than being a political thug. Because I don't understand the meaning of what Mama P did. How can you see somebody at the airport and then the first thing that comes to your mind is for you to go and start harassing this person innocently, calling him names, calling him different kind of names? Well, I understand that it's people's family issue because both Abure and the Mama P and Peter people belong to the same family of, political mockery. However, it is very, very annoying. And the reason why I'm making this video is because of one point that she actually made, which is that whenever she sees any politician, she's going to be going around embarrassing them. I hope people are actually hearing her say it by herself, that she is going to be going around embarrassing people that did not offend her. So when people start reacting to her provocation, you people should not come to the street of social media to start this emotional blackmail. She herself has said it, that she is going to be going around, embarrassing people on the streets just because they have different political ideology from her. In calling people names that you cannot even prove. One thing is that you can never pinch people and expect them not to react. That is one thing I want you to understand. The same way you have political will, the same way you so much love your candidate, is the same way every other person loves their candidate. And when they now start reacting to your provocation, don't come to the street of social media to cry to anybody. It is so uncivil for you to feel like you can misbehave or do anyhow just because your candidate did not win an election. And for the 100th time, we say this obedience saga is a show of shame. Anyway, guys, I'll be right back.
So I couldn't have said it any better myself. The whole obedience saga is a show of shame. And we even saw Peter Obi showing the shame in Lagos just earlier on today. So now, somebody was speaking about what happened in Kwara State in the comment section. Um, so now for some, I think most of you already know anyway. So we had a Fulani bandit incident somewhere in Okeode, or yes, Okeode, somewhere in Kwara State. So we had that where about 13, 14 people were fired by these Fulani bandits. Similar to what goes on in the plateau areas, by the way. So we had that incident, but why did it happen? Is the question. So this very short clip now gives you a little bit of an insight as to exactly why that happened. Watch this.
Now are miserable. Guess what? Ewu nǹkan tán ní bẹ̀ tán ní òkúlókè yẹn òkè ọdẹ yẹn o in Kwara State. See what they have there. They have tourmaline and they have lithium. These are the major ones. They also have gold. They also have all others. But tourmaline and lithium are the most important ones, according to my findings. Guess what tourmaline is used for? Gemstone and jewelry, right? Because it has different varieties. I mean, two major varieties, black and green. But it's used for other things.
So as ever, this Fulani bandits, whatever that is going on, a lot of people feel that it's expansionism, it's land grabbing, and all of that. I'm not sure about all of that. I think it's essentially it's a grasp for resources. That's really what the because if you look at the areas, if you look at Zamfara, for instance, is very very rich in gold, and they have sacked all of that area and taken it over. If you look at the middle belt, it's very, very rich in all manners of mineral resources. So they sack these communities in order to access the mineral resources in the ground. Similar to what is going on in Okeode in Kwara State. So they are trying to sack that particular area to access then these resources that that chap was just explaining there. So there's that. So we go on from that to where are we going next? So this one is for the obedience. Watch this.
This one shock me for the
Actually, the next two will be for the obedience. Watch this. The next three will be, in fact, the next three will be for the obedience. Watch
this one
this.
shock me for the first time in history. Nigeria no owe debt. They list all the countries where they owe IMF. Nigeria no dey inside. Abi they do mistake. Wetin I know. I just say make I can't let una know say una country no owe money o, una no owe MFA. They list many country, even Ghana dey, Nigeria no dey. Did I say Nigeria don't dey better? Guys, I just say make I can't tell una this one. Una don't forget to follow, like and comment. Thank you. It shocked me.
What Tinubu is doing in Nigeria is nothing short of a miracle. Do you remember in the course of that election, he was saying they don't know the way, I know the way. That was what he said in the course of the campaigning 2023. They don't know the way, I know the way. Clearly he does. So clearly he does. But for every yin, there's every yang. Nigerians they are the biggest obstacles to development in that country. Why do I say that? Watch this. This one is coming out of Imo State.
You see, this is Orodo. You see how they cut all this is. Look at the way they cut all this. Some time ago, I made a video of this area, this Orodo district in Imbritolo. I made a video calling on the governor to make it a compulsory that any of these things that misses, the local government chairman of the town union should be held responsible. Now look at it. Look at it. Look at this one. They just cut it. They just cut this one.
So there it is right there. The governor goes and builds them a sparkling new road and the agri roads in that space. They cut down the street lights in order to go and melt it and turn it into pots and pans. So that's the going. So Nigerians, they're the greatest enemies of that country. Here is Charles Soludo. There's a particular data, there's a particular statistic that comes out of this next clip that you're about to watch now. There's a particular statistic that comes out of it that caught me off guard. See if you can spot the statistic and see if it catches you off guard. Watch this.
When the Northern Youths issued quit notice to the Igbos, I was the chairman of the Planning and Strategy Committee of Ohanes and Igbo Worldwide. We took a census of Igbos in the North. And guess what? We came to the, just some estimate of about 11.7 million Igbos in the North alone. If you have a disorderly dismemberment of this country, what a chaos for this tiny place, and so on. There are other visions for the Southeast. Why couldn't you make it a livable and prosperous homeland? Why couldn't you create new prosperity? Why do we keep blaming? So let us come together. We can turn this place to be anything we want it to become. So there are alternative viewpoints. I'd like him to be part of that conversation. And I want him, the legal process, if the courts have asked for him to be released, let him be released, hand him over. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a sit down and interrogate the different views. But a whole lot of this Simon Epa and some of this, his band of criminals.
All right. So it's not even the latter half of that I wanted to take you to. But he told us that when the Northerners issued a quit notice to the Southeasterners, this is I think that was a couple of years ago. Then they did somewhat of a poll. He was with the Ohanese then. That's Charles Soludo. He was with the Ohanese then. Then they did a poll just to gauge the numbers of Southeasterners in the North. And they came to a figure of around 11 million, in excess of 11 million. So the population of Southeasterners, the totality of Igbo people, they run about 35 to 37 million. And 11 million of them live in the North. I wonder if they did that poll in the Southwest, how many will come. So the 80%, even 85% of Southeasterners live outside of the Southeast. That's what we have to conclude. Because if 11 million approximately out of a population of and I'm just on AI now checking the population of the Southeast of Southeasterners, it gives us a figure of around about 37 million, 35 million rather. So, but let's just say for just to have a buffer, let's say 35 to 37 million. If 11 million of them are living in the North, and we know that the concentration of their exodus is to the Southwest, which is to tell you then that about 15 million or so will be living, or even more, 15 to 17 million will be living somewhere in the Southwest. You know, at least about 5-6 million of them in Lagos, at least 1 million of them in Oyo State, and spread all over the Southwest. You know, so and then the South and all the Middle Belt, etc. So you can extrapolate and conclude that out of that 35 million approximate number count of Southeasterners, a good 85% of them live outside of their natural abode. So there's that. Let's go on from that to the next one. Let's go on from that to the next one. So this one now. So they say that there's a lot of suffering in the country. So it's not a matter of this. It's not a matter of what is. It's what the government is explaining to you. Just follow the logic, and then the next clip I'm going to play you now explains it. It nails it down. So it's not a matter of what is. That's what the government is saying. It's a matter of what could have been. Do you understand? Yeah. So the situation in the country, as it stands at this moment, is not a matter of what that situation currently is, but what that situation could have been. What am I talking about? Watch this.
You just ask question, are you better than the one you had 2 years ago? And then you say, well, you say, no. For the question, the reason is that if we don't know anything, what could have happened?
And today, we are flipping the script. You know, everyone is asking, 2 years after President Tinubu's administration, is Nigerians better off today? But as FIRS boss Zaka Dedeji rightly said, the real question should be, what could have become of Nigerians if Tinubu didn't take over? So let's break it down. By the end of the last administration, Nigeria was dancing on the edge of economic collapse. The central bank's ways and means overdraft had ballooned to over 22 trillion. This money was printed to fund deficits, subsidies, and short-term survival to keep the system afloat. The government mortgaged future of oil royalties, crude we hadn't even produced yet, just to service debt and pay for fuel subsidies. It was a reckless cycle of borrowing against tomorrow, to squander on today's consumption. And by projection, by the December of 2023, the country was on track to exhaust its entire future oil-backed revenue stream. NNPC has stopped remitting funds. Subsidy payments had devoured everything. The federation account was completely dry. Nigeria was living on borrowed crude, borrowed time, and borrowed hope. A giant standing on clay feet, ready to crash. But then came in the administration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. It took the boldest decisions from day one.
Of fuel subsidy, unfortunately, the budget that had glimpsed before our assumed office, and what I've heard is that no provision is there for fuel subsidy. So fuel subsidy is gone.
He cancelled the fuel subsidy, the single biggest hole draining our nation's lifeblood. He unified the exchange rate, ending decades of multiple windows that only enriched a few elites while destroying the economy. He curtailed ways and means overdrafts, restoring fiscal discipline. And of course, he introduced transparent budgeting and tighter monetary oversight. These were not easy decisions. They were not popular decisions. They were structural surgery. Painful, yes, but they were the decisions that saved Nigeria. And today, because of those reforms, the story has changed. For the first time in years, NNPC is remitting crude revenues. In just the first quarter of 2025 alone, NNPC paid more into the federation account than the entire year of 2024. FAC allocations have hit historic heights. States and local governments are finally breathing. Salaries are being paid. Projects are being funded. And look around. Massive infrastructures are rising. Take, for example, the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, the Sokoto-Badagry Super Highway, the continuation of even the Kano-Maradi Railway. Bridges, industrial parks, power projects, things that were dreams yesterday are realities today. So whether you agree with every policy or not, the facts are clear. Nigeria was heading for a cliff. Tinubu doesn't just hit the brakes. He turned the wheel. And this is why Zach Adedeji's question is the real question. What would Nigeria look like if Tinubu had not taken over? The answer is simple. We would have been bankrupt, broken, and begging. We did be talking about fuel queues, FX black markets, and the government unable to pay salaries. But today we are talking about growth corridors, investor confidence, and the nation finally facing its truth. My name is Osigomo Ikiroda, and I am the principal and CEO of Bush Radio Academy.
All right. So we have to pause for a moment to reflect. Just where it's just as early as just over 2 years ago now, where we are coming from. Do you remember when the naira, the Nigerian currency, became a commodity? You had to buy naira. So if you needed 50,000 naira, you will have to pay 60,000 naira because there was no money in circulation. Then you have to buy it. And then you had the old and the new currency, and then they were jostling for which one constituted legal tender, and then they were printing more and more money, and then the new currency was washing off because of the poor quality of it. People were dying. Do you remember when people with perishable goods were losing stock and losing livelihood, and the Fulani marauders were marauding deep into the southeast, southwest? This was where we were coming from. Do you remember how monkeys used to swallow billions of naira? Do you remember all that? Do you remember when me and Malabuni will go and show Buhari all the gold in Zamfara, but it never got into the sense. Do you not remember when we're coming from? Do you not remember there was a time under the Buhari administration that the country was spending 110% of its income. That is to say, then we were spending more than that was coming in, which is to tell you then that they were printing money that had no value and just hemorrhaging the economy because they knew they were on the way out. They fully expected that country to collapse so that they can just walk away back to the Sahel and the Middle East. So that's where we're coming from. So it's not so much a matter of what is going on now, it's what could have happened. Imagine if Peter Obi had come in, or even Atiku. You will have all been dead by now, all of us. But there it is right there. But we go on to the next clip. Watch this.
My name is Otumba Shakusho, the convener of the alternative movement and a very strong stakeholder in the being opposition People's Democratic Party of Nigeria. You see, we must accept as Nigerian citizens that there are times in our history where we must breathe in, breathe out, and begin to look at how we can develop our nation. And one of the things that we have found to be the thing that develop other nations like Singapore, China, Indonesia, and many of the countries, including Dubai, that you have, and you all love, especially watching it on social media, is building consensus around development. And when the Honorable Minister, who in my opinion is one of the most accessible, conscientious, and easy to relate with ministers that the President have, I have very strong feelings that if he had about 3 of these, most of the misunderstandings will be gone. He's invited us to come and take a look at this project. We'll look at it on behalf of the Nigerians with a very critical eye of Nigeria. We'll say what we see, we'll query what we think should be queried, and we'll converse on your behalf. You can be rest assured. But one thing you must know, a nation at 65 must be in a hurry to get the linkage of infrastructure that can also make it resemble the countries that you all love and want to be. God bless the Federal Republic. And thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Quick one. No, we are still going.
So there it is right there. Even the opposition now, they are having to doff their hearts to the Tinubu administration. Let me play you this one. This one is coming out of America, alarming at what is going on in Nigeria. I think this really comes off the back of what happened in Oko or there earlier on in Kwara State, just barely 24 hours ago.
If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck. You are in a bubble. Not, and again, I'm not a Christian, but they are systematically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2009. They burned 18,000 churches. This is so much more. These are their Islamists, Boko Haram. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. They are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this?
Thank you. Thank you. No one will talk about it, so thank you.
Absolutely.
It's Africa. That's why no one's talking about it, and they should be. You can't read about it in mainstream media. It's sad, so thank you for bringing it up.
Well, because the Jews aren't involved. That's why. It's the Christians and the Muslims. Who cares?
So there it is right there. The government was quite quick to blast Bill. Is it Meher or what? How do you pronounce his name? The government was quite quick to clap back at that particular commentary being put forward. I'm not quite sure that is correct, actually, although there might be an argument for it, but I'm not quite sure how correct that is. But the people responsible for what that American guy was talking about are these people. Watch this.
Afọ onye Igbo ka o ji mụ dọbụrụba oru Abuja ndị eriri eri na-akpọ eze nwa mmadụ bụ onye ama ife na amara m bụ onye ama ife na n'afọ ya afọ onye Igbo me dọbụrụba ejekpọrịa police from Abuja abịa kpụrụ nwanne ya ọkwụnụ ụdị egbe fa ji ọkwụnụ ya Allah.
So there it is right there. So those are the people responsible for what's going on what Bill Mayer was, is it Maher? How do you pronounce his name? Bill Maher, whatever his name is. Those are the people responsible for that. Is that enough? Well, are you saying? Let me give you, I didn't actually bring you the headline piece, so let me bring you the headline piece. 2027 election, 6 reasons why Tinubu will be re-elected, popular Nigerian lawyer speaks. So, a popular Nigerian lawyer, Deji Adeyanju, has predicted that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be re-elected in the 2027 general elections. He outled, that should be outlaid, not outled. Who is the illiterate that wrote this? What's the name on this? Is Ezra Okanwa. So the Ezra, you need to go back to school. A popular Nigerian lawyer, Deji Adeyanju, has predicted that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be re-elected in the 2027 general elections. He outlaid, that I would say outlaid, not outlaid. He outlaid 6 key reasons why he believes the president's return is inevitable. Uh, a post he made via, that should be in a post he made via, so we already established that the writer is an illiterate. In a post he made via Facebook, uh, anyway, in a post that he in a post that he made via Facebook. That's not even grammar, but we did it like that. In a post he made via Facebook, the lawyer argued that the current political landscape strongly favors Tinubu, stressing that rigging and vote buying are not even in the equation because you cannot rig or buy votes where you are not popular. According to him, the wave of defections by state governors into the ruling party will tilt the balance of power. You know, I've often made that argument as well. I wonder if that guy actually heard me saying it and is now going to put it on the Facebook page. Um, all these state governors defecting to APC. So you have to assume then that the state governor won whichever state elections for reasons of their popularity in that state, and they will control all the instruments of structure within that state. So all of the structures of that state now come to serve to the election. And I think I'm not quite sure how many states the PDP has left, but a good number. Was it not Chris Mba or something? Who was the governor? Is it Abia State or whichever state crossed over just a couple of days ago? So all of those structures will come into play in 2027. This is what the Jaden is saying now. But let's take it from the top again and then we go at speed. A popular Nigerian lawyer, Deji Adeyanju, has predicted that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be re-elected in the 2027 general election. He outlaid 6 key reasons why he believes the president's return is inevitable. In a post he made via Facebook, the lawyer argued that the current political landscape strongly favors Tinubu, stressing that rigging and vote buying are not even in the equation because you cannot rig or buy votes where you are not popular. So I've often always thought that as well. For all of the 4 lines of the Nigerian politics, that somebody rigged or somebody didn't rig, it is very rare. I think it was only the Awolowo election when they gave it to Shagari, that you will see that the election did not reflect the popular will of the people. When Obasanjo won, that represented the popular will of the people. It wasn't the popular will of the Yoruba people because they wanted Olufalaye. But you have to look at the totality of the country. The popular will of the people then was Obasanjo. Dito Yadua. Who ran against Yadua even? I can't even recall. That's just to show you that Dito Yadua, Dito even Goodluck Jonathan, when he defeated Buhari, so that broadly represented the will of the people. So now, when Buhari took over 2015, by my own personal reckoning, he wasn't the popular will of the people. But really, if you look at the north, and then you add on what Tinubu added to Buhari, then you could say that that reflects the popular will of the people. And the 2023 elections is the biggest yet most accurate reflection of the will of the people ever. And if you look at how that election played out, technology was brought into bear, and that reflected in the voting numbers. And then the dynamism of the voting as well. Peter Obi got Lagos State, he got Abuja, Tinubu got Northern States, Atiku Abubakar got Osun State. So that is to tell you then that the will of the people was at play. And then when you condense all of that and it emerges a winner, that's probably the freest, most accurate will of the people elections that we've ever had, the 2015 elections. So broadly, often instances, whoever emerges as the Nigerian president represents the popular will of the people. 2027 election, 6 reasons why Tinubu will be re-elected, popular Nigerian lawyer speaks. A popular Nigerian lawyer, the Guardian, also has predicted that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will be re-elected in the 2027 general elections. He outlaid 6 key reasons why he believes the president's return is inevitable. In a post made via his Facebook page, the lawyer argued that the current political landscape strongly favors Tinubu, stressing that rigging and vote buying are not even in the equation because you cannot rig or vote buy where you are not popular. According to him, the wave of defections by state governors into the ruling party will tilt the balance of power. He added that Nigeria's political opposition remains disorganized and lacks the structure to challenge the incumbent effectively. The lawyer further claimed that the desperation of former Vice President Atiku Abubakar and former Anambra State Governor Peter Obi to contest again will work in Tinubu's favor. Zoning and northern strategy. He pointed out that the principle of zoning and rotational presidency will favor Tinubu in 2027. He argued that many northern politicians are already looking towards 2031 and would not want Atiku to win. Confident in Tinubu's popularity, reiterating his confidence, the lawyer concluded that President Tinubu's grassroots support remains strong. With the defection, the weak opposition, zoning, and the northern calculation, Tinubu is set for re-election. The political map speaks for itself. He declares Tinubu will win second term because of massive defection of governors, lack of opposition in the country, Atiku and Obi desperation to contest, lack of formidable coalition like in 2014, zoning slash rotational presidency, and finally, northern politicians want, etc. I think Israel said that uh, as the opposition rally under the African Democratic Congress ADC banner for 2027, analysts warned that Peter Obi faces several pitfalls by tying his fortune to the new coalition. Since the ADC was unveiled in July as the coalition platform for challenging President Tinubu, Obi has remained in the Labour Party whilst attending ADC meetings. However, critics note this alliance could alienate its supporters, stir internal party conflict, and so voter confusion. Some of the reasons are Obi built his profile on an outsider obedient movement, and some worry his base may feel betrayed by an alliance with veteran politicians. Obi's flirtation with the ADC coalition has already sparked warnings within the Labour Party. Some factions insist members cannot maintain dual loyalties. Labour Party spokesman Umar Ibrahim declared that the party would not accept half in, half out affiliations, warning Obi's camp that failing to return fully to Labour could lead to disqualification from the party's presidential primary. Uh, Umahi declared support for Tinubu. Correspondents reported that Minister of Works Dave Umahi has declared that the Southeast will rally behind President Tinubu in 2027 presidential election, dismissing the influence of Peter Obi-led obedience movement in the region. He said Ebonyi State, in particular, has moved beyond the political wave that dominated the 2023 polls. Umahi made the statement on Saturday at the New Yam Festival in his locality. So there's that. So those are the reasons being adduced by Adeji Adeyanju as to why Tinubu will win in 2027. And if Tinubu does win in 2027, then if Tinubu does win in 2027, then you will get more of this.
Smelling nice, tobacco Rabani. Omo, what's in my Yorubani? Why see that Omo Alaji? Where did I be calling Omo woman? When me Chagaban, Chagaban, They thought I was a foreigner. I'm a Bay Yorubani. I'm waving out these sessions like a Danny. Understand that trying to got me, cause anybody feel it got me, huh? Working and I'm waiting on that big spit. And he telling mother job, I learned big spit. And them boys steady waiting on that big spit. And I do it nice, so my nigga, I know you mistake. Yeah, I be that new school Chagaban. Show me another younger going hard to dance. I'm the type of boy to go and knock a gama dama. Make your daughter want to run away with Chagakata, man. This is real life, homie, this is real life. When I'm there, just put me on. You know what I feel like? I love, but this one don't be highlight. Pussy nigga, I be taking all of your nightlife.
Only water. Water. Only water. Where they see ma. Water. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Niruwa Gweshemi death have nothing to do with us. Joining us, General Thomas Lester, Thomas right there. We've got Tony in the house. Always a delight when Tony is here. Cleverest woman on the planet, of course, is Vita, and then Ego joins us as well. That would be Charlie Boy, I suspect. So that's Charlie Boy right there. So good to have you, lady and gentlemen. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to jump on. We started off, kick it off with Tony, who I think came in first. Tony, how far? You never sleep?
Okay, hello, sir. Good evening, everybody. Yeah, no, I just wake up now. So they play this last music. I can wake up. So I did. How about the weather is getting better? It's getting cooler, and then I'm very happy.
You like the cold weather, do you?
Yeah, now because I've been done that finish. Man, I love this. I love the cool weather. It's better. Because there's an alternative all the time. You can be able to wear whatever But when it's hot, it just
Is
kind
that
of
why you like it? For, is that why you like it for the fashion?
no, you remember that I'm used to it. Remember that I went to my training in Scotland, Ireland, I know this Bay of Biscay. You remember that I did all this helicopter engineering program too. Back then. So I spent 2 years also in Scotland, Ireland, all those kind of area there. Those Falkland, it's a Falkland, Shetland, Ireland, all those places, Inverness. So I'm used to those kind of cold. All those Killybegs, they know to Bay of Biscay, we used to train all around there, So, anyway, that was my base, I love cool weather too much. It's the best.
All right, brilliant. So, what are you looking at in the politics?
Yeah. We need, we really have to, or we need to give this girl, probably, some 30 seconds of, or, minutes of silence. I don't know what you call it. But anyway, I'm sorry that this girl have to just
you mean the Arise TV girl, lady?
Oh yeah, so sad, because my nephew also just was caught to bar. She just 23 years old, my nephew, and then she just caught to the bar, and even you know that Nigeria watch daughter too. She just graduated also as a lawyer. So from England there, so that this is our future, and then they just wasted away like that, and then they now say the arm robbery. What kind of arm robbery will come to the kind of
Tony, how are you? Yeah, good evening. How are you? One man, please.
Hey, my brother, how far now? Hey, down order.
I did, my brother. I did, my brother. Yes.
Yes,
One man. Do we really ascertain what happened to the lady? Why do I say that? Let me finish, please. Yeah. One man, are you hearing me?
Yes, we all can. Carry on.
Yeah. What the news that aired is they robbed the building. The lady herself jumped out of the window.
No. That jumping. No, hold on. Don't go there. Don't go there.
Finish?
Okay.
Can I finish, please?
All right, sir.
Just learn how to listen.
Okay, sir.
Please. Yeah. So the news I heard, we can't even ascertain what really happened. She was robbed. We know that, but the cause of the death hasn't been ascertained. The news I heard from the news rolling on the internet that the lady jumped out of the window and they rushed her to the hospital. Hospital couldn't salvage her. So that is what I heard. I don't think it's the arm robber that really deleted the lady. That's what I heard. So
not
that's what
arm
I'm
robber.
asking you. Do you
not
have
arm
any
robber.
details? Yeah. Do you have any details
Can I give you
the cause of the death?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm closer to home. We are here. We saw from the mainstream media and then whatever, Let me tell you something, sir. So what happened is that, 2 weeks ago, a similar incident happened, that the Fulani people, they came to, kidnap some girls and some with the senior sisters and, they just robbed, some apartments in the street of Abuja. They said it was a poor man zone, like all those kind of normal. So, but this particular, then they took them into the bush, and then they stabbed this girl, and then when the girl was shouting, they couldn't take them deep into the forest, so they released them. So after, so this one they went to the police also. The police came and then they took them to hospital, and then the police didn't want to settle them. They wanted to pay some money, So then today now, this recent one is very sad. I'm just happy that it wasn't the Zimbabwean girl or the South African girl that is working there in Nigeria, because we used to have a one girl there. We have some people working for this Arise TV. It's a very powerful TV outlet in Nigeria. It is the only one in Nigeria. So I was just, because the name was a little bit funny for me. They say Madu Nagu. I said, I hope that it's not that Zimbabwe girl, but it was this our Igbo sister. What happened is that that particular block is containing about 31 flats. You know what I'm saying? A very big house, and then it said it's a big man quarters, not before a poor man place. So then the people, they came there, some invaders, they came and then they were knocking door to door, break into the house, into the block, then a flat apartment to apartment, from apartment to apartment. And they did, for they called the police. There's a security guard downstairs at the entrance. The security they call the police. Police didn't come. You know what I'm saying? This is so terrible. So they went in and this security they had to run away. So then they called the police. They went to the police station. No signal of a response or whatever, like I usually see here. Then so after they done their worst, then they managed to take this guy to the hospital. And many of them, like that, they went to the hospital. The doctors of the hospital refused to attend to them because they said that they want to identify them because there's a law in the Niger area, Royal Niger Company, that say that when an injured person comes to the hospital, they should attend to them until they identify them. They want to, this kind of system. So, and then as a result now, so that gets your dead like that. So there's a problem. Now, all those big people, they announce that, oh, let us adjust the law so that they can. I mean, look, what a country, my brother, one man, that somebody that is in need of emergency, I mean, attendance, and then first of all, there is no ambulance. The police number is going, but the police refuse to turn up, and then they are robbing 31 flats, a block containing 31 flats. So, and then
all right, hold on, hold on, Tony. Let him feel some facts to your favor. Let me just read this quickly, and then you can come back. It's not at one flat. It's not anything like. I think it may well be closer to what Thomas was saying. It says, how police negligence after Abuja robbery led to the death of a Rice TV anchor. This is a family friend that's come out to speak. It says that new details have emerged on the tragic death of Som Tochukwu, the Arise TV news anchor, reporter, and producer who died during an armed robbery at her residence at Katankwe, Abuja, on September the 29th, 2025. While initial reports suggested that the 29-year-old broadcaster was directly attacked by armed robbers, an update by a family friend who knew the reporter's mother paints a different picture. According to Nwachukwu, armed robbers stormed the 6-flat apartment. So it's 6 flats, not 36 or whatever it is to say. According to Nwachukwu, armed robbers stormed the 6-flat apartment complex where Som Tochukwu, popularly known as Somi, lived, moving from one apartment to another, disposing residents of their belongings. Although the police were reportedly alerted, they failed to show up. Terrified by the commotion coming from adjoining flats, Somi attempted to escape from the robbers. Before the robbers reached her apartment, she jumped out of her window, sustaining severe injuries from the fall. Nwachukwu revealed that when the police eventually arrived minutes later, Somi was still alive. Nwachukwu said Somi lived in a flat of in a block of 6 flats in the FCT suburb of Katampe. Initial reports said she was attacked and killed during an armed robbery operation. This wasn't the case. Nwachukwu, narrating what happened, Nwachukwu said the armed robbers came to her apartment complex. They went from one flat to another, robbing the occupants. The police were called, but they did not show. The commotion that trailed the robberies, which she heard from her flat, caused fear to grip Somi. So, before the robbers made it to her own apartment, she jumped out through the window. A few minutes after she hit the ground and hurt herself pretty bad, the police finally arrived. Somi was still alive when they did. Nwachukwu said eyewitnesses said Somi begged the police profusely to take her to the hospital for immediate medical treatment. But the police, said they had no fuel in their vehicle with which to do so. So Somi managed to put a call through to her mother's best friend, who lives close to her in Abuja. Before the woman could get to her, she had turned cold, gone, dead. Nwachukwu wrote. So I think it's along the lines of what Thomas said. She actually jumped out of a building. Tony.
Thank you, one man.
Yeah, no,
Thank you.
I think let us forget about what I said or what Thomas said. Let's go by your own. Huh? Yours is very close to mine. You know, the only thing is that I didn't know that she jumped out of the window, tried to escape from the robbery. But at the end of the day, you can see that police, what I said is that police called. So they called the police. Police didn't show up. Can you just imagine that situation, first of all? Where are the ambulances? Where are the whatever, in that country? I don't give a damn because it's happening in Abuja, which I don't give a damn about it. I'll be advising our people to move back to the south. All these are Bini, Yoruba, Igbo. Go back to the south and live there. Go to Lagos, live there. Even though they are telling you must move, you are not a Yoruba, move, but nobody will touch you. That you have a sense of belonging in the south. I don't know what they are doing there. The other 2 weeks ago, the other one also was a southern girl. She was even speaking Igbo, So I don't know what our people are doing there. That city does not belong to us. You know what I'm saying? So we should know that that city was created to entice like a rat trap. Rat trap. They will put one rat trap, you put one banger, and rat will come and then they will take your head. That is what Abuja means, is to the southerners. It was created. You can see that today now, the southern people now, they will not steal our money. They will not provide a basic amenity for people of the south. They will go building their Abuja. Look at Emefiele, having 700 duplexes or even chalets in a foreign country, which is not Nigeria, a future not Nigeria country. This is why I don't usually sympathize with any southerner that is being attacked in Abuja, because that place was built to entice. Everything is just. That's why I love Tinubu too much. I learned that Tinubu usually spent his weekends, in Ikoyi. You know what I'm saying? So that's, people always say, that, oh, Tony, you always say Tinubu. I say yes, because I know Tinubu, I know his trajectory, I know where he's taking us to. He's not there to give us any economic benefit, but at least is indirectly addressing the fundamentals. You know what I'm saying? All those quota system, all those kind of system, all those kind of line that the federal capital territory have to be at the center of a country, which is there's no other country in the world that is having such a capital city, be located in their centers. Any center, even USA, that was having New York City as a capital, after moving into Washington, D.C., they see most of the federal government institutions there, like New York Stock Exchange, like Central Bank, and all those countries. Frankfurt, the same thing. Melbourne, the same thing with Sydney. All these places, Berlin, with Frankfurt. But our place, they fooled us, they fool us. And the other time, we were talking about state police here. I was not in the show. I was into how Hassan came to dribble all our people here. Including all the Baba and the waiter. Look at how he dribbled them. He flattened all of them. You know what I'm saying? Because they couldn't even, give him the sense of why would you have police, state police? That guy was here. One man was not there. Then he flooded other people. Like those floodlights at the stadium. I said, my friend, we are not the same country. It's two countries. We must accept that reality, otherwise they will perish us. And now, let me go to the next one now. I'm not very happy, woman, that you are joining all these people that are causing trouble in Lagos. No matter what, Igbo people are not threat to us. You know what I'm saying? They are doing this. I know the provocation they are always doing right now. They're provocating the Edo and the Yorubas, but it no matter. They are say our brothers. We are say Southern Nigerians together. So the bigger threat is the Northerners versus us. And at the moment we start fighting each other, the Northerners will come and crush us all together. So that's why you should tolerate a little bit, okay? I beg you on behalf of the Igbo people, please don't be angry, like the way we do. And so what I would love to see happening in Lagos is that by changing the name of Murtala Mohammed Airport to Lagos International Airport or Eko International Airport, and then all this, instead of Ozuba that way, to be taking Ozuba away, take Tafawa Balewa Square out, take all those Amadou Bello road out. Go to Benin, take all those Amadu Bello way out, all those Ramat Park or whatever you call them. I'm very glad that we don't have all these kind of strange names in Ibadan, my city, my capital city. You know what I'm saying? I'm very happy for that. So please be, just be, try to be, cool it down, calm down, sir. Please don't forget about Obi, and then forget about that Mama P. She's also from the city, Eastern girl. What she did with Abure, that woman, a stupid woman. You don't see her, it's just to do like Aisha Yusufu from Kano that is based in Benin. You see all of them when they want to cause trouble, like Natasha, they want to cause trouble, they will go and use this their useless Boko Haram dress to be threatening us. Then when they want to rain abuse at our leaders or whoever, then they will go and wear those their dirty Islamic clothes on. That is the current. What is trendy right now in Nigeria. If you want to be assertive, if you want to be useless woman, you have to be dressing like a Boko Haram or like Irana, like a Pakistani, like all those crazy mad people like Saudi Arabians. Then that's why we don't want all this food in our place. What are they doing? They want to be sympathetic with them. So they haven't realized that the power is already being taken away from the Northerners. That's my problem.
You're breaking quite heavily. You're breaking quite heavily.
Oh man, that is crazy because I'm using my mobile something there, and then that means I'm having problem with my network. But okay, then let me repeat what I just said. Can you hear me now? Let me change position. Can you hear me now?
All of it. Don't repeat all of it. Just condense it into a short.
Okay. So where that breakage came in, so let me just repeat that, please, and then I will be very happy. Like I said that I want to condemn, so I said, please, sir, that I condemn with provocations by the Southeasterners coming to us illegal to or Benin or whatever, try to claim land or lay claim to. I said, but at the end of the day, we should let them feel at home. They are our brothers and sisters. We should rather take all those streets instead of taking Igbo names out of Lagos, take Hausa names out of Lagos. You know what I'm saying? Take Hausa names.
Are you there? Can anybody hear him? Can you hear him? I can hear him.
He's breaking heavily.
Yes, Tony, you are breaking too heavily. Okay. People can hear you.
It's pity. But anyway, thank you very much. Then,
all right.
Let me.
All right.
I will come out and come back. Or is it all right now?
It's slightly better, but if you want to dip out and dip back.
Okay, let me get out and then I will come back in.
All right, brilliant. We look forward to that. So that's Tony, of course, who has not changed his position on the politics at all. We go on from Tony. Actually, we come to you, Kenny. I know Zita is waiting, and I know Thomas there as well. But let's come to you, Kenny. So Kenny joins us. Kenny has been making big waves on TikTok, by the way. If anybody wants to hear Kenny in the fullness of him, go to TikTok. I think it goes under the name Kenny Mighty on TikTok. So here's Kenny now, one of the big shots of TikTok. So Kenny, we're talking about this rice lady that unfortunately met her demise. So they are trying to leverage that as a criticism of governance, but are not yet aware of any country that crime doesn't take place. Peter Obi going to Lagos State to attack Sanwo-Olu for reasons of demolishing buildings built on canal and all that. And then what else were we looking at? Brenda Omokri clapping back at him. One of the big shots of the Kwakwansia movement in Kano State joins the APC, which is signaling then the slow move of Kwakwanso back to the APC. And then the court bars Patu Tomi from establishing a shadow government. But I thought that they should have gone a step further and just arrested him and put him in prison. So whichever tickles you there, Kenny.
Thank you very much, good woman. Good morning, everybody. Woman and the rest of the panelists. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, I've been listening. Before I say anything, I just want to say this to Tony if he's listening to me. Okay, if you think Yoruba people Fitimas in the Igbo, or the
Sorry,
North.
sorry, Kenny. Can your voice go up a little bit more?
Okay,
Just,
okay. Is it okay now? Is it okay
yeah,
now?
yeah, that's much better. Carry on.
Okay, because in the middle of the night, I don't want to wake my wife up and all
I,
that.
I, I know people sleeping around you. We get that a lot.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
carry on.
So Tony, if Yoruba are not accommodating enough, you can actually ask the Igbo to come to your state. In other states, you can accommodate them, give them space in your own space. You understand? So you have no right to complain of whatever we do in Lagos State. Okay? So we say no to protest. We say no to Igbo protest. So the reason why we are reacting to what they are doing in Lagos State is because of what they are doing at the moment, and we're tired of it. We have enough of their shenanigan. You know what I mean? So Tony, if you think we're not doing the right thing, you can as well tell your governor to give them space in other states. I mean, you are very, very welcome. That's on the side. One man, I don't know whether you heard the story before I say anything about what you're talking about Kwara State. You know what I mean? A lot of things is
Yeah,
going on there.
yes, that's on the menu as well.
Okay.
I couldn't play the clip because it was too graphic, but somebody came out and actually told us that this is. Let me play you this little clip which speaks to that space. This is what they think they are after.
Now, I'm miserable. Guess what? Ewu nǹkan tán ní bẹ̀ tán ní òkè yẹn òkè ọdẹ yẹn o in Kwara State. See what they have there. They have tourmaline and they have lithium. These are the major ones. They also have gold. They also have all others. But tourmaline and lithium are the most important ones, according to my findings. Guess what tourmaline is used for? Gemstone and jewelry, right? Because it has different varieties. I mean, two major varieties, black and green. But it's used for other things.
So in cotton flip one here, but back to you.
Yeah, woman, I didn't hear a single word of that. I didn't hear a single thing. But I think uh, whatever they're looking for, you understand, because there's so many stories going on in that Kwara state. And number one, the video that you play, that the man said that they buy 18, they demolish 18 Christian churches and all that. That's not true. You know what I mean? So if you look at that area, right, most of the Yoruba villages, they're all Muslims. I have not, you know what I mean? They are all Muslims. You can hardly see Christian in that area, part of the Kwara state. You understand? So the story that man was telling is actually false. So we just have to debunk it. They've not demolished any 18 churches. I'm a Christian, you know what I mean? So I don't have any dog in the fight to defend any Muslim or any Boko Haram, but we just have to say the truth to ourselves, you know? So whatever they're looking for, the state governor and the federal government they need to tighten their belt because this is getting closer and closer. If they invade those Ekiti Kwara states, because we have a village called Ekiti in that area, all this Jagbo and all those villages, you know, is coming closer. Before I know it, you get to Oshobo, it's in southwest. So this time we have to wake up. We can't just keep quiet and say, oh, it's not. Kwara state is actually Yoruba land, whether we like it or not. You know what I mean? They might cut it to the part of the north, but those people are Yoruba speaking people. There's a village called Ijagba. Actually, my brother is there right now. He's the one telling me what is going on. They pie the head of the security man in there, and what they're saying is the armed forces they are part of it because they said they saw two helicopter dropping these people and pie their own indigenous security. And before they pine them, they collect their weapon and they pay them. Whatever they're looking for, you know what I mean? Actually, you need to wake up. I have to say this. The state government, state government needs to wake up. We can't allow this to infiltrate our state. Because right now, all we are saying is, oh, Southwest is the most peaceful area, in the country. Now, they're already in the Southwest because, personally to me, I see Kwara State as part of Southwest. Because most of these villages, they have their obas, apart from the Ilorin. Ilorin is the only area which they have the emir. But the rest of it, Surrounding that Ilorin state are Yoruba people, pure Yoruba people. So that's what I want to say. That's what I want to say on that. Listen, Woma, can you hear me?
No, no, we all can. I should actually have made that the headline piece because we hear this a lot in the Benue Plateau area, and we sympathize, but we think they are. But like I said, Ilorin is the first foot into Yoruba land, and for
Yes.
them to be able to do that, just and nothing will happen. It's just we've danced this way, this dance before. Now we've seen this rodeo before. They will do it. And then the president will come out. I think Tinubu is actually making a speech tomorrow, isn't he? So we'll see if
Yeah,
he
I think so.
addresses that. So enough is enough now. It's just so many fronts. That country actually is quite a mystery. Just enemies everywhere. Everybody just wants to override everybody else. It's just unbelievable. Yeah,
Woman.
I will send you a clip actually. I couldn't play it here.
Okay.
But there was one woman, the cry, it will cut through you.
Yes,
She
I
was,
saw
she
that
was
video.
oh, you saw her with
Yeah.
bodies around her that they've savaged her husband,
Husband, yes.
her in-law,
Mm.
everybody just ravaged. Why is the
Do you
question?
know what
Why?
made it, Woman, do you know what makes it scary to me? Because all this while, when they say the bandits, for the fact that the helicopter, two helicopter is involved in this, that's what makes it scary. Because how can helicopter,
But how true is that though? Is the question.
people are saying it,
Do you believe that
yes,
helicopters will be dropping bandits to come and?
this it might not be boundary. It might be one of those this thing. Who knows? My cousin, he actually was on this platform before. He went there to. I mean, he's doing his marriage this weekend. He married somebody from Ijagba, a village called Ijagba in Lorry State, in Iloni there. He's there right now in hotel. He told me he saw that thing by himself. He had to leave that village yesterday. So I'm telling you the witness this thing. My own cousin, Akwale Lawansin, he was on this platform before. You know what I mean? He used to live in America. He went back to Nigeria. I mean, a month ago to go and marry his third wife or something like that. You know. So that's why. Okay, if let's say even it's not even this thing, are we going to say our air force? I mean, they can't locate whoever that's flying the helicopter to drop whoever they're dropping, and they said these people they collect their weapon before they kill them. You understand? So in so many accounts, go online is all there. Those people from that village that says the same thing. I'm not saying this to scare people up or to lament about the government, but if something is wrong, I have to say. I can't say because I'm actually a supporter or I believe in the capacity, and I will see something going on like that, especially coming to my own territory. I have to speak out. I just have to speak out. We can't continue keeping quiet. We have to call it out. He need to do something about it before it's too late. Because if they enter the southwest, that's it. We are finished. You know what I mean? And all this is because of politics. I can guarantee you that. It's not because of I don't think they have any national resources in Kwara State that they want to say they want to go and start because of that they want to collect their land. No, I don't think so. You understand? And I don't think it's because of religion. No, all this because of politics. That's what I can figure out.
But
That's all.
if they are saying helicopters are dropping them, then that is to say that the Nigerian security forces are in cahoots with these people. And there's an argument to suggest that that is the case because it's a heavily Fulani sort of security structure that we have. It's heavily northern. A lot of the army spaces, all of this security something they are all northerners.
Kenny, can I say
Yeah,
something, please? Yeah,
yeah,
one
please, yeah,
man.
yeah.
How are you, my brother? How are you
I'm,
doing?
I'm
Yeah,
all right, thank you.
if truly what you said and your cousin said is true, one man, helicopter can't just fly without you understand what I mean? You can't just fly a helicopter in the space of Nigeria, not knowing who is flying it, where they are flying it to. who is in the helicopter. Everything is radar. They know if you fly. They know what who belongs, what helicopter belongs to. Maybe it's private helicopter. Maybe it's Air Force helicopter. Maybe it's So if truly, Kenny, to be honest with you, I don't believe what you said. To me,
Okay, yeah,
it doesn't
okay,
make.
okay.
Let me land. Let me land.
Okay,
Hold on, please.
yeah.
Let me land. I don't believe what you said. That
Okay.
helicopter is dropping bandits. You know, so there are so many fake news in that country that you need to be very extraordinary careful. I just debunked some things now that Tony said. That the lady was this, that was the
Sorry, Thomas. Sorry, Thomas,
Yeah.
but it's telling you that his own family phoned him and said he saw it with his own eyes.
I'm very sorry. I don't say you are lying, my brother.
Thomas, let me tell you this. Thomas, let me tell
It's
you
very
this.
difficult to believe.
Someone,
Very
let me tell you
difficult to
this. You
believe.
see, okay, hold on, sir. Hold on, sir. I'm not asking anyone to believe me, but let me say this: go online, YouTube, Facebook, any online you want to type Ijagba conflict. You understand? You will see thousands of videos online saying the same thing. I'm telling you my own cousin, Akinwale Abibola Lawansi. I'm actually mentioning his name. Okay, he's a politician too. He's there to marry his wife. He married from that Ijagba village. You understand? I was there last year
If
myself.
that is true, that means we are in trouble then.
You know what I mean? So,
That is
and
true.
what did he say? I didn't say I didn't say they dropping bandits. I said I don't know whoever they are dropping, but what they told me was they collected the weapon from the local vigilante before they find them, and the people actually blocking the soldier not to go in there into that village anymore because they don't believe them. They believe they are cahoots with those people. Go online, type Ijagba. Ijagba is IJAGBA, Ijagba in Kwara State. I'll just give you the name of the village. Yeah, everything you need to know. I mean, you find it there. There are so many videos. People are actually living the village with buses. It's not about cook story. People are living the village with the buses. Both men and women, they are living the village, and the boys in that village they have to barricade their own entrance. The major road that no bus or no vehicle will enter that village anymore. Even including army vehicle, they block it. Go online and look for it. It's there. So I have nothing to gain in this. I'm in support of Ashwaju. I'm proud of where I come from, but my fear is I don't want my home region to be like like others. That's my concern. And whether we like it or not, like I said, yeah, Kwara State is Yoruba land. It's all because of politics that they cut them with the north. These people speak Yoruba. They have Oba in that place. There's a place called Ekiti in Kwara State. You understand? So we cannot say is the not. No, is the not on the paper, but reality they are part of us. Okay, and that's it. You know what I mean? So me, I don't come here often. I don't mean I don't. There's nothing for me to lie. You understand? But you can fact check me. Most people that listen to us, you can go there and fact check me. Go on Facebook, go on YouTube, right? Go on TikTok, go on whatever maybe a platform you want to listen to. Go and see the video there. It's all there. Ijagba. It's not just if they mention the name of their this thing of their head of vigilante that they pay. That every strong person in that village they keep buying them. The latest one that they buy yesterday, they mentioned his name is there. Go on, go. This is not just my cousin is there. He has to leave the village. you know, So I mean, what's going on is so painful. All because of
It's
politics.
quite a thing, but these things have been going on for too long. That's just the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, and there are no indications that they are able to grapple with it in any way. We're not seeing any real signs that they are either tackling it or even showing a willingness to tackle it or even know how to tackle it.
So the thing is that, as I said last day, hello, can you people hear me?
We can hear you. Good of you, Zita.
How are they?
We can't wait.
Can I come in?
Yeah, come in, please.
Yeah.
As I said 2 days ago, you cannot no government can handle a security concern that is being incubated by the people you believe as the government is being affected. I don't know how to phrase it. I think I used a better word last week, the last time we talked about this thing. If you are a government of a town and then of a country, and then there is a security concern in a city, and the people in that city are the one, I don't want to use abetting the security concern. It's actually very difficult for that government to do something. Extremely difficult. I don't care even if you talk about the United States, they can't. There will be a lot of casualties. If the government actually want to enforce it in full force, using their ultimate power, it's going to be bloody. I told you people a story of the general in somewhere in Plateau, a town, I've forgotten the name of the town, between Plateau and Niger State in those days. The man was spied and put in his car, in his Corolla. I still remember the color of the car. They pushed him into the river. When the military were searching the whole villages.
Sorry, Zeta. You are saying to resolve it will be bloody, and I think it is going to be bloody, and I think that's because I think these people are actually pushing for a fight. They feel they are ready and they want to have that final fight.
Let me tell you.
Maybe rather than us dying in peace, maybe we should just let's just have it out with these people once and for all.
One man, let me tell you something. It's these same people that are calling for the government of Nigeria to watch the insecurity will still be the same people that will come out and cry that innocent Nigerians are being killed. That's why I told you, you remember when Buhari was bombing Northeast? She was Northeast there. Him and Boko Haram was fighting. He made a comment. Because I listen to people a lot. I might be playing, I might be cooking, I might be doing, but my ears, I'm listening to what you're saying. The guy said that if you are living in a place where there is Boko Haram and you are very okay living with them, staying with them, then you are Boko Haram. There is nothing innocent about it. He said it like a sentence, but to me, who have military family, that thing goes deeper than that ordinary statement. He knows what he's talking about. Just as I said. Indirectly, technically, what he's telling you is that these people are these people, and these people are these people. So he's gonna bomb the hell out of them. Because woman, let me tell you, sorry, when I say woman, is what people call in English language subject to ubiquity. It's not actually you. Let me tell you something. The moment there is security concern in a place, the first people that leave that place is number one, the people who know nothing about that security concern. They don't have the details. They will be the first to be so alarmed. They relocate. The second set are people who are supporting, but when they support to an extent, they find out that the thing is eating deep, is getting more than what they thought it would be. They run away. I tell you something, woman. You see those people who are still there. They are them and they are there. Because life is so precious. Nobody wants to die for what he doesn't know anything about. So when a security situation comes, All these stories of where we they run to, where we they go to. There's one thing, one adage in Igbo that says, you can never get tired of running for your life. It's an adage in Igbo. That's why when there is security concern, you will see a cripple that cannot walk. You know that he's a cripple, he cannot walk. That spirit of survival will jack him up. After that, he can still go back to his cripple. That's how bad. And what I say, that's how good and how sweet life is. But for you to see communities in Nigeria, in all these places, running around, doing the woman, listen to me. Let me be honest. It's much, much deeper than what we are discussing here. I can assure you, it's far, far deeper than what you people are talking. I even heard that one community, one king arrested people for, was he said they were the fought Boko Haram or the fought the militant. One ridiculous story I read this afternoon, yesterday afternoon, that the community king or leader or Oba or whatever arrested people for being on the other side of the aisle. So
yeah, go on, land that point and then we get back to Kenny. Land that point. Sorry, is this
let him continue.
Yes, back to you, Kenny. Well, we'll come back to you fairly shortly. The only four was
Thank you, woman. I wanted to show you a video, but I don't know how to flick my camera to show you, and I can't share on this thing. So YouTube about the same state in Kwara State, but the video is in Yoruba. Can you hear that?
Yes.
I don't know how to flick it. And you don't let me, but anybody can search for it. It's not there online. So
you know, Kenny, this is not the first time we're hearing this sort of narrative that helicopters are dropping these bandits for them to go and savage and ravage. We hear it a lot, but I carry on anyway. So,
you know, because I tried to go online because of what someone was saying that I'm lying and you don't believe and all that. You understand? So anyway, that's on the side. Everybody can believe what they want to believe, but I believe in my cousin cannot lie to me, and I know what he's saying. You know, when he called me, is the voice. His son is for even I was caring. I had to call his wife in Osun State, and I feel that, oh, are you there? The guy was telling him that he wanted to go there to go and meet them over the weekend, but they're not going anymore. They have to go and look for other hotels somewhere else and all that. So that's on the side. So listen, about Obi, me, I don't want to waste my time on Obi because the guy is a failure. I don't want to waste my saliva on him. We all know.
Do you want to? Yeah, okay, go on. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, so we all know that no matter if anything happen in Southeast, Obi will not open his mouth to say anything. You understand? But anything that happens in Southwest, you open his mouth and talk nonsense. I'm done talking about him. I don't want to continue making popular because the more we talk about him, the more that's what he wants. He wants to be relevant. He wants people to be talking about him. So me, I've decided that me as a person, I'm not going to discuss him anymore. You know what I mean? To me, it's irrelevant. He has no clue. Even in regards to politics, where is he going? Which party is going to I mean contest from? ADC will not give him these tickets. Labour Party is already disowned him. He can't go to he's not going to go to PDP. You understand? The guy he has no clue of what he's doing with his life in terms of politics. You understand? So Obi is just
he's going to run as vice president to Atiku.
Okay. We shall see. You know, if you run as vice president, he's going to get beaten of their life. It's as simple as that. Both of them, that ticket has been tried before. They've tried that ticket before in Nigeria. We know where he headed them. You know my point, yeah. Let's let them have another five, three of them on the same ticket as VP for Atiku. They still get their beating. You know what I mean? So and that's it. The only thing that can say, okay, the only ticket that can say you can challenge Tinubu in 27 is Jonathan. And they already indicated that Jonathan, look, if you contest, you go to court. They say you are free to contest, but court will pronounce whether you fit to contest or not. So that's indication that listen, they are waiting for you to waste his money, go to court, go and contest, and then the court will they will throw your vote away. That is it. And Tinubu will still become president in 2027. You know what I mean? So that's what I need to say. And another thing I want to say, one more, which I'm not happy about, is Tinubu was in Imo State today, Tuesday.
Yeah, how
You know
did
what I mean?
that go? I've not seen. Let me see if I can find clips. But carry
It's
on.
not, woman, it's not even about how did it go. It's about what can they do yesterday? Why can't they fix the vicinity to yesterday, Monday? Because we know in this country they do sit at home on every Monday, which is very, very useless, and all their government they are in code with these things. Why can't they fix the program they do today? Why can't they fix it yesterday? That shows you that they are all involved in that sit at home. And Nigeria, we are losing revenue on on daily basis.
I'll respond to that.
You understand? So my point is, why can't they fix that program for Monday yesterday to prove that they are not scared of those people, to prove that in charge of that state? They have to fix it to Tuesday just to pardon
I agree with you. I agree
you know
with
what I
you.
mean?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Even Ashwadi himself should have
So
rejected. You
so
know what?
so Nnamdi Kanu is now dictating the calendar of the presidency.
Or the
That's it.
presidency.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The president should have told them that, you know what? If you cannot fix it to that Monday, I'm not coming. Because that means you are in agreement with whatever shenanigan that is going on in the southeast. You know, so those are the things that all those politics they're playing. It's not even my business. But the thing is, we are listening to venue. Look at it, yeah.
So
Or just states,
essentially, do you know what that means, Kenny? What
yeah,
that means is actually Nnamdi Kanu put Tinubu on sit at home on Monday. So he told
exactly,
him sit at home on this Monday. Don't come here. And Tinubu sat at home. He didn't go there. That's what that
yeah,
is now. He put the
exactly,
presidency on sit at home. Oh my God.
yeah. They are telling him that if you go on Monday, you get bloody nose. And the federal part, they were scared. They didn't even go on Monday as well. That's totally useless. You know what I mean? That's not a sign. That's not the kind of response I'm expecting from Tinubu in regard to in regard to that. Listen, the whole southeast, yeah, or your state's revenue is far beyond that 5 states, all because of this Monday sit at home. You know what I mean? And you accept to go on Tuesday to go. I didn't bother to watch it for the fact that they went there and do that program on Tuesday. I have no interest in it. You understand? At this point, we should be showing our strength. There's no amount of power you might have as what's it called, as bandit or whatever you call yourself. You cannot be stronger than the state. You know. So doing that on Tuesday on Tuesday yesterday, it was no for me. You know. So what my I mean, that's what I want to say. So
Do, do,
and then
do, yeah, do you want to speak to us a little bit about this young lady, the Arise TV, that girl that tragically lost her life as a result of armed robbery? Are you following that story?
yeah, I listen to little bit. See, woman, the takeaway from this, yeah, I
Because
sympathize with the family.
people are using it to do that. Nigeria happened to you. Nigeria happened to her. Sort of, yeah.
Nigeria didn't happen to her. She happened to herself. I'm sorry to say, she actually happened to herself because before I say what I want to say, yeah, what I want to say might not popular, but I sympathize with the family. I sympathize with her boyfriend or husband or the kids she might have. You know what I mean? I sympathize with her TV station. They lost somebody, but why are you going to die before death comes to your door? Why do you have to jump out? Why can't you wait and see what might happen to you? And we didn't hear that anybody in that flat died. Right, apart from her.
Kenny,
Let me
Kenny,
finish.
sorry.
Let me finish,
Yeah.
my brother. Yeah, please. Otherwise, I'm going to lose my line of thought. Yeah. Why? I don't know the level. Maybe she's the second level or third level. They say it's his flat story. You understand? Why she has to jump out? Why can't you wait and face what is coming? Why do you have to die before death comes to your door? So my point is, regardless, I know you might be scared. Oh, I'm about this and this and that. We get scared, but the thing is, let's wait. You can actually let them come to your door now, or down and die. You understand? So if she had waited in a room, they might not even do anything to her. Probably they will collect her jewelry. Maybe they will give her a slap or shoot her in her leg or something like that. She might still be alive today. Instead of her jumping out from 4-story building or 5-story building or 3-story building as a woman. You understand? Like I said, I sympathize with her. I feel sorry for her family. It's a big loss to lose somebody like that in a family. But you know what I mean? My own takeaway is my advice for people is if anybody like that visits your home, don't be scared. It happened to me before when I was young in Ibadan. 1993. They visit our house. You understand? I faced these people. I said, leave my mother alone. They slapped my mother with machete in her body. And I faced them. My mom was saying, Kenny, just listen. I said, no, you can't do that. At the end of the day, they slapped me, they pushed me to this, they asked me to face the wall. I faced the wall. At the end of the day, nobody died in our home. At the end of the day, we found out that they were actually using a banger instead of gun. In the morning, that's when we find out a banger in front of our house. Somebody's out there playing banger, boom, boom. But you think it's a gun, it's not gun. You get my point. So the thing is, I'm sorry, like I said, my own thing might not popular.
You know something, Kenny.
Yeah.
I take your point too because but I say this in Yoruba because of what I want to say. I thought where a room back when my sister bound low, you know. I thought that would be the reason why she jumped.
Tó bá fipá balò ṣé kò ní wà láìfò ni ó máa wà láìfò náà if ó máa wà láìfò at least kò ní kú náà.
Kenny,
Yeah.
to buttress your point, and as an advice to, before I say what I want to say to, we sympathize with the family. May our soul rest in perfect peace. Kenny, I've been robbed 3 times in Ibadan. I've experienced armed robbery, like invading of house 3 times. My brother, one in Felele, one in Challenge, one in Molete.
Imagine.
Just be calm.
Please.
Just be calm.
Be calm,
Just
yes.
be calm. Listen to what they say. Do what they say. Don't argue with them.
Follow instruction.
Follow the instruction. Don't argue with them. Just be calm. Kenny, 3 consecutive times. One in Challenge, one in Felele, one in Molete. Continue, my brother.
Maybe we should have a session around that because I've also experienced armed robbery in Oregon, where our house is. I wonder if there's a Nigerian that's not experienced armed robbery.
One man, it's scary, it's horrible, but just be calm. It is what it is. I was slapped. I was slammed to the wall. I didn't argue with them. I didn't look their face. They don't like looking their face. I bowed down my head, just lied on the floor. They ransacked the house, beat my brother, and they left. Don't argue. Don't panic. It is what it is. 3 times, my brother. Yeah.
Thomas, see, that's what I told you. We just moved into Alaki Adigbai in Ibadan. We moved from Agbeni. We were living in Agbeni, Agbokojo. That's where we were living. Yes, we now moved to Alaki Adigbai, a new site. 3 days after we moved to that house, our new house, that's when they came. I was young. I have energy in me. I faced them. My mom said, please, my mom come on me. They slapped my mother with this thing. I was so angry. You know, later on, you understand, they asked me to face the wall. My mom said, Kenny, just that I face the wall. They do what they want to do. They collect money. They take our TV. They take my father stereo. You know, that stereo that did this big this thing. They took all our electronics. In the morning, we found out that it was banker they were using. Imagine, I didn't be at that time. I've rushed out or I jump out of the window. I break my leg. But now I'll be using stick to walk. You understand? We just have to be patient, like Thomas said. There's nothing like you panic, you die before you die. That's the most dangerous thing. Some people they be driving where they see they panic. That panic kill more than the panic itself. So we just have to be. It's not a good experience to face armed robbery. Don't get me wrong. It's not a palatable experience at all. It's very difficult, but don't jump out of the window. Don't, especially when you don't even know where you're going to land. I'm in London. You don't know the safety. You don't know what is out there. You don't know whether even the people, maybe they're on the ground, you jump into their hands. I don't know if they're still going to buy you. So that's all I want to say. For me, this is my brother. I'm sad that what happened in Lagos State in terms of demolition happened, but that is what Obi cost those people, and this is just the beginning. You know what I mean? I have no sympathy for them. I'm sorry to say. You know what I mean? If you go back and build and develop their own land, simple as that. If you call me big gods, I don't care.
Yeah, but
You know what I mean?
it's not even a matter of bigotry now. It's a matter of they were building along waterways and canals. And by the way, about 2 3 months ago, they did a similar demolition in Oboronshoki, which was packed filled with Yoruba people.
Exactly.
They were crying as well, but nobody came to their aid. So that's just the one thing that the politics that will be placed is so dangerous. It will turn everything into everything ethnic. You know, it's just
Well, man, all this thing is doing, yeah, I can guarantee you it's going to work against him in 27. Like I said, somebody said it's going to be VP to Atiku. Let them join Adegbeshola as a VP. Let them join Rotimi Amisha as a VP. Afford them on some tickets. They will still get the defeat. Obi, actually, he has exposed himself in so many ways by going all this on social media. He's continuing exposing himself, and we are piling up his packaging for him. When that thing, when that time coming, when 27, when the policy start fully, you know what I mean? I'm not fully. I'm in it myself. We have a lot of tapes that are going to roll out for this guy. They'll be disgraced, woefully.
Kenny,
Yes.
sorry. Him being in Lagos now, officially, it's not officially like a respect. He's supposed to pay homage to the state governor before going to that place. Do you know that? It's not
Yeah.
in the paper.
Yeah,
It's not in
but
the paper.
that was what happened to him now. Do you remember when he went to those states and he ignored the Pueblo law completely and it was holding
You are
rallies
a
on it?
former governor now, one man. You can't do that.
Yes, and the guy said anything that happens to you happens to you. And the obedience started to attack Pueblo law. You know, it's just this guy.
They're supposed to inform my brother. Let me say it. He's supposed to inform Sanwo-Olu, pay an homage to him, even though if it is APC, it doesn't matter. I'm coming to your state to see my people. The guy is just working like he doesn't even have brain.
Woman, Thomas,
that.
You cannot give what you don't have.
What you
I
don't
don't know
have.
why.
You said
You
it
can't
all.
give. You can't give what you don't have. I don't know why you are expecting too much from Obi. You know what I mean? See, it's somebody that is calling Holy Bad my friend. That idiot calling him my own king, your friend. You know what I mean? Because he has that he doesn't have it in him. So don't expect too much from that guy. That's why he can go to Edo State, he can go to Lagos State. He's been go to so many states. He doesn't respect himself. You understand? But like I said to you, yes, he's recording his own tape for himself. Because when the election come, these are the things they're going to use against him. He's losing follower on daily basis. Come, go. I don't want to mention. Go on other platforms and see what they're talking about him. He's losing people on daily basis. See, I can't wait for that thing to come. I pray that he join Atiku on that ticket. That is when they will know, and he will know the capacity. He will know that he has no capacity. He will know that. See, all those fluke, all those elections that he got, 6 that got, it was a fluke. It was a fluke. It was anger from the youth. It was anger from the NSAS people. It's not because it's organic. It was never organic. You understand? That's why he couldn't build on it. A man that you think you have 6 million votes and you couldn't build on what you have because it's not in you. A leader, you born to be a leader. You cannot train someone to be a leader. If a leader is already embedded in you as a leader. So Obi has that, he does have that in him. Someone that's always look for a cheap ticket. He's never you don't want to contest for primary, you want them to hand it over to you. Tell me, every single policy has been played all over in his life. They always hand over ticket to him. But this one is facing tough challenge. Atiku will not. How do you expect Atiku to build a house and say, okay, we'll come and I'll give you the key to the house. Enter the room the way you want. Never, it will not happen. It will not happen. And they play. See, I'm happy that they played their cards so early. They played their cards so early, and as well, What's the for what like your brother used to say. He said for what if you know the meaning of for what eh? Sit down the look for what put your hand in your jaw and start the look. That's what I think Shiwaju is doing, and it's looking at the game they're playing, and they are and APC too. They are planning and they are. You see, they play their card early and they've already exposed themselves. That's why for now, Atiku is not even is not a member of PDP. He's not a member of ADC. He's not a member of anything. You understand? ADC now they are begging, they are challenging. They say Atiku, all of them should commit themselves to that party because they are jittery of. They don't know what they are doing. They don't know where they're going to be. See, they are confused. They are confused set of people. That's why me in our camp, we are not afraid. We know that Ashwaju will campaign with results. That's so. See, one man, I will send you some video of things that's going on, of projects that is going on in the north. What is his name? Minister for Mineral Resources. No, De Lalake. De Lalake. They think that guy is not working. My brother, the guy is actually working. If you see what he's doing, you'll be surprised. But they are piling their resources, they are piling up. When election starts and people start seeing results, you will say, wow. You'll be wow. Coastal Road is going on smoothly, 24/7. Yes, I see. I can say a lot of things about many things that this guy is doing, but my only fear, the only thing that I really want the presidency and the state to work on is this insecurity. I just have to go back.
Insecurity is going to be a major factor in the 2027 elections because it is my belief that because, like you said, everything tells us Tinubu is going to win. So the one joker that the North always plays is insecurity. They use that effectively against Goodluck Jonathan, and that is their silver bullet always in Nigerian politics. It's insecurity and violence. So I think as we get closer to the elections, they will ratchet it up and we get more and more incidents which the government will struggle to handle, and then they will use that as the theme for the elections.
Yeah, so actually you need to tell these people whoever sabotage they may have, whoever that's linking or that is sabotaging the effort of the security in Nigeria, I mean, they need to feed them out. You understand? Because these people they're actually working. I mean, I'm not going to say the security is not improved. As it's getting improved, it's getting worse. It's getting improved. It's getting worse. I mean, we are killing. We are buying 10 people. 20 people is rising up. We are killing 15 people. 30 people is rising up. That's the case of the insecurity in Nigeria.
You know the thing, Kenny, is that for all of the we've been battling these people since Obasanjo days, and they've not been able to infiltrate the structures, establish who these people exactly are. So it takes a whole lot of planning now. These people that actually the actual ones that come in to carry out the killing, the buying, they're just the foot soldiers. They're not the ones buying the weapons. They're not the one financing it. They're not the one planning it, structuring it. So where is the hierarchy? We've not seen any big name, any signs that they are infiltrating the structures of these people, identifying just who the arrowheads are and going after them. They just tell us some Shakarao guy somewhere. So, after all these years, no sign of meaningful progress. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, see, woman, yeah. It's not as if we're not making progress, like I said, though. You understand? And the thing is, we know where these people are coming from. You know what I mean? And we know the people that are in charge of these things. Until these people make up their mind that enough is enough, that part of Nigeria and the side that they're going, we're not going to have peace. The North is the problem. You understand? And this thing is their leader that behind all these things. See, a poor man cannot have money to go and buy all these weapons that they're using to fight people. You understand? And they don't it for hide their faces. They're doing it broad daylight. And because they know they have the backing of the powerful people from their own side. You understand? So two things will happen in 2037 if they don't stop this insecurity or all those insurgents that they are doing. You understand? It's either we face them, and Nigeria have to face them by saying, you know what, enough is enough, or they hand over that state to them. Okay, you know what? Let the North go on their own way. Let's start go on their own way. You know what I mean? Because the what's it called, the state police that they want to put in place as well. I don't see how that one is still delaying, because we need it as matter of yesterday. But everything is just about politics and politics and politics and politics. Lastly, before I go one man, before I say this thing, I don't know why people and Omoyele Sowore and co, they call themselves activists. Yeah, that they're not coming out to protect Nigeria from this bandits of NAPC, all this called Pentagon and co. You understand? They want to destroy Dangote because of the cabal. Why people are not speaking out? How can you say Dangote don't have right to fire or no fire? It's a private company. For God's sake, why are they touching his hand? This man said, "You want to see since this happened? There's no queue in Nigeria anymore. We don't have. You can go to filling station within 2 minutes. You buy your petrol. And you go to your house." But these people say, "No, we have to continue suffering in that country because of our own resources." And you want to cut the gas that supply him. You want to destroy the economy of Nigeria. You know, we ought to say no to this. This is people that say they want to protest. These are the things that I expect them to protest against. You get my point? So this is what I expect them to do. All the youth, all those people that they have big mouth to speak against government. These are the kind of things I expect them to speak against. The people, the Kappa call Pengassin, a union. How can a union want to dictate to somebody how to run his own business? And they want to run that business down the way they run NAPC down. This same Pengassi, they have people in Nigerian refinery. The refinery that's not been, they are not working for over 30 years, and their staff or their they are collecting salary on monthly basis. In the refinery that's not working, they didn't see anything. They're not cutting gas because of that. But now we don't have a refinery, a man that say he want to save Nigeria, and you say no, he will not continue. They are pitching their tent and against his enemy.
You know
I say no to that.
You know the labor union are planning a protest for tomorrow, which is today now, October the 1st.
Imagine. Why?
Even ASU is now threatening. You know, they've been everybody has been patting Tinubu on the back that the lecturers have not been on strike, but even they are. I think they are making a 6-point demand or something.
Those one, they are greedy, because what they want to go on strike for, it has something to do with Tinubu. It's got to do with 2009 agreement they have with Obasanjo agreements, and Tinubu has paid some of this money. He has paid probably maybe 60% of that money, and you are asking him to pay the rest and other benefits. And agreement that has something to do with him. And this money, I already make effort. He's telling you to calm down. That he's going to sort things out, because all this is about politics. One man. That's saying university, this thing, it's not politics, because they know that they have nothing to use against him anymore, and now they want to control that. They will fail. So Nigeria will need to speak out for against these people. You understand? Buhari refused to pay that money to you when it was in power for 8 years, because he said this agreement. I'm not the one that made the agreement with you. It's PDP 2009 made agreement with you. You understand? I'm not going to pay. And Tinubu say, you know what? I know the value of education. I value my lecturer. I want them to be in a good place. He pays 60 to 70% of the money they promised you in 2009, which is not even his own fault. And now you are threatening with whatever you want to threaten with. It's totally ridiculous. They need to stop that. You understand? If they think they will use that against him and say, okay, we know the game they are playing. So Nigeria, they should speak out. Everybody should speak out. If this is injustice, it's not because I love Aswaju and I love everything he's doing. You understand? You know what I mean? We cannot see the one that concerns most is the petroleum industry. At Dangote, we cannot allow that industry to fail. This is the time that for the first time in my lifetime that we are exporting crude oil or petrol or whatever this thing that Dangote is exporting, fertilizer and all that, to other countries, and we are earning dollars. Our economy is getting better, economy is getting stabilized, and they want to destroy it. We shouldn't allow that. All of us should speak out. Everybody that have platform that you have a voice. This is time. I'm not a fan of Dangote. Don't get me wrong. But if somebody is doing something right to help the masses, you understand, and helping the nation, making the economy of the country grow, I have to support that person with my full chest. Now the governor, they are getting more money than they ever get in their life. We've seen most of the states become, infrastructure is going on everywhere, all because of these things. You understand? We are now energy sufficient enough, and now they want to destroy because of their greedy, because of their cabal. Because anytime we have crisis, these are the people that benefit. They import useless petrol into Nigeria. They don't even have a place to test the kind of petrol that they bring into the nation. That going to have it. Are they not ashamed of themselves? The people so-called beggars say, okay, what is the business of a union? You say want to go on strike. What is concern of a teacher, of a labor union? What is their concern? Why can't they allow these people to sort out between themselves? Why they have to join? Why do they have to join? Last time they beat up their leader. They said they ought to go on national strike. What kind of life are we living in Nigeria? What kind of system are we running? Actually, you should ban those. You should stop those pregnancy and this union.
Was that not somewhere in Imo State? You are talking about Joe Ajero when it was
Ajero, yes.
When he was beaten up. That was somewhere in Imo State, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, when he was beaten, the next thing we are going on strike because our leader was beaten. What the fuck is that? You know what I mean? So all this thing is just annoying one man. We could sometimes you sit down, you think about what all those shenanigans that is going on in Nigeria, or like what the hell is this? Are we in a jungle? You understand? What is the business of a labor leader in this? What concerns the teachers? What concerns the other sector? To say they want to go on strike because of union. Is it by force for me to in my own business, private business? This is not good. This is not government run business. This is a private owned business. You must force them to join union for what? Because you want to cripple the business? Because you don't love Nigeria. These people don't love you. All what they care is about themselves. The other day, the Pengassin guy came out. He said no to Tinubu should not sell the refinery. It's not selling Nigerian property. A property that's not working for over how many years, and your member are collecting salary. What is the benefit of that? You know, one man. You see, I'm so pained for a lot of things that's going on online, and a lot of things that's going on in Nigeria. That useless over that idiot, he cannot open his mouth to condemn those people now. But he has mouth to call my own president a criminal. Oh man, the guy that
do you know that it's in court as we speak? I saw clips of it. I think it's been arraigned on that.
Yeah, he will go to jail. He should go and defend himself and prove the court that pronounced Asiwaju a criminal. These are the things we're talking about.
It's about time that Shore actually had some jail time. Not been detained though, but actually been sentenced, and a lot of these people that need to, they need to be called to order. It's just juvenile, isn't it? To be calling the president a criminal. I mean, it's just unacceptable. Do
you know the most annoying part of it? It's even coming out that why is the NSA want to take him to court, that the person he called the criminal is difficult to come out? Do you think Ashwaji will lower himself down to come to your own useless level to come and challenge you? Do you think Ashwaji is happy about that? Because Ashwaji is not speaking, does that mean that he's happy with what you said? No. He will send his after you, then you go to jail. And let's see what happens. A man that's old enough to be your father. How old are you? You are 50-something years of age, 52, 53. And you are calling man a 71 years old man, a man that old enough to be your father. All Malini is not, if he says it's not Yoruba person, because we don't behave like that. We respect our elders. It's not Yoruba person. You know what I mean? It's all Mali. Thank you, woman.
All right, let me play you this. I'll play you 2 clips, and then maybe Zita comes in after the clip. Stay with us, Kenny, just for as long as you can. I know what time it is where you are, because it's the same time as well. Oh, Sunny, Kenny.
I'm sure Canada. So
Oh,
Mr.
right.
Delini,
Okay.
so the
Eh,
5 hour different time is affecting us now. He couldn't sleep, so he wake me up. Yeah.
all right. So Ileo Dele Kutemo, you are back under the
Yes,
authority.
so yes, so yes, so.
Here is your boy in court. So that should in court right there. And then this young girl that jumped out of the journalist girl.
Now, what do you want him to do for you here and now?
DJ play na money, na money, na money, na money.
No, that's the wrong place. No, that's not her. But she's a very pretty girl, though. That's just the
Yeah,
thing. It's always
it's painful. It's a loss. I'm telling you, woman, it's a loss. I don't pray for anybody to lose their own family member. You know what I mean? So,
she's only 29. After all that, sometimes when I see this sort of story, sometimes Kenny, I always think of the journey of life of those sort of people. So she's a lawyer as well, so you'd have had the parents that have trained her, all this whatever it is, all the expense of that training, and then she's blossoming into exactly what they want her to be, and all that. So um can you just imagine? Because of course the parents will then they'll start bringing out all photos of graduation. The father will be broken. Oh, it's just so terrible,
woman, even if you lost a pregnancy, common pregnancy, you'll be disappointed. The whole my baby having
Look how pretty she is. It's just so
yeah.
sad.
Not talk of a grown-up girl that's supposed to be married, having kids, and supposed to be supporting their own parents or their father. You know what I mean? Imagine. It's painful. It's painful, woman. It's painful because me too. I have a grown-up girl like that. You know what I mean? I don't pray to lose my own kids. So it's not something that I pray for. You just calm down. Like I said before, a lesson here is no matter what you are facing, even sometimes when my wife is driving, when I'm driving, maybe something little. I always say to her, please panic you more than anything. Don't panic. See, this life is full of challenges. You have to face it squarely. See, Mark Kukintoku, face what is coming. You can survive it. You know what I mean? You can never tell. If she, like I said before, woman, if she didn't jump out, by now she'd be alive. I can guarantee you. If she didn't jump out from that house, by now she'd be alive to tell her story. Probably maybe she need counseling, and it's better for you to have counseling than to be in 6 feet down under the ground.
I wonder if she had children. Do we know if she had children?
I don't know. I mean, I don't.
Because that's the one thing I always think about when somebody when they lose their life prematurely, especially a young person. I always wonder if they have children, because if they don't have children, that's that line ending right there.
Woman, okay, I remember another topic I want to talk about. Yeah, this one actually made me happy and make the obedience. They made them sad. That Kwankwaso is actually a member of APC now, but not fully. You can see his own soldier. They already started Johnny B. Baby.
No, I've got that. That's one of the. Let me put the headline up as you speak. No, carry on. You are talking about Dan Fulani, the leader of the Kwankwasia movement in Kano State. Yes.
Yes. See, this is it's a very big indication of where Kwankwaso is going. You understand? So Kwankwaso is not only strong in his own state, but he has follower in other states as well. You understand? That's another addition to Asiwaju the election in 2027. You understand? All these people, see, people don't really know the reason why these people are joining. Even the opposition, they are in press. Look at Segun Showumi. Segun Showumi is APC, but he didn't say it out because of black backlash that's going to come out.
We saw him come out with Dave Umahi earlier on today.
Yeah. I can tell you. I said the clip. I can tell you these people. All of them are in the APC, but they don't want to speak up because they know the benefits of what this man is doing. They know that this is a person with. Okay, you play another video that if this guy didn't take over the country, where are we going to be? We'll be in a mess. So to
You,
have
you know you,
Kwankwaso,
you, you know what's going on. Sorry, Kenny. Yes,
yeah,
you know what's going on, Kenny. A
yeah.
lot of the politics that a lot of people are playing is 2031 politics because
Mm-hmm.
if you pick the wrong side, because everybody knows what the right side is and everybody knows what the wrong side is, and that's why you're seeing all these defections, etc., etc. You know, if you pick the wrong side in 2027, by the time that election is over, there'll be no way back. It's not even that they will look to punish you, but the people that stayed loyal will get rewarded. You know, especially in the north, they know that if it goes to Atiku, then that's 8 years taken out of their own political career. You know, all of them want to be president now. All these northern up and coming, they want to be president. Why would the northern politician back Atiku? If it
Woman, these people that you are seeing align with Asiwaju, they learn from the past mistake. If you roll your tape back to 2023, okay, a lot of them they miscalculate and they are paying dearly for it. A lot of them, somebody like Baba Shilawa and the rest of them, they miscalculate. Yeah, they thought and they think in their head or calculation that Asiwaju will not win. Now they know that they are wrong. Like you said, if they do the same, they made the same mistake in 2007, they are done in their life. Number one, Adegbashile already made that mistake. His political career is already done. He's finished. El-Rufai is finished politically himself. You understand? Babashilawa, the other one has no credible, he has no credibility, he has no faults to himself. You know, he's politically as well. He's finished because why do you not forgive them? They don't want to go back to their family, but they are regretting. You understand? So there's so many of them like that. They not say, you know what? If we miscalculate again, 2027, and this man win, that means we are out of this thing for 8 good years. They done. That's why you see them align with Asiwaju. Kwankwaso himself, you know that without Asiwaju support, without the South support, he cannot become whatever he wants to become in 2031. And if now Buhari is gone, Asiwaju is going to retire in 2031. So who is out there to take the mantle of Buhari and Asiwaju in 2031? Kwankwaso is in place. Kwankwaso is in place to take that challenge, to take that lead role. That's why he has to align with Asiwaju. You know that if I align with Asiwaju now and he give Asiwaju support that Asiwaju needed in 2021 to win the election, Asiwaju will give him his full support in 2031 to become the president of Nigeria. I can guarantee you that. You know what I mean? So that is the game they are planning. They are playing, and it's just for those that can see the future and that can read that can do the mathematics of policy very well, that will know how to play the game and align themselves where they need to be. So I don't want to even talk about Southeast, whether they support it or they don't support. I don't care. As why you become
Kenny, I'm actually watching the politics of the Southeast because it will be quite interesting because we have the figures from 2023. So it'd be interesting to mirror those figures against the figures that come out in 2027 because I think Tinubu will make significant gains into the Southeast. We know that Umahi is under pressure to deliver a Bonny state, and then all these governors that are crossing over, and then I think Soludo will also want to prove a point in Anambra State. So that's not to say Tinubu will win any of those states. I think that's too far a stretch. But you expect significant more numbers, especially when they didn't let them get up to the shenanigans they got up to in 2020 in the last cycle.
Woman, if Obi come out as Article 50 or is a standalone ticket for himself, yeah, Asiwaju will make a lot of gain in Southeast because now they are calculating those that have brain among them, like David Umahi and Anambra State Governor. You understand? So they know that without the South, without other region, they are nobody. They can't win anything because look, Asiwaju 3 election cycle, they lost out. They didn't support the party, and these people that they didn't support, they still become whoever they want to become. So they know that without their fault, whether with their fault or without their fault, they will pronounce the person as the person of Nigeria. So it's harder for them to play their politics right and support the right person at this time. So, like you said, I can guarantee you, Actually, he might win a state in that place. He might win Imo State. Let me put that out. Actually, he might win Imo State, whether with rig or with anything. He might win Imo State because
Yeah,
all these people.
we've even forgotten about Hope's Odima as well. Yeah,
Yes, yes. Oh,
Tinubu has a lot of muscles in the southeast, though. A
Southeast,
lot
yes.
of muscles, yeah.
Yeah, and if you look David Umahi, he be saying, if anything gonna happen, if they want to choose anybody from Southeast as a president, it should be him. He challenged Obi to come and be on the debate with him. So actually, we haven't seen anything yet. Let's wait until the campaign starts and the politics starts really. That's when you see people speaking out. You see a lot of condemnation about Obi. You see a lot of things that Obi say in secret is coming out. A lot of things that he's saying in secret is coming out. A lot of yes daddy tape is coming out. Do you know it was full in 2023? Baba, that pastor actually exposed that tape himself. I heard that from direct source. That yes tape daddy you listen to was leaked by Oyedepo himself.
It could only have been leaked by Oyedepo now because the recording would have taken place by him, not by Obi.
I said I'm telling you from the right source. You know what I mean? I'm into politics now. We hear things. You know what I mean? They do a lot of things that I cannot say here. I just have to say that out. So Obi is in the soup because he has said a lot of things. That's why I said to Madam Sita that he can join whoever you want to join. You understand? Actually, you're going to have a lot of numbers in Southeast added to what you're going to have. It's going to have Concasia, 1 million votes. Concasia have in his own state. Join with the APC. That state is locked down. You understand? That state is locked down. You understand? So Southwest already wake up. That vote that will be got in Southwest, you will not get it again. Never. Because they've awakened the spirit in us. The people that voted Obi last time, that they're now boasting that Obi won is the vote of South. Now they say, okay, that game want to play. One of them, one of his other supporter, his name is Nigeria Divided. It's my friend on TikTok. He campaigned fully for Obi in 2023, but now his eye is open. If you see the way he's campaigning for Asiwaju now, I can give you 20, 30 names on social media that say no. There's that one from Edo State. His name is Chief MD. I'll send you his tape. He's a supporter of. In fact, the voice that they called on my platform he go viral when the man was spoken and speaking is and telling us his own truth that he supported Obi in the UK. All the money they raise is through him. He said it's not fully Asiwaju soldier now. The guy has joined APC in Edo State. And they say, if Obi like, let them come and see what Obi is going to do in Edo State. Obi has lost, he has lost Edo State as well. So the guy is losing ground. You understand? He's losing ground in every corner. All this thing you are seeing that he's going everywhere, he's confused. As well, woman. Obi is confused. So let me leave it at that. Let me allow other people to speak. You understand? But what I want to say, guys, please follow the man who knows the road. Ashwaju is doing the right thing. He's working so hard. The man is not sleeping and he's not sick. He's strong. He's alert. His brain is open for progress. He loves that country. He wants to make Nigeria and he wants to create a success story for us. And you can see the success that he's making. In the history of Nigeria, there's nothing like Netphone. Netphone is making progress. You understand? I have a link. If you need a link for that Netphone, I can send it to you. The Renew Hope Estate as well. It's out there. It's very cheap. If you have 12 million naira, you have a house, 2 bedroom, 1 bedroom flat, 3 bedroom. It's there in your state. Go and apply. Instantly, they will reply you. There are so many things that's going on that you can benefit. Food is coming down. Last year they were selling bag of rice for 120,000 naira, but now a bag of rice is 48,000, 50,000, 60,000 as maximum. Food is coming down. All right. So let's keep our hope alive. Let's support the man who knows the road. You understand? Let's support the man that he actually saved us. He performed a surgical surgery for Nigeria. You know what I mean? And we survived the surgery and we are in recovery mode. See, even the naira is stabilizing. We are gaining. Yesterday, I wanted to send money to Nigeria. The pastor has reduced. So what are we talking about? And somebody will come online and say the man is not doing anything. The man is performing wonder. And I challenge you, the obedience. or whoever the PDP wants to challenge, tell me the past president that has done what this man has done in 2 years. I challenge you with £1,000.
Even in the history of that country, I think this has been the most. What this anyway?
Yeah, woman.
I agree with what you're saying. I just all the evidence is there so much that it's very difficult to say that you can't say he doesn't know what he's doing when clearly by virtue of action we can see that he knows exactly what he's doing. It's the most impactful. Do you know that tax reform something? That's one of the most impactful things. Do you know what that tax reform, this new tax thing that comes this January starts? Do you know what that means for that country? The country will generate internally what services the country internally, and then the externally generated funds will be used for more high octane something to shore up the naira, etc., etc. He wants to earn the money that services Nigeria from within Nigeria and then use international earnings to defend the currency.
Woman.
It's genius. Look at
Woman.
sorry, Kenny. Look at the financial autonomy for the state. You're talking about democracy, Kenny. You're talking about how democracy impacts on everyday people. You know that financial autonomy, something that he got for the local government. You know they've been trying that since Obasanjo. Obasanjo tried, he failed. Yar'Adua failed. Jonathan failed. Buhari failed. But he went a different route. He didn't go via the politics. He went via the law. Got a Supreme Court judgment. Do you know what that means? The money goes directly to the local government. So if the school in your area, if the roof is leaking, and you know that the government is paying your local government $10 billion every month, then you simply go and knock on the door of the chairman and say, Ọ̀gbẹ́ni kí ló ń ṣẹlẹ̀ ń bo lówó yẹn wà? You know, but then the school is leaking. You can't go all the way from the school to Marina House or whatever to go and knock on Sowolo. So that's more of your school is leaking in Badagry. How do you even get to Ikeja to go and speak to Sowolo? But your school is you know all of these things now. Do people even understand the impact that coastal highway will have? Do they understand what's going on? It's just impossible to say that this guy is not doing anything now. It's there now. We cannot see it. It's unbelievable.
Woman, if you think these people don't know the truth, we are lying to ourselves. They know the truth. They know the man. They know the impact. See, even the electricity, the power, the most difficult sector in Nigeria, it has improved. In my house in Ibadan, because I keep making reference to empirical. How does this guy say it? Empirical fact.
Rufai was saying empirical evidence according to Rufai.
Empirical evidence. My brother said in their house now they have 5 days light non-stop, 5 days uninterrupted light in Ibadan, Alakia, and they will take the light for 2 days, and the third day they will bring it half day, then they have the rest of 5 days non-stop. That has never happened before. They make progress in terms of electricity in Nigeria. These people, they know. And I said my brother, I said, why? And I called my other sister that live in Olodo, Ibadan. I said, why are you guys not coming out to say the truth to the people? Why you guys keep it quiet? They say, oh, we just want to be sure. I said, no. The little you can see, come out and say, because we are PDP in Ibadan State. I said, no, this is about federal. Come out, wrote a tape, send it to me. Let people hear your testimony about what is going on. You understand? So things are happening. I'm going to Nigeria very soon. Woman, I will make a tape. I will record live. Yeah, during the day, I will record live. You see, I'm happy what is going on.
This guy is still talking. Wow.
Okay, I God, you're not there. I for you. Woman, let me stop now. Let me stop.
All right, you can come in. I think we're all waiting to hear you indicate that you're ready.
Let him continue now.
No. I think it was actually just holding the conversational space. But Zita, we were talking about
I came into the conversation. You told me to end it so that he will continue. And he has continued since then. So let him.
No, I stop for you now. I stop now.
Sorry, no hard feelings. I was just surprised that he's been the one talking since you opened your page. I see something you say no. Let him land.
All right.
And I
The
went
floor
doing
is
another thing. He can continue.
no. The floor is yours. I think he was really holding the space because they're just from us. Others haven't come in yet. But Zita, I want you to look at this very beautiful woman on your screen. Uh Sadly, she's no longer with us. So I do follow the narrative. Just look how beautiful she is, Zita. It's also, her name is Somi Maduagu. Maduagwu. There she is in the fullness of her elegance. And somebody is she's 29 years old. Miss Tourism she won. Miss Tourism of Anambra State. She's one of the frontal faces of Arise TV. 29 years old. As a result of armed robbery incident at her apartment in Abuja, she decided to jump out of the window, and now she's no more. It's a case of tragedy, isn't it?
Woman, I heard what you people were discussing about her. It's actually unfortunate that you guys treated that case that way, but it's okay. You see, I've been a victim of armed robbery coming to my house. When you say armed robber came to somebody's house, the person should be calm, the person should be there, the person should wait, the person should take instruction. All those things you are doing is just a mere talk. Because it's not everybody that have that kind of shock absorber when fear comes. So it's unfortunate for anybody to see what happened to this young, beautiful girl and trash it inside a trashing can. It can be anybody. It's not everybody that can withstand the shock of fear. What about, haven't you ever seen somebody that you are trying to beat, the person will wheel over the body? You've not even beaten the person. You just raise your hand to hit the child. You will wheel all over his body. That's the extent of the fear. You've not seen somebody, a full-blown man, something happened, he gets a bad news. The first thing he's doing, he's running into the bathroom to ease himself. At that time, his whole system is destabilized, including his brain. So for somebody to see this young girl, armed robbers came to her house. She jumped into an emotional trauma. She didn't know what to do. Probably she was alone in the house. She's not the first to do this kind of a thing. Yes, most people do it, they survive. She didn't survive, yeah. I get that part. I've seen a man in my estate in those days. He jumped, the wife was praying so that the armed robbers would not get to his own house. The man, as the wife closed eye, was praying. The man jumped away through the window. He tore the net and ran away. He jumped the fence, actually. And this lady, look left, look right. He has to gather herself and jump the fence too. Unfortunately for two of them, they survived. They had minor injuries and crack here and there, but they're okay today. So for someone to see a beautiful girl who is living in an apartment, probably alone, and they say armed robbers are knocking debris, a lot of things was going through her mind. And for you people's information, what she did was survival too. For those who are advising her to sit, to listen, take all that, this, that is your own understanding of survival with an armed robber whom you don't really know what he's coming to do, whether to assassinate you, whether to rape you as a woman, whether to rape you and disgrace you. You never knew what he's coming.
You know, Zita, you know that last bit you said. I think people actually use the word great, but I think that was the one I was saying in Yoruba to Kenny Lero. I think that might well be the main reason why she panicked. I don't think she panicked for fear of her life. I think she panicked for fear that they will break her. Yeah. I think that's what probably pushed her.
I don't even know whether it is rape. I don't know, but for me, as a young woman who is a celebrity, it's not even the rape. I'll be thinking maybe they come to bat me with acid. Yeah, because the kind of things that is going on in the world now is really unspeakable. Sometimes I was asking God, why didn't you create me the time of my great-great-grandfathers so that I just live my simple life and get away? So it's not only rape. You never can tell whether they come to disfigure her. But a lot of things was going through her mind. Maybe she has shown one guy one place. They say, go, no, just when you get in there, just pour acid on her. You never can tell. But for anybody who is looking at this story and dumping blame on her and trying to say a way she would have done her own survivor, I want to remind us too that jumping away is her own way of survivor. That she didn't make it is a different story. Because the kind of survivor you people kept to her, kept for her. If she has stayed there, keep calm, let them come, obey them, and they came, and actually what they were looking for is your life, that survivor wouldn't have been there. So I don't blame anybody. Yes, it's good to advise people when fear comes, try to control yourself. Because you might even use your hand to run into death. I get that part. I understand that part. But you should also understand that you are talking to humans. Most people don't have that kind of shock absorber. They don't have that shock absorber. And by the way, some people, their own shock absorber is that you haven't seen where something is happening. Everybody is running. Somebody's leg is pinned to the ground. He was so scared that he can't even move his leg to run. What are you going to tell that kind of people? Anyway, may her soul rest in perfect peace. But one thing
Zita, it was a tragedy all the way through. When she landed on the floor, she did not actually lose her life immediately. And then the police turned up shortly after, and she was pleading with them to take her to the hospital. And they said they didn't have petrol in their car. Can you imagine that? And by the time
they said they got to the hospital refused to treat her.
I think she was actually she was already cold by the time they got her to the hospital. I'm not sure, but it's just so sad, because I don't know, man. Why would the police turn up and say there's no? Let me play you this clip actually.
To her, I reached out to our correspondent in Abuja, who detailed the circumstances surrounding her death. She jumped down from her home when she heard about 14 armed robbers came to her home. And she did not die on the spot, Dr. Abati. She went to the hospital and she was rejected. And I'll tell you the name of that hospital. If you can continue with your thoughts, I'll bring out the name of that hospital, because this really is a tragic, tragic incident. Somebody's life could have been saved, but the hospital rejected her. Dr. Abati, go ahead. Let me get the hospital.
Okay. This is heartbreaking, as you have said. This is sad. This is horrific. That lives will be lost in a country where there is a government and where the responsibility of government is to save lives and property. And yet, on a daily basis, we keep hearing these stories about Nigeria happening to persons. If people are not killed due to bandits attacks, insurgents attacks, terrorist attacks, they are killed even by circumstances of just being Nigerian. And that's why repeatedly we have said on this table that Nigeria happens to people. When Nigeria happens to you, we are left sitting here and paying condolences, expressing our regrets, condolences to families, to persons involved. This one has struck home here, and that's why we are all in black, mourning our colleague. It's very sad, it's very unfortunate, but it should be a subtle reminder that the Nigerian government still has a huge task to ensure that every Nigerian can feel safe in this environment. Anybody who comes into this territory called Nigeria can sleep at home. How can somebody be in a home and then armed robbers will go there? We used to say that armed robbery had been eliminated by 419, by petty crimes, by e-fraud, but to see that armed robbers are still actively at work.
So that's how the right TV space was responding to it, Rosita. But I think you are right. She may have been taken to that hospital, but then they didn't even seek to treat her. And by the way, the police refused to take her. Then she had to phone her mother's friend who lived nearby, who then organized that trip. So all of that delay, the agony. You know, if you are watching this clip on the screen, you see how high up she had to jump. It was just, and I think she would have wanted to live at the top of the building for reasons of security, that she'll be more secure living on the higher. It's just sad all the way through.
Woman, you see, I really do have problem with media houses. Number one. Number two, I do have problem with the way Nigerians tackle their problems. This guy in Arise Television, he ended up not saying anything. Because when things like this happen, that's when Nigerians should use that opportunity to push a point. It's not all about talking rubbish. Say what is lacking. Because the guy just talked, he didn't say anything. Number one, what is wrong with our police system? The story is not complete. Because people are saying, I didn't even know there are 14 armed robbers. That means it's not, I don't think that's actually armed robbery anyway. So who did they rob at the end of the day? She jumped away. So who did they rob? Nobody is talking that.
I don't think they were going to a flat specifically. They were going from flat to flat and robbing them. And then she was hearing the information of that process of that robbing. And then they were getting closer to her flat, and then she panicked and did what she did.
Most anyway, I've been experienced of 9 men coming into my house to rob. They don't usually scatter themselves in different apartments. The only thing they do is they scatter themselves in the premises, and then they have the people that go from house to house. They won't tell this person go to this house and this person will go to no. They don't. That is even a wrong strategy in the first place. So if there are 14 that came in there, that means some of them will man the compound, while the rest of the group will be going from one place to the other robbing. That is wrong too. What is our police doing? Is 911 not working? That is 3. Why did the hospital, why did they reject her? Are they rejecting her that she's an armed robber? Are they rejecting her that they don't know that face? Because she's not an ordinary person in Nigeria now. She's a celebrity. Her faces are on the screen. So what is the reason why the hospital rejected her? By the way, I thought they said when you have even if it's a gunshot, that they should, I thought Buhari handle that thing. They should treat you, and they can call the police later. They've stopped doctors from going to take whatever police clearance before they treat somebody who is bleeding. So what happened in this case? I thought that's what her colleagues should use their voice now that they are alive to correct. But the guy was just there blabbering, talking rubbish. What is he actually talking about? That Nigeria will happen to you. If bad things do happen to you in Nigeria, doesn't mean good things don't happen to people in Nigeria. The richest man in Africa is from Nigeria. And he made his money in Nigeria. Even as all of Nigerians hate him, they want to kill him because he's making waves. They even want to crumble his business. That doesn't overrule the fact that Nigeria happened to him.
That's the mother right there on the screen, Zita, as you're speaking. That's the family. That's those are the parents right there. That's the mother, and that's the father. But you see this look on the mother's eye.
It is what
Do
it is.
you see you know what that look is? That look is the journey of life of that girl. She's thinking about how she was born, when she was not as a child, when she made her proud. All of these things are graduation. As people are talking around her, she's in a different world. You know, she's just it's going to. Oh God, it's a pity. It's a pity.
It's a pity. May her soul rest in peace. But if there's anything I have to wish somebody, I wish everybody not to find yourself in a place where you are being engulfed with fear. Something might trigger in you that will make you do something wrong. You've seen somebody that somebody will point a gun at him. Instead of him to run away, he goes to grab it. And you'll be blaming him, and you okay? You see somebody's hand in the tree. It might be born out of fear. Come on now. How about one man? The case of I don't want this case is so saddening anyway. You know, when you are somebody who has not lost loved ones, young, beautiful, vibrant, full of life, and you just finished, I'm just wondering what the last relation of hers she spoke with that night, laughing and singing and maybe cracking joke and everything, and then went to bed. And then the person wakes up the following morning just for the person to hear, so may have run away, or she was trying to run away from armed robbers and died. That's actually how the story should be. She was trying to run away from armed robbers and hurt herself. This idea of saying, why would she jump from 340, 550-story building for what? I mean, it's actually ridiculous. Because that's what her mind got to her to escape through that means that time. And her mind was actually telling her that she can make it. That she didn't make it, it's okay. But we shouldn't condemn her. She was actually running for her life.
Sorry, I will. Can you mute? Your into the screen. Oh, all right, thank you. Yes, I don't actually think it was an outright condemnation. I think people were just, they were just, I think people are anguished by it, and they were thinking, what could she have, it's just the way men think. Sometimes they say, but I don't think there was any blame going to her, of course. And how can you blame her? She, like you said, she was trying what she thought was best to fight for her life. That's what happened. It's just so sad. But let me take you from there, Zita, to.
No, there are some few things I wanted to say about Tinubu going to Imo State. The last speaker said, why didn't you put it on a Monday to prove a point?
Yes, to battle, to duke it out with the
I told him
space. Yes.
I told him I will come into that. You see, when something is happening, it's good we monitor it before we can speak affirmatively on it. Number one, point of correction, it's not only Nnamdi Kanu that put a Monday sit at home. It's the Njoko, is the one in jail. He created that day as a kind of what would I call it? A kind of I'm missing the word now. A kind of protest for them to continue sitting at, I don't know who he's protesting for, so that they will release Nnamdi Kanu. So it has nothing to do with Nnamdi Kanu anyway. And on several occasions, Nnamdi Kanu has called that thing out, that people should go about their normal business because they're losing money. Secondly, sit at home on a Monday. Okay, let me talk about Tinubu and his visit to Owerri. It is actually a political visit. And if he had gone there on a Monday and the crowd did not follow him, it's you guys that will come to this platform and mock it. And say, who president went to Imo State, it was like where a fly pass. It's a political movement. So they have to put it in a way, in a time and manner that everybody will fall in line. Thirdly, the sit at home in Imo State has now, in the Southeast, has nothing any longer to do with Njoko, the person that started it. It has become their way of life. They are actually enjoying it because they have acclimatized to it, in the sense that if you go to Southeast now, most shops that don't used to open on Sundays, they do open on Sundays. So they run their weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday sale. That Monday, they have converted it to a day they rest. You can go and make your research. So it actually does not have anything. After all, Njok is in prison. Nnamdi Kanu is hanging somewhere. So it is not actually, yeah, some boys do come out to make noise and do all manner of things, but it's not those boys. It's not Njoko and Nnamdi Kanu again. It is something they have decided to be using. And if you want that to be corrected, it's not going to be corrected by saying Tinubu come on Monday to prove a point. No. The way it's supposed to be corrected is start with the parastatals, government parastatals. That's where the governors have to be firm about it and put down laws. That way they can correct it, not with Tinubu. Tinubu has nothing to do with it. Neither is Nnamdi Kanu. Even in Njoko, it has slipped off his hands. So that's one thing I want to correct. Now, back to what they were saying about election. You know, permutating election that is going to happen February 2027 is actually too early. We have to wait at least 2 weeks to the election. That's when you will know who is winning and who is losing. That's all I can tell you people. But let me say this, one man. I will use this your platform to say this. They keep saying Atiku, 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 and some Northerners are filing behind him, and they are becoming what I will call very abusive, which is quite unlike them. That becoming, that's why I said this Gen Z, new generation, that slipping off culture and tradition. Those Northerners are becoming very abusive and arrogant about it. One man, are you there?
We're all here. We're all listening.
Okay. I
Want to see where you want to land this.
Yeah, I have a message for them. In Nigeria, I know most of the Northerners are listening to me. They like listening to me. I have a message for them this morning. In Nigeria, you have 6 geopolitical zones. When they put political, that means it's not really as Nigeria is supposed to be divided, but they politically divided that way. Northeast and Northwest are actually, from my understanding, they are actually the people that are politically savvy in Nigeria. The rest is in Satan Ken Sataramago. Now, if they continue, my message to them is that if they continue this their rudeness and arrogancy about filing a Northerner that actually caused problem in 2023 against a Southerner who is willing to go for a second term, they might stir up something in the South that they will find difficult to correct. Let me repeat myself again. If they continue with this, their arrogancy, their rudeness, and all these ways, I'm hearing them throw from here to here, come 2026, come 2027, they might start a kind of political revolution in the South that they might not in future be able to handle. Why am I sending this message? When that political revolution starts, the Middle Belt, the North Central will join the South. So the card is going to flip. They will not be the one to need those areas for them to be able to step into Aso Rock. How about that? Today, everybody who wants to be the president of Nigeria is running to them. They will go there, they will worship them, they will listen to them, they will listen to their image, they will even form ridiculous forums, ridiculous bodies, ridiculous traditional names, and I want to use the word ridiculous in the sense that in the Southwest, Southeast, South, and the North Central, we too do have those names. But presidential candidates don't pay the homage to those people. Looking into some group will gather president and want them to come and talk to them. It's only North that has that advantage. My message to them is that the rate they are going, I don't know what they see in Tinubu. I don't know, because if they're talking about insecurity, their brother just left the seat 3 years ago, and then even train attack, train hijack was happening in Nigeria. He too fought the insecurity in his own as much as he could, to his blessed memory. But if anybody thinks it's because of insecurity in the North City, they're screwing trash. That's what I would call what they're saying. They're screwing trash, and they're beginning to get on my last nerves. If they want to file a candidate, they should shut their mouth and file a candidate. Let the candidate go sort it out with Tinubu. But from the readings and their comments and their ridiculous words, it's becoming to say we need them to win an election. But let me tell you, if they start this nonsense and it flips and they remain two of them, Northeast and North Central, it go hard though. They will have to need the rest of the 4 zones, which is more difficult for them to go to Aso Rock. I rest my case. Let's topic one man. You know, I started talk rubbish.
All right, Ridan. No, actually, what you said was excellent. Excuse me. Let me just rattle you through what we have, and then I'll give you the headlines, and then I'll play you a clip, and then after that clip, I'll drop, and then Thomas will bring it home. We've got Dejadin Yodo coming out to tell us that it gives us 6 reasons why Tinubu would win the elections. Let me bring it up. So he gave us 6 reasons why Tinubu will win the elections. What was the headlines? It says that defection and weak opposition, which is to tell you all these state governors coming in to the APC with their structure, and the opposition not being able to coordinate themselves. And then he talked about Atiku and Obi's desperation, and then he talked about zoning and northern strategy. So what he was saying here, it says he pointed out that the principle of zoning and rotational presidency will favor Tinubu in 2027. He argued that many northern politicians are already looking towards 2031 and would not want Atiku to win. So that was the point that really struck me on that one, which I somewhat agree as well. It doesn't stand in the interest of any northern politician for Atiku to be the president, because if Atiku is the president, then that ends the political career of virtually all of them, the younger ones. So why would they want him as president if they have ambitions to be president themselves? And then he talks about confidence in Tinubu's popularity, etc., etc. So those were his things. And then Obi going to the trade fair. I'm not sure if that would even interest you. Atiku going to court the Olubadan, who tells him that he's no longer interested in politics. And then Reno Omokri responding to may Nigeria happen to me, he was saying in response to the narrative of that young lady that we were just discussing earlier. The lead person of the Kwakwansia movement, which is Rabi Kwakwanso's movement in Kano State, he defects to the APC, which is to tell you then that the first step then of the rather slow and leisurely journey back home, Kwakwanso has already begun. So we have that. And then we have this one, Pat Utomi. Do you remember when Pat Utomi was saying that he was going to form a parallel government, a shadow?
You expect me to speak
Eh?
on all these things?
No, I'm just giving you what is available because I'm about to bail out, and then
Okay.
so that you guys can just navigate the conversations amongst yourself. And then Pat Utomi, do you remember when he was saying he wanted to form a shadow government? So that's been to the court, and the court told him to get lost. So there's that one as well. Now let me. I'm going to play you a clip now, and then after that clip, I'll bail out. So let me acknowledge the super chatters, and before I play you the clip. So that's the elegant Tope O right there, saying Happy Independence Day. This is October the 1st, of course, the Independence Day of Nigeria. Of course, the super chat comes from Ayo right there, having a joke along with his friend Tima Jack. And that's Tima Jack right there with the super chat as well. And that's Peace Forever as well. So anybody else that wants to join that space, join that space. Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow. So I'll play this clip. I'll play this clip. Zita has the floor. Zita to Awo to Prince, Prince to the Prince to Dewale, and then Dewale to Ekene. But if people want to yield to Ekene for reasons of him being in Nigeria, he can come after Zita. But that's the running order anyway. If people want to be sticklers to the order that they came in. But let me play you this clip. This is an American speaking on Nigerian politics. So I'll play this clip as I ease myself out. Zita, what do you
If you don't know what's going on in Nigeria, your media sources suck. You are in a bubble. Not, and again, I'm not a Christian, but they are systematically killing the Christians in Nigeria. They've killed over 100,000 since 2009. They burned 18,000 churches. This is so much more. These are their Islamists, Boko Haram. This is so much more of a genocide attempt than what is going on in Gaza. They are literally attempting to wipe out the Christian population of an entire country. Where are the kids protesting this?
Thank you. Because no one will talk about it, so thank you.
Absolutely.
It's Africa. That's why no one's talking about it, and they should be. You can't read about it in mainstream media. It's sad, so thank you for bringing
it up. Well, because the Jews aren't involved. That's why. It's the Christians and the Muslims. Who cares?
Okay.
Welcome back. Madam Sita, how are you?
The only thing I have to tell the bingo that said that about Nigeria is that how do they say it? Who does what calls the shot? I've forgotten the phrase. You see, Christians in Nigeria are not like the Jews. Christians in Nigeria, their pastors are busy buying private jets, 10, 15. Christians in Nigeria, their pastors are busy reaping them the last kobo in their hands. Christians in Nigeria, their pastors are busy enriching themselves. They are not fighting their cause. The idiot speaking, I know him, what's that his name in his HOB show? The people who are supposed to speak for the Christians in Nigeria are not interested. They are collecting money from the poorest Christian in Nigeria. But the Jews, they speak, they act, their wallet is heavy. When I mean heavy, those guys, their wallet is heavy. You don't know how heavy their wallet is until that young man in 2023 is it 2024, that nobody knew that he gives Harvard 1 billion every year. And I don't know where somebody gets that kind of money. And when they were talking about the president, he just made a simple sentence. Simple. I withdraw my donation. What did you say? Okay, the woman resigned. Those are the Jews we are talking about. So it's not all about saying Christians. Come on, man. Somebody got to speak. Somebody got to present their case. Somebody got to act on their behalf. Then let them do the demonstration or probably the rioting on the ground. Somebody has to present it. How many times has Oyedepo gone to make case for Christians in Nigeria that I don't know where he get that ridiculous number anyway, because those people are killing both Christians and Muslims. What is happening in Nigeria today has nothing to do with religion. They are killing both sides.
God bless you. They are killing both sides, though. They don't even care who you are.
The last one that happened 3 days ago, it was in the mosque. Is it not in the mosque? That the Wapaba people there. So what is he talking about? Look, honestly, sincerely speaking, I for one, okay, I want to say this in this platform. Call me whatever name you want to call me. I do not actually like this idea of white people pushing slavery, colonialism, and pushing what we are supposed to push for ourselves. When I see them saying it, I actually see it as mockery.
Mockery, yeah.
Period. That's me. And this thing I just said now, I can defend it anywhere. When I see a white man coming to a platform to say white people are racist, I see it as mocking me. Because he's white. So is he actually telling me he is racist? To my face. So I don't want to go there, please.
Bill Maher is actually Jewish, half Jew, I guess, you know.
So I don't want to go there. Let him continue talking his blah. I beg, remind me, the video has already got me angry. What's the next topic?
Yeah. The Kwankwasia leader in Kano State.
You are looking for my trouble,
You have to talk about it now. That's our
trouble. I told you
that's our topic.
That guy is an unstable politician, period. And I stand with it.
Like Peter Obiabi, or like Kwankwasia, like their master, Kwankwanso.
Whether he can have 1 million votes. But what I want to tell anybody who is looking at Kwankwanso and looking behind his 1 million votes is that you might not probably get it. Because he's an unstable politician. And I stand my grounds. I don't care what anybody is saying. I would rather prefer...
But Madam Sita, his followers are like obedient now. They are like they follow him back to back.
But these days I don't think the way that crowd used to follow him. I don't know, but the result from Kanu to me wasn't impressive. Honestly, but if people say it was impressive for them, that's okay. For APC to get, even when the
more than half a million, over half a million.
That guy was well hated, though. That governor then, what's his name? Gandola. It was a tug of war in Kano. He was I know how much APC went there, how many times they went there. With the other guy for PDP, plus the so-called Kwankwansia movement, and still, even at that, APC got 500, half a million votes. Look,
more than half a million.
I don't care. Please give me the next topic. I don't want to talk about Kwankwanso. He's somebody I people. Yeah, he did something nice. He worked well, but his instability in politics is actually irritating. You get the point. I don't like that kind of and he Obi is even better than him. Because Obi,
I mean, Madam Zita, apart from maybe Tinubu, which other Nigerian politician is actually stable? Which one? Apart from Tinubu, which other Nigerian politician would you consider stable?
All of them are, most of them are stable. Most of them are.
Okay, could you
Let me
name one
tell you
apart
what
from
I mean by
Tinubu?
stable. Listen, maybe what you understand by an
Instability.
unstable
Yeah.
politician.
Well,
You are
you
talking
defined it
about,
last time. Last time you talked about him going from one party to another, just like they all do.
Calm down. You asked me a question. Can you calm down? Let me answer you. I don't like when people ask me a question. Maybe you have the answer. You keep throwing more questions to me. Allow me. Let's take it one after the other because some people are listening. So, when I mean he's a very unstable politician, where your mind run to is changing party.
Yes. Yeah,
No,
that's
that's
what
not
I
what
thought.
I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about.
But that's exactly how you defined it last time. I'm just repeating what you said last time.
I said that is part of it, but
Part
that
of it.
is not.
That is. She said
That
part
is,
of it.
I said
I remember
that
I
day,
was here. Yeah.
Hold on. Go
I
and
was here.
listen to my submission that day. When you came up with that party something, I repeated myself. I said, that is, somebody said it, that he has been jumping. I said, well, that is part of it. But that's not why I called him an unstable politician. That guy gets angry and walk out on something. He ridiculously walked out on something. I'm talking about something standing in front of him that might go for him for one reason or the other. The guy will get angry and blow out. Short man. He will just boom. You will see him. I don't want to, so that people will not ask me if I'm in their meeting. He will zoom up with his abada. And that was
Babariga.
That was why he became a governor non-consistent time. Is that his behavior? Is that his behavior? You don't behave like that in politics. Obi did that in 2023, and that thing is affecting him now.
And it will still affect him in 2027.
Because if you cannot stand up for somebody when you are seeing something in front of you, and there is every tendency, it might not be for you, it might be for you, but behind that thing, there might be something good for you behind it. Because of this one you are seeing, you just blow up, boom. That's an unstable politician now. You're not making a good calculation. You cannot be taking out of things like that. Bang, 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 bang. They talk one thing, you get angry, open your babariga, very please, we blow it so wide and you walk away gathering it. Come on now. Politics is all about negotiation. Trust me. That's what politics is all about. If you cannot, as a politician, negotiate when it is good for you and when it's going to be bad for you, and when you are going to be in the middle, you are unstable. Take it to the banks. Don't call me all manner of names. I don't care. Look at now, Obi in 2023, simply because they say you are not going to be the vice president. We are not going to give you the ticket. You are not going to be the vice president. He ran off. Wuga. And the man contesting was his principal in 2019. He did not support him. He ran against him, in as much as he did not abuse him during the campaign, but he ran against him. That's the truth. And now the chiefs are done, just barely 3 years down the line. Are you going to tell that man to yield his ambition for Obi? Mbano. Are you going to tell him to support Obi if Obi decides to run? Mbano. Unless he wants to be a nice guy. That's how it works. Because you cannot tell him, Obi is running. Why can't Atiku support it? Somebody will ask you, but Atiku run in 2023, Obi run against him. So why are you telling Atiku to run against him?
I wonder.
And you say, can you imagine? He did not step down for Obi. He said, in 2023, they say Obi step down or join me. He said, no. He went and formed his own party. And that's exactly what Atiku has done now. He has formed his own party. So these are the calculations when it's not all about jumping from one party to the other. If you are jumping from, after all, Tinubu is not, APC is one of the, I would say, one of the youngest strong party in Nigeria.
Strong party,
today.
yes. Yes.
That's the word that we use. It's one of the youngest strong party in Nigeria. Tinubu was not APC before.
Tinubu was once ACN before, or
They were
AC
all
before.
members of what is that Yahoo party when we were young? Babangida's Yahoo party.
Babangida party, yeah, exactly. I forgot the name now. Yeah.
One still have a name to SDP.
SDP,
and
yeah.
What's the other one?
NRC.
People them must have been members of some of them in
Of
those
course.
days as a young man. From ACN to WBE, from WBE he formed the. But the important thing is that he's stable. The same thing with Buhari. Buhari was never an APC person.
Yeah.
He
was
have been
CPC
SDP on NRC
before
or even
CPC.
NPP or PPN or GB2 and form CCP, and then later become APC. But the important thing is that he was steady making the negotiation.
Yeah. Negotiation, yeah.
Not blowing, and when the thing is not for you, you run out. Then who do you want to stand for you? As I said before, and I will repeat it again, Pankwanzia is an unstable politician. I don't care the crowd is carrying, but I have a message for somebody who is going into romance with Pankwanzia because of the number of people that think that is following him. You might not have them. Period. Next topic before I leave my seat. Just one more.
Thank you so much. I think you've covered couple of them. Yeah, you talk about the lady of Arise TV. You talked about Kwankwasia, and have you talked about the Judge Yonju Sowore's lawyer saying giving reason why Tinubu may still win the coming election? He talks about unstable.
I don't do. The only reason why they are saying this is because the people who are contesting with Tinubu seem and sound and look stupid. Otherwise, I will say that it's too early for anybody to be permutating political results, more especially presidential election. Presidency is not a governorship election or
it's not
more. It's too early. Anybody they keep saying they are rubbish. When they finish, take their candidates, take their vice, and then start the campaign. Because it's in the campaign they usually make that mistake that can make them lose an election. Trust me. When they start the campaign, that's when somebody like Zita will tell you, look, this guy is going to win this election. Hate me, like me, I don't care. But for now, anybody can say anything. But I want to speak on Sowore. I've said this before. This is my last topic I'm going to handle. I've said this before, and I will repeat it again. You see, Sowore, I would have said, let them leave him, like freedom of speech. But the problem I have with Sowore is that we don't even know who Sowore is. When I mean,
what do you mean?
Okay, let me explain. Who is Sowore? You call Sowore, you can table his identity in the sense that this is what Sowore stands for and stick to. He's on about the whole place constituting nuisance. If he's sticking to 1, 2, 3 things and he holds on to that thing, and whenever that thing comes out, do you know that this boy you people are talking about, there is one boy you people say that go about, he's practicing an NGO that goes about settling cases putting them,
very dark man.
Do you know he's better than Showore? No,
you are right.
You know, I talk a lot of gibberish. But
you are right. No. That's not gibberish.
We know him. We know what he believes in. He goes about buying markets that does not belong to him. He put it on his screen to tell the whole world, look at what is happening here. Oh,
yeah, he goes to rural area. He build a dog. Yes, yeah.
Draw people's attention to that situation, and people will start reacting.
Madam Sita.
How are you?
Hey, Madam Sita, I want to ask you one question. What does Showore does for a living?
He goes about, okay, let me tell you, there was a story about Showore.
No, he's a journalist, Madam Sita. He has
which journalist?
Wait, I beg you.
He has Sahara Report.
Have you seen any company with the advert of Sahara Reporter before?
He started very well. This is a global platform. Showore started very well. But along the line, when he started very well to drag attention to himself. And then he now used them to make money. Because if you remember when Wike and one other, is this senator? I don't want to call them, but I will call Wike. Wike and one other senator were abusing themselves. This one say, this one abused Wike of buying somebody. Wike abused him of raping a girl to death. Showore has that story.
Yeah, but Sahara Reporter doesn't take advertisement. It was sponsored by this foreign.
No. Don't go there. Don't go there.
That
was why when he came out.
No. But Madam Sita, hold on. When was the last time you opened Sahara Reporter page?
I will direct you.
It doesn't take commercial
incident to prove this point. That was when he came out. Remember when Showore came out to contest? He was making waves, standing on top of a car. I don't know which year was it. Was it in 20?
Yeah, the previous election. The previous one.
It's either 2020, 2015 election. He was making waves. If you remember, there was a lady that did a dossier on him. It was in YouTube there. The lady did a dossier on Showore, and part of the dossier, he mentioned that rape case. Because they say, hey, Sahara Reporter, they will put it on, they will do this, they will do that. Hey, the whole world will hear about it. Everything went on. The lady mentioned it. So if you can find that lady, he was swearing for, he said, he swore with her blood that he can never be the president of Nigeria. I don't even know what made her to be, because Showore will never be the president of Nigeria anyway. So, talking about Showore, let's go back to Showore. Showore is constituting nuisance.
But Manasita, can I stop you right there?
Okay.
Can we not say, I don't understand what you mean by, you explain why you say constitutional nuisance, but me, I thought it's like an opposition party standing up for the people, fighting for the people, pointing out every injustice in the country and talking about it. So I don't know where you get the nuisance from.
Okay, let me tell you why he's not he's constituting nuisance. I first of all ask you who is he? Is he for hunger in Nigeria? Is he for insecurity in Nigeria? Is he for cases like this here now? Is it for cases of woman brutality? Is it for what is it for? You cannot be on about
it's for everything. It's for everything.
No, you cannot be on about everything. If you be on about everything, you become P2B and you'll be constituting nuisance. You will start irritating people. You should not put your voice. Your voice should not be in everything. Because if you put your voice in everything, I bet you're going to be making mistakes. Because what you actually do is And anytime a situation come out, you jump into it without investigating. But if you are for something, you have a groundwork for that thing. The moment it happens, you send your foot soldiers for that thing. They go and tell you everything will be in your hands because already you have laid groundwork for that particular thing. But Showore don't have any. He doesn't even have a castle. He's not on anything except for himself. He cannot be opening his mouth all the time to say something. It doesn't work that way. He's constituting nuisance. Can you imagine somebody
But he thought he knows. He thought he knows everything. That's what I always say about him.
Listen, let me tell you, it is actually disheartening what is happening in Nigeria. People, a lot has happened. Showore is not sticking to anyone to contest and activate on. He's all about the whole place. To the extent now he has called the president of a country a criminal. How about that? You try that with Donald Trump. The media house go pay. You too go pay. It's not right now. He cannot be on about the whole place, opening his mouth. What does he think? That he cannot be arrested? He should go ask Nnamdi Kanu. Man, I tell you something. If you want to dance the dance of politicians, more especially those in Nigeria, I tell you something. Those guys is gonna run you over. Showore, she be in the talk. I believe say get garbages on him. I wait, kwa. Shebi he's using international community as you said. By the time they go land and want, I suppose talk rubbish. They go land and want them, quiet and one corner, like in Nnamdi Kanu. In with that thing go day there. Even the international community, shame, no go greet them. Can't get them out. I rest my case.
Thank you so much, Madam Sita. Yeah, is Awo ready for us? Awo. Yeah, I think it's not ready for us. Yeah, who else there?
Ekene is in Nigeria.
Ekene left. Ekene dropped. Maybe he will come back. Yeah, he dropped from the screen.
Thomas, how you doing now? Good evening. Good morning now.
Longest time, my brother.
Yeah, now.
How's the family?
We are doing okay. I mean, there was a time you were not even. We hardly see your brake light on this show. You
My brother,
disappeared for a long time.
yeah, exactly. My shift changed to morning shift.
Oh.
So it's when I'm going to work. That is when one man always starts.
I see.
So
And
yeah,
it does show. It does show in the morning as well. Sometimes, occasionally, it just pop up like that.
And that morning is our own night. That's why I'm sleeping. So the time we have same time as Nigeria as UK, so 10 hours different. So it's always when one man is in morning, that's at night, night. So the time doesn't really balance each other. But I'm really free once sometimes so I just come in. Yes, yeah. Like today now I'm free today. So let me just come in today so that he can go and rest.
That's all. That's awesome. It's nice hearing from you, brother.
Thank you so much.
Good morning or good evening, everybody on the show and the listener. Let me talk briefly about B. Mayer's false narratives. Arise News House and the Minister of Information have dealt with that report and they've done justice to it. But let me just say here that, modern journalism, for those who don't know, even at our own domestic local level, journalists are trained to skew information. Even though the mayor is not a Christian, he's an atheist, I wonder his take on that report. One, yes, you comment on the global issues, but what is happening in Nigeria, I don't think it's to some extent as attract such alarmed the way he was putting it. And I'm so glad that the authority here in Nigeria has, not just rebuffed what he said, they put out some data to actually show that we don't have religion persecution in Nigeria, but banditry, terrorism, and co are the things that we are dealing with. In the case of Benue, the case of Plateau, even the southern Kaduna, relatively now we've seen some level of peace returning to those areas. But to say that the Christians are being persecuted, I would say that the southern part of the country have more Christian than the north. And
Northern, yes, you're right.
if
Yeah.
it does not happen in the southwest, southeast, south, you can't isolate a case in the middle belt and say that Christians are being persecuted. Not that we have not seen that before, but on the scale at which he's trying to portray to the global audience that there's something going on in Nigeria. No, and there are some people that will hear that and they will say, well, I'm not taking my money to that country because a Christian like me are being persecuted in that country. So a false narrative like that will go a long way. And how do we correct that? One, situation like that should not be taken lightly because even though as the Tinubu is gallivanting around the globe to chase investors and all that and trying to promote Nigeria to the entire world, all these false narratives here and there, you never know where it will end up at. Somebody will cut a clip of it and put it on the social media. Before you know it, it becomes a wildfire. And to take it back or to correct it, it takes forever. And it's wrong. We're no longer in the era of El Rufai. This is the era of Basani in Kaduna. And the guy in Benue is trying his best, but we all knew what was happening in Benue is not religion issue. It's purely terrorism, and then those people trying to take land from those people in Benue. So that's that about that. As for Kwakwa,
Adewale, before you move on, even the last incident that they had is they invaded a mosque. A mosque. It's not even a church.
yeah,
It's a mosque.
Adewale,
I mean,
Adewale,
you've seen
sorry to come in.
those
Sorry to come
bandits.
in. The man that was saying it is a comedian in the United States. So all those short shootings in the US is a Christian prosecution. Huh?
Though, even though the mayor is a comedian of a repute, the show itself is not actually about comedy. It has a lot of political contributions, social political issues being discussed, and professionals are being brought across the globe to contribute. So it's not mainly about comedy. Even though it has a segment that you're trying to crack jokes and still uh, talking about what is relevant, the news happening around the globe, especially in America. But in some ways, I wonder when the last time the mayor tuned into a local channel in Nigeria and what is happening in Nigeria, how he got that report. As a matter of fact, such platform would not reference the source of their information. It won't say. But it's easier to generalize and to put those narratives out there. And unfortunately, some of his listeners, as you can see, the one of the guests that was there was more interested in that story. Oh, the Christian are this and that. Unfortunately,
They were even confirming it. Yes, that,
yeah,
that
as if they
they
live.
know what they
You
are
see,
saying. Yeah.
you see how the narrative. To be honest with you, in this Western world, media. I tell you this: media can be manipulated in a way that you can use it if you're close to them, to that estate. You can use them to your advantage. At the same time, it can also turn against you. And that's the reason why even Trump, despite um, him using them in the past, turning against them and calling them what they call it, fake news, even when the news are actually true, but the way he wants it to be narrated in a way that would not damage his ego or anything like that. So, for those who don't know, the other day I was because every day I go online and I read Nigerian newspaper. First thing first, when I get to office in the morning, that's the first thing I do. I open it for like 30 minutes. I'll try to digest what happened. So I look at what actually made headlines. What is the news talking about? Especially these days of this Pengaso, Depam, and Dangote and the rest. So I'll go through all that. And I will look at which newspaper is actually government friendly, which one is not, is opposition friendly, and I could list every one of them. Tribune is government friendly because it's Yoruba owned, but the likes of Cable, Leadership, Guidance, these days and co, the Sun,
Adewale,
yeah,
Adewale, sorry to come here. Let me tell you something. Actually, the guy is not wrong.
what do you mean?
Like, I know why I shut him off. I mean, the what's it, Mia? What's that guy's
The
name?
mayor.
He's not actually wrong. That is not the situation in Nigeria. We all agree. But what is happening in their country shows that that is the situation in Nigeria, because so many Nigerians come into United States on asylum based on Christian persecution. So that's why I said he's right.
Mm.
So
Okay, so
when
they
you
use the
have that
data.
kind of
Mm.
situation in your hands, that they have, let's say, 100, out of that 100, 70 is asking for asylum because of Christian persecution, then he's right. But that's not the situation in Nigeria. But that's what your brothers and sisters tell them why they want to come into their country, period.
That's another angle to this story. But like you said, it's possible because as a matter of fact, asylum has no longer. Trump has put an embargo on asylum for now. So if you are not from the Western Europe, then you are not. Your asylum will remain there till Jesus comes back anyway. And you are not a white farmer from South Africa. Good luck with that. Anyway, as for Kwankwaso and his movement, you know, it's only even a blind person will tell you that Kwankwaso is still relevant in Kano, despite his issue with the NNPP in Kano. His relevance, because without Kwankwaso, that movement is as dead as anything. But you see, his opponent, Ganduje, was taken out of the scene so that he would not become constitute hindrance to Tinubu's favor from Kwankwaso. So he was compensated with just a chairmanship position in NPA, just for him at least just to hold body so he can feed. However, Tinubu needed to clear the way for Kwankwaso to be able to be free. In as much as Kwankwaso is not on the television, in front of television every day, it's either going to the airport to see Tinubu and all that, then Kwankwaso will have a free movement around the presidency and to do whatever he likes. So here's the man we all know. He was one. He was part of an APC at the point when it was newly established. But like you said, it was used and dumped, and it was quite right because shortly after Buhari became president, the CPC version of that party kind of like ostracized everybody, including Tinubu's movement as well. But you see, Tinubu's doggedness, perseverance, and commitment actually pay off for him because one, that same movement that actually pushed him aside is the movement that he wrote to become the president. However, I see Kwankwaso as a seasoned politician. People don't know this man was one time Minister of Defense. People don't know this man was also part of I think, the Second Republic as House of Assembly, if I'm not mistaken. While Tinubu was a senator, so he has been around for a while. For those who don't know, it's just a matter of time. I don't think everyone.
Adewale, let me come in again. You just said something very funny now. You said without Kwankwanzo, that movement is dead on arrival. That means we
Yes.
never had any movement. If you are a politician and you build something on yourself, that when you are not there, it cannot function, then you don't have a movement.
Well, as a driving force
Buhari
of that
is gone.
movement,
APC is still.
no,
When
Buhari's APC,
Tinubu go, you will
no,
see how far with APC.
no,
That's
no,
what
no.
is called a movement.
You know, the thing is this. The thing is that Tinubu has proven before that he can replicate leadership of any movement. However, you still needed them around. What I mean by without Kwankwaso, so that movement will be as dead as anything is for the fact that that movement see as a matter of fact, Kwankwaso inherited that Kwankwaso movement. Let me put it that way. Because if you remember, there was a time I read this story about the Second Republic. No, First Republic. Oh no, Second Republic. There was a particular governor of Kano State then. What's his name? It's not is it not Amino Kano? It was the one that was Talakawa. What do you know the particular name of this politician? That was where it emerges from, where it was for social.
Are you talking about Abubakar Rimi?
No, way before Abubakar Rimi. There was a particular politician then who
Aminu Kano.
established that movement.
Aminu Kano.
Was it Amino Kano?
Yes.
Where it was Pen Clemens kept coming to the movement, but not Pen Clemens. It was Talakawa movement. You know, it was more of a socialist kind of movement. And you now have Kwankwaso that more or less the driving force behind the Kwankwasia movement. Even though, of course, it can't be like Showore, that will be the chairman of a party at the same time be the presidential candidate of the same party and be in charge of finance and everything. No. In some cases, you will have opposition that will try to come and hijack the movement from you. At a point, Kwankwaso, I believe he was suspended not quite long ago as well. But you see, no matter what you do or what anybody say, Kwankwaso and his movement, Kwankwasia, are 5 and 6. And people recognize that this man can play a pivotal role in the coming president's general election. So what he needed to do is look, you've been a contributing factor to this party. Come back to reap what you sow because you've labored in APC before. We've taken Ganduje out of the scene for you. It's no longer, not that it's not relevant, but it's not every day you'll be seeing him on TV. So if somebody is not being seen, not being heard, his relevance will not matter as much. So now Kwankwaso will gain more by joining Tinubu because 2031 is there. Kwankwaso is still young; he can still contest. However, I don't the way the body language and the way things are going on with it. I don't see reason why he's not going to join APC. It's just a matter of time of making declaration. The other day there was a report that he was laying down some rules and a condition for him to rejoin APC. The moment I read that story, I you know what I did? Muyimu, I don't know how to say it in English. You know,
My brother, you already joined. So there's no doubt about that. You already joined. So to see is number one man already joined the APC. So
I
he's just
mean,
waiting for the right time to make the announcement.
well, there's still plenty of time because you can't just rush things. You know, sometimes people join movement behind the curtain without making declaration. However, you have to watch the same. Maybe scenario will change in a way, and then you decided to make your move publicly. But as
Adewale,
it is right now, I mean, this man has access to Tinubu more than anybody. And he's his ally.
Adewale, can I interject for a minute?
Yeah.
I think you are not looking. For me, I look at it totally another way. For Kwankwaso to become the president of this country, he must be in a very big party with tentacles all over the country. If he insists that is going to contest in 2027 with NMPP, he might not even get the vote he got in 2023. And that will put a final nail on his political career. So he needs to move. He needs APC more than APC need him. That is just the truth. Because for him to contest the primaries of the next election in 2031, he must be in this established party. So the way I see it now is that the carrot they will dangle in front of him is this: come to this party and you have a level playing field to shoot your shot when the APC is now looking for their presidential candidate in 2031. It's enough for him. So if he's not doing that now, then everybody knows the truth in Nigeria. The power will still retain in the South, whether we like it or not. So that's what
I saw something on Rufai Husseini's Twitter page. He posted a video that depicted fast train, what do you call it? All this metro system with the what do you call it? The fast train.
Fast train,
Yeah,
yes.
from Lagos all the way to the north and all that. I don't know if it was AI made or was just or it's propaganda, but in that clip I saw Babangida and Abubakar also praising the project, the idea behind the project, and also praising Tinubu's name. So I was wondering that if this is true, that means these are the power that you can call the power shakers when it comes to politics in Nigeria. So if these two former head of state are supporting Tinubu, I don't see the path for any opposition come 2027. But I cannot confirm if that video was actually real or AI made. But because there was no caption whether it was posted for for as a sarcasm or whatever, I don't know. But what I think is that the support will come, like you said, Remy, you're right. Power remain in the south come 2027. However, for power to shift to any part of the southern part of the country, I don't see why anybody will want to destabilize or shake things up. Because one, if they decide to shake things up, who would they be? I heard that Jonathan is also pulling up his pants to contest for the presidency. And in my head, I was like, okay.
Adewale, don't you think it's people pushing that narrative? Jonathan has ever come out to say he's contesting for 2027.
No, it's contesting. No, it's the meeting. No, the meeting of ADC.
Can I quickly come in?
He
To
said
me,
so.
I think Jonathan is fronting for Obi, trying to beg
No,
ADC.
no.
No, let me finish. Trying to beg ADC to give Obi the chance so that Obi does not contest in primaries. But unfortunately for Jonathan, David Mark told him bluntly, any presidential aspirant must go for that presidential primary in ADC. And if you are going for that primary in ADC, you are just wasting your money. That party, 75% is Atiku's own. I mean,
it was put together for Atiku now.
So
what is the stake for Jonathan? What is his own take there?
The stake is for Obi.
But why did he allow this rumor to be going around, even when he knew that wasn't going to contest?
Because you ask yourself a very good question. How many state governors in Nigeria will be will Jonathan put to his side? Where is Jonathan going to get the money to contest the election?
Never say never. We go also have a foreign.
What is Jonathan political leverage in Nigeria? Tell me.
Zero. Doesn't have any political clout. Even in the south, where he comes from, he has zero political clout.
I can even say he's an accident president.
He was.
He's been an accident. Nigeria will never vote for Jonathan as a loan ticket if he didn't become a vice president to Yaradua that passed away.
Thomas, did you see the way people moved away from him when he lost the election?
Yeah. Adewale, can you vote for Jonathan in an election?
how am I going to vote for Jonathan when even when he was a president, he was incapable. It was an inept leadership. I mean, it was the opposite of what you can call a leader. That people are now glorifying or saying that his tenure was better than Buhari, tenure was better than Tinubu, and I laughed.
Yeah,
Sometimes
Adewale, can we even say that the election he won after Yaradua, he did 2 years for Yaradua, he won it because of the power of incumbents who will vote for Jonathan as the president?
it was more of a sympathy vote that he got during that election.
Yeah.
Because even people that were not in his political camp were actually going out there galvanizing and protesting in his favor for the power to be transferred to him. But he knew because this was the person who was drafted even when he was a university lecturer, drafted as a deputy governor. There was a circumstances that happened with him and his principal when his principal escaped from from England. So,
Yeah.
and eventually he became the governor of Bayelsa. And then he was drafted by Obasanjo. It was imposed. Don't let me use the word drafted. Imposed. He was brought into PDP. As a matter of fact, people Obasanjo was the Lord of the Manor during that time. Remember, Yar'Adua was even on his sick bed in Germany when the campaign was going on his behalf in Nigeria. And Obasanjo said, "Oh, this is a do or die affair election." So he was brought in, just like when you're trying to impose, just like Tinubu is going to try to do in 2031, while leaving the office, he was trying to impose his own candidate. Remember, he will have all the power to bring in wherever he chose to bring in at that time because as an incumbent, you can control all the apparatus around, electioneering apparatus. I even read today that he's meeting the idea of bringing one professor from, and that could be a learning name, Amukita or something like that. So his name is already in circulation. There was a story about him. I can't confirm that story, but I'm thinking so if it's not going to extend Yakubu's tenure, that means it's going to appoint somebody probably from Southwest. I mean, that would be the safest thing to do, right? So, and all these things are going to be put in place. Anyway, to me, as far as I'm concerned, not that it's going to be a walk in the park for Tinubu. No, and I don't see that happening for him. But just like the way he overcome all the obstacle laid in his front when he was contesting initially. He's also going to walk over this, even though there will be some challenges, but you can't take away the power of incumbency. And it seems Tinubu is also in the pocket with the Western government as well. So they will do whatever it takes. Look at the way he's junketing to France every now and then. I mean, when was the last time
Can
you
I
see
ask you a question, please?
Jonathan gallivanting around the globe like that? Where would it even go? Yeah, go ahead. It was also sized.
We are busy talking about Tinubu's opposition. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead. Yeah.
What has Tinubu said about them?
Nothing.
That means that personal granted to him now. So why are we bothering ourselves?
I mean, we're just permutating. I mean, see the power of media, Madam Sita. You are right. These people need to learn how to use media to their advantage. Look, for those who know Tinubu is also a very heat temper person, but people don't know. But you see, he controls it in a way, and he's also, because he's already grown older now, so he's able to, put it on the check. I mean, during Akonde wrote a book, and he mentioned when it was made known to them that Buhari would not pick Tinubu as his running mate, and Tinubu was livid because this guy has been living in Abuja for a very long time, and people didn't realize that he was actually living in Abuja, and he happens to be there. He was leaving. He called Akonde. Akonde kind of summoned somebody else. Then they scheduled to meet Buhari and all that. All those things. So this is the person that if you cross him, he will still check you. but he will forgive you, but with one eye open and one eye closed. This is the kind of who Tinubu is. And that is why people are scared of him. Let me just say it categorically. Politician, even the old timer, people you can say, oh, they've been in this game forever. I can mention them, Jerry Ganaz and co. Even his contemporary, Sule Lamidos, they are scared of this guy. One, because they understood, they know he's rich. I'm not talking about monetary reach. I'm talking about his capacity, where he can, his tentacles, his connection. They know he has people. I mean, he has people. He knows a lot of people, not just in Nigeria, but outside the country. Those who matters as well. So, and with that, for somebody who has clout, who has money, who has connection, and has been in the game like a Methuselah of the game in Nigeria, they are scared of him. And Tinubu can, if you cross him, you know how to put you in your place. I mean, come to think of it, some of his adversary when he was the governor in Lagos, they came back to work for him. Look at Femi Petro. Look at Ogunlewe. At a point, him and Ogunlewe were more like a sworn enemy. But here you have it. Ogunlewe was the one defending Tinubu in front of a camera on Arise News before the election. How ironic that would be. So they knew who he was. And Obi understood that he's not dealing with just ordinary person, but principalities and power.
But Adewale, come to think of it, let's just permutate on 2027. Don't you think opposition party, they are just deceiving themselves if they don't come together and form a formidable force? They can't defeat this guy 2027 because everybody is going to go on their way. Obi will do his thing, Atiku will do his thing, and Kwakwaso will do his thing. They're still going to split their vote, and Tinubu's still going to win the election 2027.
Which opposition are you talking about, Thomas? Is it
Those
APC?
people that are calling themselves politicians,
Okay.
Obi,
Apart from
and co.
Amechi that have picked membership card, has Atiku or Obi picked a membership card?
Of ADC? I don't think so.
No.
No.
You know the last meeting they had in Abuja, done in Sheraton, the last one that they had last month. No, this month now. This month. You know what? One of the communicated was that all the members should go and resign from their old party.
Parties, yeah.
Who does that? They have
And
to
you
be
have to
reminded.
you have to renounce your old party before you can join them.
I think Adewale, they are being too oversmart. You know how you hijack the party. You know there's going to be a lot of court cases up to Supreme Court. And you know the person you're also dealing with, the incumbency. Because time is also not in your side. That is why this guy is better than them. Just oppose what they are doing with what happened in 2013, 2014, when APC come forth to be a party together. Now, look at the time they start. Even when they started, none of them want to step down. Atiku still want to contest. Obi still want to contest. Amechi is also coming on board. But when you look at APC that time, everybody already knew that Buhari is going to be their presidential candidate. The rest is history. But this time around, Atiku, to be frank with us, unless we are deceiving ourselves, to me, I believe that Obi agree in principle to Atiku that is going to be the VP. But unfortunately,
But he has said it on television that he's not.
Unfortunately, is in a dilemma. He does not know how to tell his obedient movement or other people that are supporting him that you are a presidential candidate in 2023, and then come in 2027, you step down to be a VP.
But Remy, is that not ridiculous? Why will you contest for election?
You are not a man.
You get 6.5 million, then you go and deputize yourself to somebody that you both are in an election on the ballot like 4 years ago. Is that not ridiculous?
If I were Obi, I would just forget it. He fritter away all the successes. To be frank, he fritter it.
No, a house built.
Can I say something?
A house built
Kenny, hold on, Kenny, we can't hear you. You are driving. We are just hearing noise. We can't. Maybe if you park, we can hear you better. Yeah. Adewale, go on.
A house built with saliva cannot stand. For a serious person who wants to govern the country, first and foremost, the way Nigerian politics is being practiced, you have to have a stable platform. I'm talking about the platform where you have a mouth, you have the power, you have the you can control some things at least to some extent. If you don't have that, you will have challenges even right from the party. And you cannot keep going around running from pillar to post, begging people to adopt you. What makes you different? Because you come from southeast? Unfortunately, you came from minority. And the minority where the party was even PDP was more or less like how should I put them now? Die. However, Labour Party is no longer viable for you. ADC is more or less like a child play because you don't know everything you see happening to ADC right now and Labour Party. You cannot take the influence of APC from it. APC has weakened every opposition, every viable opposition party. And that is why the likes of Atiku are still dealing in establishing their presence more in that party. Because we are thinking, okay, maybe if the ADC doesn't work, maybe ADA will work. And unfortunately, time is running out for them. Obi came out, and I know politicians cannot be taken on
Sorry,
a face value.
you mentioned ADA now. In their last meeting last week, they said they have jettisoned ADA. They don't even want it anymore.
Believe them at your own risk.
So you see, they are afraid that if
No.
ADA doesn't work,
Believe what they say at your own risk. Don't
I
trust
know,
them.
but at the same time, how can you take this party seriously? You guys are in ADC now. And now if it does not work because of court cases, you now want to fall back on ADA. Are you going to vote for this kind of people? Within how many months? From SDP to ADC, ADC to ADA.
Which one is ADA again, Remy? By me. Which one is ADA?
That's why they
Another
were
party.
meeting before.
That is the party they floated.
Actually, there is a party with that abbreviation ADA.
That is the party they floated with INEC. They want to use that one, but later they go and pump money to ADC. They hijack the party from them. Now they are confused because they are not saying, okay, for example, Atiku, you said you are a member of ADC. I am your supporter. You are not picking up the card of that party. Why would I believe in you? If you, the presidential candidate, you are not picking up the party ticket, that clearly shows that in future, these people might find another party to pitch their tent on. That means you are right, Thomas. At the end of the day, everybody will go their own way.
Everybody will go their own way. Yeah, and the Tinubu will still emerge. Yeah, he will still emerge. Because I am not Adewale, I'm not seeing Peter Obi being a deputy to Atiku. Never.
He said he's not going to be anybody's deputy. He said it with his own mouth.
It's not going to be now.
But
even its movement.
Thomas, you people have started believing Peter Obi. Peter Obi will sway with his life and change his mind the next moment.
Oh, of course, I know that can happen.
You are kidding me. Obi?
No.
If not because of obedience, he would have accepted. He would have made it public since when? He already accepted.
No, Madam Wadewale. Let me say this, Madam Sita. But if Obi can't be ridiculous to that extent, it can't go low to that extent. Somebody that you were in the same ballot, 2023, you fought the same battle. Then now you want to deputize yourself to that same person in the coming election. This is ridiculous now.
No, it's doable.
No, what
it's
is
doable
about it?
It's doable. There's nothing wrong. But the thing is,
about it?
He will not let him do it.
Madam Sita, I don't want to let me say this. At least you have rose to that level of contesting as the president. So why will you now deputize yourself
on Twitter? Obedient movement. They are divided.
ridiculous about it.
They were divided. That if he decided to go and deputize for Atiku, they will vote for Tinubu to spite him. And some say wherever he go, they'll go with him. So they don't. Some don't mind. The obedient movement is divided, and that is why this guy is daily, and that is why he's not committed. The last meeting the ADC had, he was not there. He was not even in attendance. Because if you are committed to something, of course we will be there. The others
So,
who are present.
so
Of,
Adewale, this kind of leader that does not know what he's supposed to do at the right time, that does not know what exactly you want, is that the kind of leader you want to push? To me, I just think
Remy,
a
do
lot
you
of
understand
Nigerians
what
are
I'm trying, Remy? Do you understand what I'm trying to say? That means you are downgrading. You are not
no,
upgrading. You're already in a ballot
it wouldn't have,
2023.
yeah, it wouldn't have any problem if to say that he was able to check his obedient movement very well. If he has kept his mouth shut after the 2023 election, if not, if he talk every time, it would have remained relevant if he has built on the successes of that 2023. In
even
fact, you don't need to be going to Atiku to be begging him. Is Atiku supposed to be coming to you? Atiku at 80 years old, most Nigeria will not want to vote for him. That is the truth, even in the northern part of the country.
sure, right. I mean,
So,
never
so
say
you,
never.
you, you are better, but you now went to him and in caps, you have been begging him. Oh my, it's not a politician. And unfortunately for most gullible people, whereas they don't know their left and right also, they just follow him blindly, unnecessarily. He just filter away everything away. So at the end of the day, I told you before, it's just a pawn, and they are just using him as a pawn now. And if care is not taken, he will just be used as a pawn to the end of the game.
Remy, I'm not even seeing him on the ballot 2027.
How can you see him on the ballot when the Labour Party is supposed to be done? He fought with them. ADC, they are telling him that, oh boy, you cannot be the presidential candidate. That is glaring, unless he's just deceiving himself. And I believe he might show that he agreed on principle to be VP to Atiku. Now, how to convince his people to follow him, that's another wahala. The majority of the people will not follow him on that basis. A lot of people who are following him, some of them are highly principled. It's better you contest and lose than better to be VP to Atiku. Or some of them will just sit on the fence. Some of them will go and do protest vote against him. So he didn't do his calculation very
You see
well.
that 6 million of 2023 will
No,
vanish to
I
thin
can't
here.
get that one. The Atiku and the Red, they already know the truth. And
Even in Lagos
telling you,
State.
they have a joker up his sleeve, up their sleeve. And I'm telling you, they might not even use him as VP. Even if
In
you
Lagos
win,
State, the Labour Party will not win Lagos State.
no, never.
And
No,
I'm
that
just
thing
saying,
fast.
they are not going to win in Lagos State. There will be no intimidation, but people enthusiasm is already wearing off. That euphoria of, oh, we are getting a Christian Southeastern, oh, is already wearing up. By the time, because a lot of some people will be having this idea of, well, it's Tinubu now, so you think he's going to let go like that, and there will be disinterest in voting.
It's the same thing. Do you think Atiku would have been is the president of today or will be second time? We are not talking about another election. Is he going to let go easily?
No,
All the state governors in Nigeria, can you beat them easily in relation? So let's
Trevor.
be factual here. So nobody is stupid here. If Atiku were the president, even Atiku will make it even third or fourth time. So he
Mm.
fought for it. He will fight it. He will just continue changing everything until he die there. Okay.
Sorry, I know.
So
Thomas Frequay, so that others can come in. I know this may not be part of the topic for today, but the issue of Pengerson and other Union and Dangote. Dangote Refinery is a private-owned company. It has not been traded publicly, and I'm not so familiar with the trade law in Nigeria, because I know that in certain establishment, when you have certain number of employee, they can form a union and all that. But it has to be voluntary. You cannot be coerced into forming or cajoled or tricked. And being a private owned business, the owner have the power, the liberty to decide to disengage any employee that contravene the rule of engagement. Now, Dangote felt, look, you are here to work, and you sign an agreement that you're going to do your job, and this is going to be your uh, remuneration. Now, because Pengasem are now pushing this worker to form a union so we can fight on their behalf so that they can pay union dues and all that. In my head, I was like, what pushes them to start with Pengasem? You see, Pengasem is like uh, a wife who is kept doing juju to the husband not to prosper. You know, and you already married. You already married her. You know, I mean, these are the kokorotonje for follower, the kokoro that is eating vegetable. These are the people that you think they're on the side of the
And then
masses.
they repeat that thing again. Say Pengasin is what?
They are like kokoro, the insect that is eating the vegetable.
No,
Oh,
the wife
mhm.
doesn't
Oh,
want.
they're like the wife. They're like the wife of a man. And on the surface, he will be praying that my husband will be prosper. Behind, he will be going to Babalawo to do juju that man will not prosper. You, you see, they've been around the block for a while. People think that they are for the masses. No, they are a saboteur. They are like a middleman. And I like what look, monopoly or no monopoly, there will still be other refinery coming up. Not just one, not just
Okay,
two.
Adewale, don't be like rational man. Everyone wants to
And
talk. You won't allow people to talk
no, I'm trying to round up now, and I'm trying to be,
for the past 2 hours.
come on, man. Why are you hating, man? Why are you after all, your personal this guy in the White House is there. I didn't talk about him. Why are you coming for me tonight? Anyway, let me
Well,
round up.
actually, before you run away, you see that I want to catch you because I don't have much time.
I can't say much about the guy because today
No, no, no,
Minister of
no. Say, okay. When you and Madam Zita were talking earlier, so Bill Maher gave a number. You know, 100,000 Christians have been killed in Nigeria, and thousands of churches have been burnt.
so
So
those
you guys,
people being
hold on. You came with a rebuttal. You never gave us a number. You make it sound like what we was talking about is not true. That may be
oh
a lie,
oh
but you didn't.
have
You
you
didn't try
have
to
you seen the
substantiate your
Minister of
position.
Defense data, the one that he released and the statement that accompanied it? He puts Bill Mayer and the rest of you like you. He put you guys in your place. By the way, somebody went and blew up a church in America not quite long ago. Those ones don't make reports. They don't make the news. Christians are now being prosecuted. So you decide, Bill Mayer and his travelers decided to
So
pick.
you're saying that that what is going on in America is at the same level at the persecution of
Oh, so
Christians
what
in
constitute?
Nigeria?
What makes that one not a religious attack?
Prosecution attack, yeah.
What are you talking about, brother? Somebody went to a church and decided to
He
wreak
set it
havoc
on
in that
fire,
church. Is that
stood
not a religion
radically.
persecution? Why didn't he go to the mosque?
Okay,
Why didn't he
That
go
was last
somewhere?
Sunday.
it's
Anyway,
the
now
same
you're making
level.
it like this
It's the
because you
same
accuse
level
me of.
at a, hold on.
It's not the
Adewale,
You
same
that
consider
level.
was
that to be the
last
same
Sunday.
level as what
It's
is
not
going
the
on in
same
Nigeria?
level.
It
Somebody
was
okay.
last
One
Sunday.
voice, one voice. We are not hearing anyone.
It was
One
No,
last
voice.
Sunday that the guy blew up a church. Last Sunday, 3 days ago.
3
where?
days ago, yeah.
Yeah, but you see,
But hold on, say that your argument. So it's saying that somebody blown up a church is at the same level of Boko Haram or all those terrorists
so
in
somebody
Nigeria,
blowing up a church. What
burning
does that
churches
suppose?
and killing Christians.
So blowing up
It's
a
still
church. What does that?
persecution now.
So what does that mean? It was just playing around. That's why he blew up a church, right? He did.
It's still persecution
You
now.
know, media has the way of, well, some people are just like, they follow, they are sold, and they don't really look at the difference. The fact is that because he singled out a third world country to soothe his narrative doesn't mean that what is happening
Don't
is
be ridiculous. We're talking about the numbers here. Forget. The guy
numbers
said
or no numbers.
100,000
It
Christians.
doesn't matter. We've
It
seen
doesn't matter. Okay, all
we've
right.
seen
Then that's fine.
we've seen the Jewish community being attacked. We've seen churches being blown up in America. All those things doesn't make it religious war to you or religious persecution. But the one happening in a remote place in Nigeria and a third world country is once being amplified for the rest to know that, oh, something going on in Nigeria, and I mean, all the world has to pay attention to. Come on, man. But that's that about that. The Pengasing of people, I think it's high time they review this reunion, the law governing the union, because I don't think it should be eradicated, because in some ways they can also be there to fight for the union members, but they also have to look at it. Uh, Private individuals should have a right to uh, do his business the way you feel like. However, I also believe that those members also have the right to form a union, at least to fight for their right. But in a way, when you have people now becoming a saboteur, because they so much believe in that middleman thing, that, oh, especially those tanker drivers and the marketers and all that, when you have somebody now who is coming as a game changer into this industry, and not just coming as a game changer, is actually doing it domestically, and yet you are still waging war against him. I know the concern is, well, Dangote will try to monopolize. Well, I mean, look, if he monopolize, guess what? He has a bragging right, because license has been given to so many people. You know how many times licenses been given to people, and they will pocket it and they won't do jack. And at the end of the day, the government will revoke the license and try to give another one. But this man decided to put everything he's got on the line and do it. He did it against all odds.
Yeah, but that shouldn't stop workers
No, no,
to
no, no, no,
organize
no. You
themselves
see, you
to
see, you see, because
form a
that is the way
union.
it's been done in the past doesn't make it right. We're now in the modern era. You see, we are now in the era of disruption, whether if somebody likes it or not. When Uber came into town, what did the taxi people do? They were like cockroaches. They were scampering. They were lawsuit here and there. But guess what? They disrupt the market. Today, you can be inside your living room and then stop a taxi to come pick you up by your doorstep.
I
Those are the
don't understand that analogy, but hold on a second. I tell you, Starbucks, a private company traded on Wall Street. It's workers. Okay, they organize themselves and form the union in order to have more sway in the company. So I don't understand your point of your
you
argument,
see,
because Dangote
Dangote
was the one
Refinery,
that built the refinery.
like I said in my opening,
Doesn't mean that
Dangote
workers should be.
Refinery is a private owned company.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't stop workers from
So if
organizing
you
themselves.
hire people, right?
Who sent Adewale to business school, for goodness sake? Now he is the fault of whoever sent Adewale to business school. That's why he's speaking all this big grammar. See, it
Sorry,
doesn't
all
matter
those
whether
your
it is
textbook,
private.
all those your
No,
textbook.
Adewale, it doesn't matter if it is private or the public. The thing is this, whether private or public, you can unionize. But the problem here is this: if you are forcing people to unionize, that's where the problem is.
We are still saying the
Correct.
same
That
thing.
is correct.
Allah, we are saying the same thing. Isn't that what I
No,
said
we're not.
earlier?
So that Dangote is private is not an excuse. You
Hey,
understand?
look, as
It's not an excuse.
Because
a
Dangote is
private owned
private,
company,
then it should
you have the
abuse the
right
workers, or the
to
workers do
lay
not
down
have
the
rights.
rules and regulation. If you choose not to allow these workers to have union, there's nothing anybody can do.
No, it can't. It can't. It can't. If you follow the law, it can't. But the problem is this: even if you are going to create problem, because we know
What
for
does
sure
the
that
law say?
Pengassan, wait now, we know for sure that Pengassan is fighting for selfish interests. Let's just face the fact. They are not
Okay, so
fighting.
how do we counter it? At least we are the end user of this product. We are going to bear the brunt of
Wait,
this
wait, wait,
issue.
wait now. See, let me tell you something. Like in the banking industry, we have ASB fee. We have for different organizations they have. But go
Mm-hmm.
and look at it. Where was ASB fee, for example, where Access Bank was just messing up with Access Bank? You know, the mess up with Access Bank workers to the extent that
they too were believing that being enslaved was normal thing. Because anytime intercontinental bank raised issues that as at that time they would say, oh, they don't spoil you, they don't spoil you. We started looking at these people. These people do they
Ola,
really realize that being
Dangote's
enslaved?
workers, refinery workers,
How?
are they underpaid or they are well paid?
No, see, we just have some of the truth. We don't have the full information.
No. I'm asking, are they underpaid or well paid?
I don't know. You are
See,
asking information I do not have.
look, people have rights to unionize, but like I said, you can't force them. You can't make them. You can't cajole them or more threaten them to look. As a business owner, you have a right to say, look, you can fire them because it's not going to be in your favor. However, you now seen an external
Diwali.
forces trying to control what is happening in this guy company, and he said, "Look, I'm not going to take this." Look at the same people
Diwali,
with the tanker
can you
driver.
guys hear me? Can you
We
guys
can
hear me?
hear you, Baba. Tell you we can hear you.
Okay.
Everyone, please hold on. Yeah, let's not touch on each other. Yeah,
I
Baba,
only
please
came
come in.
up. I only came up for one reason and one reason only. I came up here to withdraw Prince
To fight.
Daddy's to withdraw Prince Daddy's so-called conservative card. Because I cannot believe what I'm hearing. You should be on the side of Dangote. These are communists. These are Marxists fighting this guy. If you listen to the secretary of Pengerson 3 days ago, the guy said on TV, the guy said that thing does not belong to Dangote only. We
It
all
belongs to
own it.
Nigeria.
What do you mean? It's a private business. It's not a public company. It's a private business. The man took a risk. If this refinery fails, Dangote is done. So if he's not owing debt,
You see, Nigeria is done. If it fails, we are done too.
See, on that web page that Dewale just mentioned, let me tell you something, Dewale. You see, one thing we look at in oil and gas is this: just because it's a refinery, it's just a middle stream, something, you understand. We believe that, although I know there are experienced people like Madam AI and co that work in the oil and gas, but the thing is this: we have to still view Dangote refinery as just normal manufacturing. People should not be looking at it as maybe you are doing oil exploration and all those stuff. Then again, what we should know is that this guy incurred billions of dollars, not naira, billions of dollars in debt that he has to use his cement factory as collateral. Then I've heard some kind of argue. So when we say Nigeria, are they well paid? I work in a Nigerian institution, so I know how staff can complain. But I can tell you, while working in the banking industry, as good as Akinbola was to the staff, that we even share profit every year, some people, let me tell you one thing, some people were even earning as much as 20 million, 24 million, and they complain more than those people that were even earning 2 million. So staff will always complain. I don't know, like I said, I don't have information of what they are paid at Dangote. So let me just say that one just to clear that thing. Then again, I work for one.
But let's pretend that they are paying them very well. Let's pretend
they're actually well paid.
Let me
They're actually well
you.
paid.
See, the matter of payment we are talking about is this. Look at this. Does this thing make sense? They said, okay, if fire 800 Nigerians to bring 1,000 Indians. Now, does that look like someone?
Ola, point of correction.
Hold on.
They did not fire them. They were transferred to other Dangote factories.
No, let's even assume.
No fire.
I wait now. Just hear my response to those people now. You said he stopped paying the staff very well. Then he now fire Nigerian workers and now replace them with 1,000 Indians. I say, please help me make this sense. Make sense out of that. So you are firing cheaper labor, and you are bringing the one that can cost you like times 5 for those people you are firing. Make it make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. I just told this guy that he said we just call everybody expert. I said, once you are a foreign workers, it doesn't matter your level of skill. You can even be a sweeper, you can be anything, you can be a cleaner. You are an expatriate because you are leaving the comfort zone of your country. You left opportunity back there, and you are coming here. And the fact is this: there's every tendency that you had the opportunity to even work somewhere too, and it's bringing you. So it's going to compensate you. But don't think Dangote will be so stupid I will be employing Indians and be paying them like ×5 for what he can get cheaper in Nigeria. It's not going to happen. And what many of these people that
you don't know who is employing. Maybe they are expert trade. Those Nigerians cannot render that service to him, isn't it?
That's exactly what I'm
possible?
saying.
My brother, let me say something. Let me say something, sir.
Because
Dangote trained those guys. Sorry, sir. Dangote, he sent them abroad. He trained them. I do think if it's not positive or he doesn't have positive mind, it's not a positive-minded person, he will gather Nigerian people, send them abroad for training, and he just sack them like that. No, those Pegasus people that just like Nigerians.
The way I even see this thing is this, you understand? Because Indians, they have over a century experience in a refinery, and you know that refinery, they were majorly those people that the expertise that built that refinery came from those guys. So it's not uncommon for people to support. I work in a bank where they brought India, you know, we were using a flex cube. You understand, when they brought iFlex guys and they were being paid. Now you are paying those people that they will not go and rent an apartment in Agbado Jaye like you and myself, because they are not from here, and so they cannot live in Agbado Jaye. Maybe they are living on Victoria Island and all those things. So you that you are paying for, let's say 150,000 at that time for 3-bedroom flat, probably these people will be paying like 4,000, 5,000, like 4 million, 5 million. And you'll be saying they are treating expatriates better than you. I say, like, seriously? All those are not reasonable arguments. The only reasonable argument, the only reason for Pengassan in this matter is this: that money they are collecting from truck and all those due they want to be collecting, those are the thing. You understand? Because these guys, they didn't see when Nigeria.
Pengassan even said that they want to be collecting that money directly from Dangote. Not even the workers.
Exactly.
I mean, this is ridiculous now. This is ridiculous. Exactly. I mean,
so that's why Dangote BS them, and Dangote was not planning initially to import 10,000 trucks that they just deliver. That it was a matter of emergency. You were trying to hold this guy down. Now, if anybody reasons very well, 10,000 trucks, you deliver 4,000. That's at least 4,000 jobs. At least 4,000 jobs, which I believe is going to be more than 4,000.
Ola, sorry to interject. Ola, have you ever done a trucking business before in Nigeria?
No, I've not.
If the experience those drivers will give you, you nearly die. So you can see the problem we are having. Listen, the problem they are having is this: those workers we are talking about, they are not the professional. They are just maybe the workers or maybe truck drivers attached to Dangote or whatever. And in labor law, you cannot force people to join the labor union. They are optional. Why is Pengassan there? Why are they forcing them? And if you give them opportunity, they might delay that refinery.
No, that's the plan. That's the plan. Okay.
Hold on. I have a question for Remy. So just like you have private universities and other that have their own unions for private organizations, why can't, because BUA is coming up next year, so you're going to have more players in that sector. Why can't they create their own private union away from Pengassan?
Yeah, they can do that, because most Nigerian private universities that they have workers there, they are not members of ASU. So when
exactly,
they continue to be because they still pay money. So they can do that. They can get away from this godforsaken.
You see something. You see something is this. It's not as if people cannot utilize, but the approach of Pengassan is illegal. You don't shut the country's economy down just because of that. Because in fact, that should be like a form of tracing when you are not shutting the economy down.
So why is Kilocon NLC in this whole business? So NLC now wants to go on strike for Pengassan now. You see the problem? What is NLC business in the, no, seriously. Why is NLC even involved in this nonsense? Shut the whole country down.
I will tell you why NLC will pick interest. You see what Pengassan is doing is this. It's just see, if they are unable to secure that Dangote branch, then Pengassan become toothless. Because we are talking of a refinery that can process 650,000 barrels a day. If you combine all the government refinery that these people didn't allow to work, not up to that, then Bua will be coming, will be adding 200,000. Probably by the time other refinery will be adding their own, whether Nigeria will be getting about 1.5 million barrels that they can process a day. So if they lose those organizations, so they are toothless, because the Nigerian refinery, the government refinery, they are going to sell them anyway. You understand? So that is why they are fighting for their bread. You understand? This one is just between life and death fight. So it's not in the interest of those drivers. It's the for the interest of those people that are benefiting from that, just to survive. That's what they are doing. So to me, I think this fight is not going to be very interesting. This may just be the beginning of the end for Pengassan, because that's just the way I see it. So they are just fighting, and trust Dangote now. You think Dangote will back out? Like for him to have committed 10,000 to 10,000 truck, oh my goodness, it's going to be an interesting fight. So see how Otedola finish there. He will finish the fuel subsidy cover when he reviewed them. So where subsidy is going, and nobody is going to be giving key back for subsidy. So they have to hang on to the deal and normal thing they'll be collecting from Dangote and Bua where they come. So don't be surprised why they are fighting. Don't be surprised.
So why wasn't they fighting when the PH refinery did not work? Why didn't they go? Why didn't they strike? Why didn't they protest then? When Kaduna did not work? Why was Pengassan?
No, they are not interested. They are not interested in that now. After all, they are still importing fuel, right? So when they see importing fuel, they still find a way to.
No, the days of importing fuel is over. We should be part at this point. We should be part of now. Nobody should be discussing anything at this point. We should have moved on from that. Let's celebrate Bua coming into the industry. I saw Ogunlesi with Tinubu the other day, and I heard that he also wants to put in some money from BlackRock into that sector. So if you have Ogunlesi coming and the other guy from Benin too, or that billionaire too, because there were two of them that met Tinubu the other day, Ogunlesi and I've forgotten the name of that guy from Benin. They're Nigerians, but they are foreign players with cash to invest, and they want to put their money into this sector. So they are watching the way you people are treating Dangote. They are watching, because that is your number one in the whole country. That is your number one investor in the whole country. So if you can treat him this way, imagine what everybody else is thinking. Just think about it now. If you're a foreign investor, will you be happy with Nigeria with the way they are doing it? Will you be happy now? That would scare you away.
They are not going to survive. They are not going to succeed anyway. They are not going to succeed. Let them keep trying. Let them keep trying. Let them try that. You see, one thing is this: they are not going to get away with dealing with Dangote. Okay, Dangote knew this problem will come for sure. He knew, and it's the kind of person that like daring all these people. It's just like I won't deceive you if I go work, if I go start a business in Nigeria and I say my staff will not unionize, I will not say they should not unionize. I go and unionize now.
My brother, Tinubu should disband that union, seriously.
I know. Let me, before I go, see, I don't even care about all these labor disputes. What I don't like is this sense of ownership, that they feel like they own a private business. How can Dangote be claiming that? Who is Dangote to be claiming that he owns the refinery? We all own it. We own it together. That kind of mindset is what is ruining Nigeria. And Ola, if you remember, even in your Ekiti state, that happened to us in my own hometown. In the 80s and 90s, if you remember, even if a tailor does not join a union, they will close that shop down.
Now.
They've been doing that. That thing has been going on for so long.
Yeah.
If you don't join union, they will seize your machine. They will make your life miserable.
They try
that
to form oligopoly, you know. They are trying to
yeah, that have so that thing. We must then look at the labor laws in Nigeria. We need a more holistic approach from top to bottom. Let's forget this guy for a second. Let's look at other areas of the country. You cannot have a union that has to force people to do what they want to do.
I don't know why you need to shut down when you can go to court. If you are so sure of yourself, go to court and let court say, okay, Dangote, you cannot do this, but now
exactly
down. But for the first time, I think they've incurred the wrath of most Nigerians. And when people, because when Nigerians are behind Dangote, it's just marking the beginning of the end for Bengasan. So let them, because they've enjoyed that popularity for a very long time, and they are shooting themselves on the foot now.
My brother, Nigerians are behind Dangote right now.
Exactly.
All this you are seeing, yes, all this you are seeing is politics. You understand? If you don't forget, the people that they were importing fuel into the country, they were fighting Dangote before. So now they are using Pegasus as a proxy. They're just fighting proxy war. Support those people because they are the one making Nigeria. They are the one losing out. Instead of them to think out of box and have another plan, talk to Dangote. Okay, how can we play? We want to be part of this thing. You know what I mean? But they can't think out of box. They are the one bringing water, empty tank of water into Nigeria.
Kenny,
yeah, I know.
Kenny,
yes.
Last month it was no Peng. This week is Pengasin. Next week only God knows who else is coming up now.
Yes,
it's like I mean.
So these are the ones they are fighting. It's not, and they will not succeed because Nigeria, everybody is speaking out. Nigeria is speaking out. They are supporting Dangote because we cannot allow Dangote to die.
You see where I know that all these unions sometimes that they are just for their own interest. Look at it this way. They remove I think for example now the dollar control like about 90% of diesel industry in that country. Now when they were removing subsidy from diesel, because I keep telling that people should look at the pattern. Did you see anybody to protest? No, they were not interested in that because the crooks are not making their money there. So since they deregulated the diesel, $10 has been importing, no problem along diesel, no pain giving him problem, everything is okay. But any time before this petroleum industry that you mention petrol like this, oh my goodness, you see, people they will start throwing fist, everything, knuckle, just to fight.
Exactly.
Now you start wondering what happened to diesel, what happened to kerosene. You understand? They don't look at that. It's only this. So it tells a lot of stories that is people that are benefiting from this. They are the one that we just sponsor. That is why you see people shouting. You won't see them. If this one were to be $10 now, they won't talk because already $10 already locked that sector down. So
do you want Tinubu need to arrest these people? They need to be arrested for them cutting gas supply to that station. They need to be arrested. You understand? It's criminal.
Tinubu is a politician, so we want to tread carefully anyway. So the thing is, I think all these union things sometimes when you misplace when you have wrong purpose and wrong target, it's just a matter of time they will become toothless. It's a matter of time they will become toothless. So to me, they beat him more than
it's not even this time, my brother. It's not even this time that we are making progress. The economy is booming. There's no queue at the filling station. You know what I mean? There's no queue at the filling station. You know what I mean? For the fact that the petrol is a bit expensive, but people can go to petrol station, buy your petrol within 1 minute. You know what I mean? Now,
if I remember, I think Dangote accused some of these guys of diverting the fuel, and they are saying it's a lie. No, see, Leave these people to Dangote. Dangote will finish them. He has history of dealing with the things like this. Yeah, but all those hiding under poor condition, all those stuff. Let us have a definition of a poor condition, because
Maybe they ask them now. They ask them. They ask them to come out with the proof of that poor
because when
condition.
you say poor condition, is it that they are supposed to work for 8 hours, and at the end of the day you say they are going to work for 2 hours?
Ola, did anybody need to give you definition of poor?
No,
They are just hiding. They are just hiding under those things. It's irrelevant. They know what
They
they are
will not
doing.
succeed. See, when I was making my submission, my brother, I was asking, where's Shuwere in this case? Where's not speaking out? Where's Ubi? Why is that party not supporting
No,
Dangote at
they
this
will
time?
never speak up on these things. They will never
You know
speak
what I
up
mean?
against it.
I
Never.
think the like of Showore, they have some kind of grudges against this union sometimes, because they've been in the past that some people accuse all these labor leaders that once they introduce all those fuel pump price that time, some of them believe that they will just go and negotiate with the government where they will, after collecting money, and they will just call. So some people are already pissed. So they don't, when you don't see, although I'm not talking of Peter Obio, but I'm talking of the like of Showore. But Peter Obi is looking for votes, so he may not want to.
Validation. He's looking for validation.
I not speak.
And he's a businessman as well, isn't it?
But if you speak on behalf of people, you know me. These are the kind of things they expect you to speak about.
Anyway, there's nothing wrong with union, because I support unionization, to be honest, but
But you
as
can't
not
force
the
people now.
approach.
You can't force people now. You can't
No,
force
no,
people to
like I
join union
said,
now.
not the approach. No, not the, that's what I'm saying. Not the approach that these people, because like I said, I work in the bank. I didn't benefit from ASB fee. I could not see. Yes, there are some money that Access Bank are supposed to pay us after leaving that place. Now,
My
after
brother,
how many years, we've not collected.
last week,
So,
university, my brother, university, they have their own organization now. Are they forcing them to join the DC? What's it called? The lawyer, the bankers, all of them have union. Even and now what's it called? Transport union workers, NRUT, what they call what's the name of
Nobody
this
will
thing?
force you to join them, of course.
You don't
Even
force them to join them.
all our Nollywood, they have their own. If you don't want to
Um,
join,
Exactly.
that's fine.
guys, did BT leave? Did he leave?
Who is that?
Babati. Did Babati leave? Is he still there?
yeah,
Yeah, he left. He's not on the screen again yet.
Praise Daddy.
Okay, fine.
Praise Daddy.
One
Are
second.
you guys and Adewale, all what you guys are will be doing on this your HB1 visa? When I just they wake up, you understand? You after they don't hijack all your companies, all your businesses, now you are just waking up, right?
Well, no. But people like Kolata don't believe in that anyway. I wish he can come. I mean, me and him, we be talking in the background all the time. Kolata is anti, the policy to protect the H-1B visa. But anyways, let me tell you, regarding
Where's
the
Kurata, by the way?
unionization we're
Where's
talking
Kurata
about.
on this one?
1 second. Regarding unionization we're talking about. Me and Allah on the same page. Babati missed the point. I was not trying to support or defend Pegasus or any other union for that matter. If you go to business school, you would learn about unionism in America, for example. And I know the corruption, the bureaucracy, and all things that the union presents, even though they're supposed to protect the workers. I'm not talking about that, but at the same time, we have some benefit that true unions or unionization provides to workers. We know that. You don't always have to organize under a private entity. Even the market women can come together and form a union in order to protect their own interests wherever they work at. So there is a place or importance for unions, right? I don't think anybody's disputing that, but I don't believe in trying to transfer a private asset or entity in the hands of government by force. I don't believe in that. I mean that's ridiculous. But people, I believe though that people should be workers should be able to unionize for their own benefits as they see fit, not to be forced or coerced, but they have the right to do so. I think it's good for the economy, it's good for society. We know it's not always the case that employers take care or treat workers in the right way. They abuse worker many times, actually. So there's a place for unionism or unionization. There's a place for it. That's the point I'm trying to make.
As you rightly said, Prince Daddy, I have a family member here. She's a nurse. So one of our boss reported her to we call it APRA here, like the nursing, the government that govern all the nurses and doctors in Australia. And the lady, she's with the union. When she has this problem, she's supposed to cough out money from his own pockets to pay for lawyer, to pay for everything. Every expense was paid by the union because he's the member of the union. It's been contributing for decades to the
That's a
union.
good
So
example.
all these lawyer bills, everything was taken care of through the union. Even if the union fighting for her, she's not the one fighting. She's not showing up at the court. She's not showing up at anywhere. It's the union lawyer fighting for her in the court. Just imagine she doesn't have that. Even
Now,
for a
that's a
lawyer
great,
to appear, for a lawyer to appear in a court one day is almost like $3,000 per appearance. Why would she get that kind of money to appear in court in just one seat for a lawyer? You understand what I mean? Yeah. So there is a place for unionism, as you rightly said.
Remy, I want to create a scene somewhere. If you can help me, I need the evidence that the Dangote transferred those 800 workers to another companies within the group of companies. So if you can just give me,
Google is your friend. Go and ask
no,
Google.
of course. I use my you know when you have all these LLM models, they are advanced Google. I have more than 15 of them on my system, but I can't find that document that say Dangote transfer them. So all I say is a disengagement, termination, all those things what I can see. So if Remy can help me with that, because
where did you see the termination letter?
it's online everywhere, but the transfer that they transfer them to other group. Please, if you have evidence, show me.
That is what the Dangote group said. They said the
because
you
know why I'm asking. I
Yeah.
have someone in my former schoolmate. We are friends, so and he's an active member of Pegasus. Some of us have been trying to let him see that this your group, so we are not even sure whether you are even getting any benefit from this gang.
Mr. Ola, can I jump in there for a second?
Yeah, please come in.
But that could also be a form of now. I've spoken about this whole Dangote thing the other day. I think it was yesterday. But transferring them as well could be a form of technical dismissal. If they are transferred to places where it would be, you can dismiss someone using technicality as well without having to sack them.
You are not useful there. You will be forced to resign yourself.
It
You
depends.
know what I mean. So it could be that as well.
If your employment letter is saying they can assign you to any duty as a group, waste. There's nothing you can do already.
Yes. You can, but that's within reason as well. If your employer decides to reassign you for no other reason than because you're a member of the union, that as well is morally inappropriate. So we shouldn't. I think there's more to this than some of us. I know I was defending Dangote yesterday, but some things I've seen would seem to suggest that there's more to this than meets the eye. Dangote is not some saint in this matter either.
Arogidigba, do you know why I'm even interested in this? Someone is telling me that okay, he fired those 800 people to replace them with 1,000 Indians, and I said okay.
I have no doubt that's what he intends to do.
No. I don't believe that.
Wait now, Arogidigba. If you're a business person, it doesn't mean you have your business. Maybe you within your organization you run a business. Why? Okay, see America today. They are dropping America to go to India for cheaper labor, right? Before now, you could just finish your master's in computer science and get job in Netflix, and it'll be anything 100,000. But these days, they are no longer doing that. They would rather go to India and bring someone they will pay 100,000, right? So tell me, why will you drop Nigeria, assuming you are paying Nigeria, let's say 200,000 a month, and you go to go and bring an Indian that you'll be paying like 2 million a month? Make it make sense to me as a business person. So
Yeah,
to
you're right.
me,
You're right.
when people are talking to you, sometimes they are not looking at their audience they are speaking to. You are telling me that they fire 800 Nigerians to replace 1,000 Indians. Make it make sense to me. Based on what purpose? It doesn't make sense.
Well, no, we can't be guaranteed that everything's quite as simple as ABC, you know. But there's more to BTI than that. There's something going on there.
What I don't like is this. What concerned President to now shut down the gas flow to the refinery? Why? Why can't you go and carry placard and protest in front of the gate of the refinery?
I know they want to show they want to show
so that is too much now.
They want to show in sabotage.
Why every time
must
be you? That is why I know that there's a lot on that. And to be frank with you, Dangote might have his own, but this time around you cannot blame Dangote. Why are all those billionaires in Nigeria? Why are they not floating their own refinery and cement country like he has been doing? So you can't blame him. It's not to do business in Nigeria. Sometimes it's not an easy cake. So why are all these guys every time available strike? They don't care about the generality of the population. They don't, and this guy is paying. Those people, he said he is paying them 4 times more than the minimum wage. That is the basic salary, considering all the allowances they will collect and everything. And these are not even the core engineers or professionals we are talking about. They are just the normal workers there, okay? Why did you, and if left unchecked, they can sabotage the refinery. Don't you think that some people said they want to go and burn the refinery? They can do a lot. So we should this time around Nigerians should bond together and support Dangote.
They won't do that for sure. You can guarantee.
You cannot. What are you talking about?
Remy, they won't do that. They won't do that. Let me tell you one
Are
thing.
they not the same Nigeria that they destroy the
Baba, one man share one. Forget that. You say no. Let me tell you one thing. No, let me tell no. One forget. Sorry, they won't do that. No, see, that Japan scheme they won't get to that. The best they can do is what they are doing. You understand? They won't do that. Let me tell you one thing. Dangote refinery is not where you can just move anyhow that it won't be captured. So it's not one of those on monitor that they will give excuse that we don't know who got to this place. Now, every part of Dangote you can see, you can be best guaranteed that anywhere you enter that place, you are captured, you are being recorded. So forget that story. And you know, they are well secured. That place is well secured. Let's even take that one off it. The best they can do is what they are doing now. But I think this may be the beginning of the end for Pengassan. And I think they are not the leadership, they are not being wise in their approach. The best approach would have been to take those people to court. If it is true, they are transferring the services of those guys to another place. It gives the union enough buffer. At least, yes, these people, they are transferring them. Okay. Now, at least they are still earning their monthly pay. So what else do you want? If it is true, assuming it was true. So why are you so in a hurry to now shut the entire country down just because you want to prove something? That is where they lost their senses. And that is where Dangote is trying to outsmart them. Because if those guys still have some cell of brains, you understand, they will know that Dangote is trying to outsmart them here. You understand? So, like Arogidiba said, okay, the time of engagement or whatever. Let me tell you one thing. Still in Nigeria, you can still be fired for just cause. You can still be fired for just cause. No, now today they don't fire for bank. For Nigeria, banks they fire. Telecommunication company they fire.
But Ola, let me ask you a question. Ola, let me ask you this question. What kind of power do they have to shut down that kind of this thing? What do they? You're just a union. How can a union have that kind of power to control and tell the workers that work in the gas refinery to say, okay, don't supply this? What kind of power is that? Because I'm still scratching my head to think and ask that question. You understand? They're supposed to be arrested in the first place. You know, how can you direct people? So I'm just asking that question. What kind of power do they have? Who give them that power? Did you have that point in the
you see in the past they did that one successfully, but the mistake they are making now is this: when they did that in the past, it was because of Nigerians versus Abacha, right? When Franco Kori and co were there, because that time the Nigerians they wanted the Abacha and military government to go. So anything they were doing that time, they got the support of Nigerians, right? But who suffer after when they damage when all those their action and all those things escalated one way or the other, that the refinery shut down, they are no longer working. So Nigeria was still the one that bought that the fraud around subsidy, and Nigerians still suffer for it. But where they miscalculated this time around is this: Nigerians are actually behind Dangote. Only few people, misguided people that keep shouting monopoly, monopoly, are the one they are trying to. But if you listen very well, those people that are shouting monopoly this time around, nobody even hear their voice. They are just wasting their energy because Nigerians are not interested. Nigeria are interested in whatever whatever hardship that Pengastan is trying to inflict on them. So this time around, I think they've miscalculated, and like I said, it might just be the beginning of the end for Pengassan. That's why Pengassan will still be there, but they won't be able to buy. But because they know.
Ola, a quick
Yeah, hold on.
question.
See,
What more concern
Kenny,
Ola? What
is not always
concerns
the case.
Nigerian Labour Congress?
One voice.
Ola, sorry. What concerns Nigerian Labour Congress to also say he wanted to join a strike? What concerns them? Why?
See. How do I even say this thing? You see, Nigerian Labour Congress, once you're a junior worker, whatever, how do I describe it in Nigeria? Automatically, you belong to the Nigerian Labour Congress. Maybe you are a factory worker or whatever. That's my understanding of it. So, the thing is, all those junior you see, they see themselves as sisters and brothers companies. So they always go in solidarity to give.
Maybe the sign of solidarity, isn't it?
Yeah, to give way to whatever fight, to whatever struggle others are doing. You understand? If NSC want to go on strike,
so the next thing is to grant the nation again. Everybody just sit down at home. Don't go to work again. How can a country improve? Oh God! We need to
Okay,
change
let
a
me
lot
chime
of
in.
laws.
Hold on. See, to Kenny, you can't always arrest someone because things don't go your way. I mean, it's not the way it works. The whole purpose here is to negotiate, so you can have a better deal or work things out. The unions, again, I know the history of union, at least in America, so they don't always work for the interest of their members. But it doesn't mean that Tinubu should get up and get the police to arrest anybody. It doesn't work that way in a democracy. That's not the way it works.
I understand. I know, but I'm trying to say that all of their action, what has it benefited in terms of nation growth since all these years? Nothing. Now, because of this, they also will want to go on strike. And before you can say, Jack, ASU sausage, they also want to go on strike. For what reason? You have been collecting billions and billions of naira in terms of allowance and the rest. What has been the improvement in the educational quality in the Nigerian institution? So we must be telling ourselves the truth, not just they just do whatever they want every time.
Hey,
Every
Remy,
little thing, strike. It's unfair.
we must also mention the importer and the tanker drivers and the rest of them too that are also asking to have a stake in the Dangote refinery. That man is
Is it their own? Why do they have
this is what that was what actually caused this wahala in the first place, because Dangote imported was it 800 or 400,000 tanker truck. So they felt that if we bring that in, they're going to lose out. So they are fighting that man from every angle. So, and that was where the Pengassin also began to come in too, because they're trying to ensure that those their drivers would one way or the other maybe employed, or try to bring in the driver from the Dangote to join their union as well. So we should also mention that as well.
Adewale, can somebody write in a letter to get to people's call that Dangote is a private owned company? It is not NNPC.
Well, I don't know the trade law in Nigeria, but globally how it's being practiced is after if you have certain number of employee, they are allowed or entitled to form a union. But less than that number stipulated by the law, you the owner of the company can say no,
I
they
think
can't have union.
Adewale, if I were Dangote, if I still want to work with them, I just tell them go and get a new gas truck. I mean truck that uses gas, CNG or whatever. And then you must have a proper accountability. Because most of these guys that drive those trucks, you can see recently there's a lot of fire incidents that involve most what do you call it, truck drivers carrying gasoline all over the country. And apart from that, there's a lot of fraud. These people will just go and siphon the petrol and then sell not the actual quantity they're supposed to deliver. So many underhand calls or something like this.
Mm.
Can they get new truck like Dangote is doing, CNG? I think that should be the condition. Of course, I can still work with you. Get yourself together, get a new truck that uses CNG. Then we are talking. Not the old way of bringing
But what?
25 years old
But what
petrol
if they are
power.
not allowed to lift oil from Dangote refinery? We're talking about some people are going to lose their job because by the time Dangote now establish full capacity, those people will be left out because they only patronize those that import fuel. And once and the depots are no longer keeping, they can't keep up with the price in one. Two, those people are going to lose their job because they on a daily basis we're able to meet the OPEC what they call it.
Yeah, meet the OPEC quota.
Yeah. So now those that are importing the fuel, they are importing at risk because no, the depot are no longer keeping fuel in perpetual in a way to control the market. Because we have a disruptor in chief here who is saying, you know what, yes, you're importing, but we will continue to provide the local domestic use as well.
In the long run, importation of fuel will stop. Because
You see, these are the people that are the importer, the depot owners. All these people are the ones sabotaging Nigeria. See, this thing is
because
unraveling.
sometimes they still find a way to also drive a truck to nearby countries and sell at maybe a little bit of premium. But all this have to stop.
They said the man must employ their workers or let them union.
No, that's rubbish. They can't do that.
They must, because they said the man must also allow his workers to form a union. Then because it's going to become a disruptor. Over 800,000 truck on the road in Nigeria. That is to say, you know what, just go and sell your truck. And Otedela had told these people, it was one of those people running the depot. As a matter of fact, he was given the sole license to supply diesel there. He had a depot where they warehouse all this product. But it's no longer fashionable because if you warehouse today,
Sometimes when a private entity business is getting too strong, the government can come in and intervene by breaking up that company or try to restrict the company's monopoly.
not a company that is just taking off. They have not even yet stabilized.
Well, I'm just saying, but if they can see the end right there on
Don't
the
you see
wall,
that the
whereby
government is trying to sell?
Okay, Prince Daddy, do you know why this thing is so difficult in Nigeria? I will tell you because there was a time because people keep saying no, antitrust, all those jargons, but you have to put this in a context. Even in America, where you are now, in the search and some ad, I think Google is controlling like close to 70% of it. Which that ones by rules of business that tends towards monopoly. But you will see something is this: government will not talk just because no other guys are genuinely challenging Google there. But if we have some people challenging Google and Google try to acquire them, it's another thing entirely. Government will say, okay, no, regulators will say we can't allow that. You see, in Nigeria, government gave there was a time government gave over 18 licenses for people to build refinery. And pending that time, they were given that they should be they can be importing fuel. You know, these crooks, more than 80% of them, they were only interested in importing fuel. They were not doing anything. So only Dangote, Bua, and the pocket of others put infrastructure in place. Now, these guys are thinking that, okay, maybe they gave them a period of 10 years. The calculation is this: after 10 years again, we are going to lobby government. But unfortunately for them, the like of Dangote and Bua, they went ahead, they honored their time of licenses. And now, what those people will first do now is this: they will be shouting monopoly, monopoly. The question is this: why did we issue license to build refinery, to build the economy of Nigeria, at least for economic safety, security of our economy? But these guys, they are not interested. So when Dangote now that has obeyed now and I say, okay, I want to control both my distribution and production. There's no law in Nigeria, as far as I'm concerned today, that stop that. You may build your business and you still find a way to supply to the end user. Nothing is stopping you in Nigeria today, as far as that's concerned. So on the basis that government is going to use to stop Dangote around that pace, I don't see it, because
my brother, let me tell you something. What Dangote is doing. Sorry, 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir, please. 1 second, sir. I just want to chip in quickly. What Dangote is doing in terms of distribution and production as well is not new. If you go to Nigeria now, you have Chevron petrol station. Chevron, they have refinery. They are distributing their petrol. Even Nigeria, what's it called? Nigerian Petroleum Company. What's it called?
NNPC. They have
their own petrol station.
everywhere.
They have their own filling station. They have their own refinery. They are distributing. So what Dangote is doing is not new. So it's not new to Nigeria.
So
good night, guys. That's the discussion.
There's nothing stopping Dangote from doing whatever he's doing. So he has not committed any offense. He is only obeying, is only fulfilling the term of his own license. Let me give you an example, shocking something. You know, there was a time in Nigeria people were importing bulk cement. That bulk cement was actually subsidized, but I know that many people were not aware. Now, when the like of Dangote got license to build, you understand, but they were given license to be importing penny the time their factory will be ready. Only Dangote and Lafarge tried to build something. The better that people were saying, Dangote stop. People will say, hey, Dangote did this. You understand? People did not really follow that event. Ibeto was caught abusing the time of that license, and Dangote took them to court, because I can't put my investment in Nigeria, borrow money from the bank, from Nigeria banks, be paying huge interest, and someone now will now be importing, I will now be having advantage. I'll be looking at that. Dangote took them to court, and Dangote ruled in favor of the court ruled in favor of Dangote. They have to stop whatever nonsense that the Ibeto was doing. So if not because of that, Nigeria will still be importing bulk cement today and will be rebagging. But today, not only that Nigeria is sufficient in terms of cement, we are even net exporter of cement today. So look at all those stuff. When you ask people to do things, you understand, some people will do, some people will not do. I remember some people, even someone was even arguing with me a few days that, oh, Dangote is importing 80% of that. I said, where did you even get that information to start with? Where did you get it? The major component of cement, quicklime, you get that thing from limestone, CaCO3. You understand? From CaCO3, you get CO there.
We have abundance in Nigeria.
Exactly. Even the one we have in Ewekoro alone can even serve Nigeria for centuries. So why you understand? Why are you going to even import? So the thing is, Dangote has been fighting battles, different battles, from the day of flour, from the day of this thing, because people will give excuse of flour. People are not asking. Before Dangote moved into that flour, what was the industry like? Before Dangote moved to that cement, the manufacturing, what was it like? You were importing cement. Is that what you are calling monopoly? importation. You are not producing locally, you are importing and you are rebagging. So Dangote now came now, put his factory, and now build it on a large scale. And you are saying the guy is monopolizing. So are you saying we should allow importers to keep looking for dollars everywhere to go and buy and keep working our currency? Are we saying they should allow all those people to keep exporting our job to people? For some people to be doing the job and just to be dumping Nigeria when Nigerians have nothing to do. So to me, I think this campaign against Dangote, we should try as much as possible to do our research and learn about this guy. So some people that didn't do what they got license from, and they are running campaign against this guy because campaign is cheap now. If I want one social media influencer now, you understand? Instead of me spending like maybe $5 billion to establish a factory or 10 billion to establish a factory in Nigeria, how much am I going to give to influencer? After you give some people 10 million, they'll be falling up on top of one another just to make sure they help you run campaign against the like of Dangote. But what people are not looking at it, if you take Dangote cement out of Nigeria today, because we are saying it's monopolizing, okay, what happens? If Dangote today, because it's in the free trade zone, he may decide not to even sell to Nigeria. If Dangote is not selling fuel to Nigeria today and decide, okay, I want to export everything, then where's that monopoly? How come that Port Harcourt refinery, Kaduna refinery, and Warri refinery, how come those refineries are not working? Does that look like monopoly? We just have some kind of government business.
If they are working too and they are producing very well, they can also import, isn't it? They can also export.
They are exporting already.
I think what happened is that an average Nigerian mindset is all about destroying everything. Why contributing nothing? An average Nigerian is that if this person is doing that business, I want to quickly join. They will not understand it very well. If you give them opportunity, they will not use the opportunity very well. And at the end of the day, if one of them prosper, and then they will start to envy him, and then the pull down syndrome will be there. I've seen a lot of people in Nigeria that what they are interested is get quick money syndrome, or just continue to filter away from the national resources. And that has been the hallmark of that country for years. They don't want change, and they thought that even if there's a change, then we must continue to live the life we have been living before, subsidizing everything for us, whereas we are not producing nothing. How can, for God's sake, look at our import bill over the years? We just continue to import, even to the extent of how can a country be importing toothpick, for God's sake? Why you have abundance of trees in your countries? Why are you not putting people into work? People are extremely lazy, and if you say they are lazy, they don't want to put in the work. People say, no, Nigerians are not lazy. They are like this. Look, what is
so ridiculous? Yeah? You are importing toothpick, and there is wood, there is trees on the bush that are wasting away.
Look at this $100 and the rest. Look at Dangote. Look at even Globacom. Michael Denuga. When he wanted to start Glow, someone said, no, it's not going to be good like MTN. I don't want to buy Glow. They don't have a good reception. But now, look at what happened. The guy was able to break the monopoly or whatever of MTN by selling at a cheaper SIM. Today, I remember we are selling SIM for as high as 10,000 naira. Today, it's as little as 200 naira. So sometimes I don't understand. We need to change our law. Unionism is supposed to be voluntary. It's not supposed to be by fire, by force.
Do you know the challenge I have with many people that keep shouting Dangote monopolize in Nigeria? You understand? I know that if you want, like during that time of tomato paste now, you understand? Let's assume you want to set up a very standard tomato paste factory in Nigeria. You understand? That maybe you are Olowo. Standard, though. Maybe you'll be talking of around 100 million naira. You understand? You're talking of around 100 million naira. But you can still get some that we can do for the range of like 30 million, 20 million. So it depends on the range you want to cover. You understand? You can still set up a tomato paste factory for like 20 million naira. But we now see everybody now shouting monopoly, monopoly when you hear Dangote was there the other time. Dangote entered the place and left.
I also want to give a very good example. Just recently, Lagos State bought a land in Niger State, up to about 100 acres of land, for Niger State to help them plant rice or whatever they are going to plant. When this thing started germinating now, and they now put all the produce back to Lagos, some crazy people will not come and say, is it only Lagos? Why? What about other states of Nigeria? Why are they not investing like what Lagos is doing? Lagos does not have that land for agriculture. Niger State is big. Kwara, a lot of these northern states are big. Why are the other states of the northern country are not even using this way to come and talk to some richer states like Rivers, like Delta? Come and get 100 acres of land, 100,000 acres of land. We'll help you plant this and that. You understand? So that's what I'm trying to say about Nigerians. Look at Tinubu now. He worked hard for a long time. Now he became the president, and now you say you hate him. He's a good father. He's a da-da-da-da. He's a da-da-da-da. You are not thinking about those people these guys have helped to become governors, senators, or maybe rep, or even president. When he was putting in the work, you are just there doing nothing. And now this guy now reaping is the result of the hard work. And you now come to be and say, it's a godfather, I don't like it. What are you putting? What are you putting for nation building, you yourself? So that's what
they are losing that argument gradually. Even you see opposition now even going to visit
of course, you just father that the phrase it was amazed. And when the beauty of the coastal highway is coming out, come and see the land there. For you to buy a plot of land there, if you don't have millions, you're not buying nothing. I'm talking about close to 50 million naira just for a plot of land. So
they are losing that argument gradually. You know, they are losing that argument because when you want to oppose, sometimes the best thing is for you to be intelligent about the way you are opposing a very good project. And that's where these people lost
even that project you are talking about. That project we are talking, there is a road, that highway that link Ebonyi State to that highway. It's about 50 kilometers, and they already awarded it. They started building.
Okay, guys,
so
I'll join back tomorrow. Okay.
From the east,
like everybody
that highway easily.